Binge watch the hottest manga in one go. The evolution of demons, seamlessly presented. Watch with peace of mind. Your support is the motivation for the uploader to keep going. Likes and coins are really important. The endpoint of human evolution turned out to be demons. To defeat demons, humans began transplanting demon hearts. This granted them power comparable to demons. The strongest human warrior, after transplanting a heart, led everyone to repel an overwhelming demon tide. Only after I killed all the Ichy demons did I discover the existence of the 8 Chi demons. We had never truly understood their strength. I died with anger and regret, and even after death, my corpse was desecrated by the Baki demons. But unexpectedly, I opened my eyes again and found myself in the body of a weak teenager. At that moment, I was listening to the instructor's lecture. Only then did I realize I had traveled 60 years into the future. In the instructor's understanding, the 7 Chi demons were already the strongest in the world. I was shocked, but remained silent. The instructor noticed my distraction and walked over to me. You don't seem to understand what it means to be a warrior. What's your name? I hesitated about revealing my identity, but would anyone believe I was the strongest warrior Ong? The instructor scoffed when he heard my name. You dare call yourself Ong Tongming? You don't even understand the basics of being a warrior, you fool. Then the instructor punched me. My face was twisted from the blow. This weak body couldn't react in time. Luckily, a classmate caught me from behind. The instructor left with a final remark. I'll be keeping a close eye on you during the next assessment. Then he sent us to the assessment base. Next up was the physical fitness test. The classmate who caught me, Lon, asked if I was okay. Calling yourself Ong is quite a bold name. The genius girl, Situ Lu, sneered. Do you think having the same name means you have the same strength? How childish. I was furious at her arrogant attitude. What does my name have to do with her? Seeing I didn't recognize her, Lon explained. Situ Lu was the most promising warrior in this batch, and the eldest daughter of the most renowned martial arts family in town. The surname Situ sounded familiar to me. Lon helped me up. A girl nearby captured this moment with her camera. Such captivating male friendship, she said, telling us to ignore her and carry on. Lon asked who she was. The girl introduced herself as Yu Hui, a devoted fangirl, drawn to our dazzling camaraderie. Lon and I were completely overwhelmed by her. The scene shifted to the assessment base. Although my current body was weak, this level of test was a piece of cake for me. The first round was a long-distance endurance run. I dashed out like lightning, taking the lead and setting a new record. But when the test ended, I had indeed set a record. For the worst long-distance run in history, I came in last place. The second round tested arm strength and explosiveness. My wrist twisted immediately, and I came in last again. In the third round, the leg strength test, my body felt like that of a paralyzed old man. Unsurprisingly, I was last again. Situ Lu couldn't help but call me an idiot, and told me to quit and go work in a factory. I knelt on the ground, utterly frustrated. This is the worst performance in history. Yui thought this would be her last chance to take photos. The tester told the instructor that someone like me should be disqualified immediately, but the instructor shook his head. Even though he has no hope, he has the right to participate in the second round of assessments. Soon, the second round began. This time, it was a synchronization test with the grafting device. I finally had my chance. 60 years ago, I was with an average synchronization rate of over 96%. Although this body's physical abilities are lacking, synchronization rate is determined by willpower. All of you who mocked me, watch closely. This is the synchronization rate of the strongest warrior. I put on the grafting device and waited in place for the test. Situ Lu's synchronization rate reached 39%, which was already an extraordinary feat. The classmates were discussing how to win over such an outstanding girl. Situ Lu had always known she was a genius, and her every move exuded confidence. She relaxed only after. Did everyone see me showing off earlier? That felt amazing. Stay calm, Situ Lu, she reminded herself. I had to admit, Situ Lu's presence even made Lon feel the pressure. But why wasn't I nervous at all? I was already used to it. As the assessment continued, many who were experiencing grafting for the first time showed signs of pain. Their bodies were under immense strain, and some chose to give up, unable to endure the pain. A synchronization rate of just 10% was enough to pass the assessment. After Yohue's test, her synchronization rate reached an impressive 30%. The instructor was delighted. This batch has quite a few promising talents. The beautiful doctor nodded in agreement. The overall quality of this group of rookie was quite good. The instructor snorted coldly, though there are some with extremely poor quality. It was finally my turn to take the test. The classmates burst into laughter. I paid no attention to their ridicule. Bunch of clueless kids. Don't let your jaws drop later. I stepped forward and chose the red power core. There were 6 types of demon cores recovered from the battlefield, with yellow, green, and blue being the most common. They represented strength, defense, recovery, and agility. The purple core, representing energy, and the black core, representing space, were extremely rare. I inserted the red core into the power unit on my chest. Synchronization rate was ultimately determined by willpower. The strength of one's will dictated how much strain they could endure from the demon core. After the doctor successfully grafted the core, the examiner asked if I was ready. I nodded. Let's begin. In an instant, the assessment room was filled with a blinding light. Even Situ Lu was startled. It's him. I roared loudly. Open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Lon was ecstatic. Brother Ong, you've been hiding your true strength. The examiner was stunned. The synchronization rate was skyrocketing, reaching 40% in an instant. I sneered. I once had a synchronization rate of 96%. I pushed harder, demanding it to rise further. The classmates were in an uproar, shouting that it was impossible. Even the instructor was dumbfounded. How can the synchronization rate be so absurd? By now, my synchronization rate had soared to 80%. The classmates began to suspect the device was malfunctioning. I smirked inwardly. I am Ong, the strongest warrior. If it weren't for this weak body, my aura alone would make them kneel. This was the gap between me and them. In the next moment, my pupils contracted rapidly, and I felt as if I were falling into an endless abyss. The power within me was slowly dissipating. What's happening? Why is my power fading? With a loud crack, the device shattered, and I was thrown backward. My body could no longer handle the strain. The examiner also believed the device had malfunctioned. The synchronization rate plummeted to 10%. The beautiful doctor detected that the demon core had shattered, likely causing the data to go haywire. The instructor, however, wasn't entirely convinced. Was it really a device malfunction? But with the final synchronization rate at 10%, I had just barely passed the assessment. The classmates breathed a sigh of relief. It was definitely a device malfunction. Lon quickly ran up to support me. Are you okay? Situ Lu also breathed a sigh of relief. I thought there was someone in the city, more dazzling than me. What a false alarm. I was filled with regret. I shouldn't have tried to show off. At least I passed the assessment. Back in the restroom, I kept thinking about what had just happened. Something deep inside had drained my energy. This had never happened before. My willpower should have been able to sustain at least an 80% synchronization rate. Even with such a low-level core, it shouldn't have shattered. Just then, the instructor, congratulations on making it to the final round of the assessment. You will face demons for the first time in your lives. I hope you all pass the assessment safely. The instructor told everyone to head to the assessment area. Then he walked up to me. I brushed past him and left. The instructor noticed a shattered core on the ground. Curious, he picked it up and examined it. Then he turned to watch me leave. I had piqued his curiosity. The instructor decided to observe my performance. In the next round of the assessment, the scene shifted. Our group arrived at the city gate. Everyone was checking their gear, but I was still preoccupied with the core issue. Now I had been given a new, intact power core. What had really happened back then? I took a step forward, and suddenly froze. A buzzing sound filled my mind. I sensed a demon nearby. Not far away, in a cave, piles of human remains lay scattered. A bloodthirsty demon was waiting there, screaming in madness. How can there be a demon stronger than me? I snapped back to reality, unable to believe it. For a moment, I felt a strange resonance within me. Then Situ Lu came over and asked if I was ready to go. Embarrassed, I scratched my head and quickly stepped aside for him. The teacher shouted at us. Since that's the case, the 4 of you will be a team. We thought this was my strategy for team formation. I was about to explain, but Situ Lu told me not to hold him back. Secretly, I was relieved. I had been worried no one would want to team up with me. Lon patted my shoulder, asking if we could go. Yui quickly took out her camera to document our team formation. The teacher handed out equipment to us, combat daggers, and small fog dispersal devices. Our mission was simple. Enter the fog, reach the designated flashing point, and activate the device to disperse the fog. Then hunt down the Wuchi demons to complete the mission. Hunting outside the walls in the fog was the final fear new recruits had to face. In this fog-shrouded world, the battles warriors had to fight were against the unknown dangers lurking within. To become a warrior, one needed not only physical strength and talent, but also a strong mind unafraid of the fog. They had to overcome fear through teamwork and fight the demons that randomly appeared in the area. Only then could they earn the title of warrior. The city's second captain, Dada, was a stunningly attractive woman. She was only interested in Situ Lu. The first captain, Joel, also believed Situ Lu was a promising talent who could become an excellent warrior. The instructor, Ji Yaodeng, was the third captain. He mentioned that there was another person worth noting, Ong. After the second round of assessments, Ji Yaodeng had checked the core. There was nothing wrong with it. So what had really happened back then? Dada knocked on Ji Yaotong's head. What are you thinking about? By the way, have the demon levels been confirmed? Only Wuqi demons should exist within the assessment area, Ji Yaotong assured them. I've already confirmed it. There won't be any Ichy demons. Little did they know, the assessment would soon face an unprecedented danger. This genius girl was not only beautiful, but also had an astonishing synchronization rate of 30%. In this world of fighting demons, only those with high synchronization rates could become top-tier warriors. Otherwise, they could only end up working in factories. Some even couldn't withstand the strain during testing, and died from their bodies exploding. In my past life, I was the strongest warrior with a 96% synchronization rate. But now, I've been reborn as a weakling, and I've been making a fool of myself in front of my classmates. My body couldn't handle the strain, so my synchronization rate was only 10%. I almost failed the second round of the assessment. Even the instructors didn't have high hopes for me. Little did they know, I was the only one who could lead everyone to victory against the demons. Now it was our turn to step forward for the assessment. Situ Lu snatched the dispersal device from my hand. I was still standing there in shock when Situ Lu quickly dashed forward. He told us to keep up with him. I gritted my teeth. This guy really loves to show off. But I had no choice but to hurry and follow Situ Lu. Situ Lu was always showing off, no matter where he was. He even performed a backflip for everyone. He placed the device in the fog, and the fog quickly. Dada was impressed by Situ Lu's antics. The foundation of a martial arts family is truly impressive. Soon, the Wuqi demons appeared before us. I was fully prepared. With a leap, I positioned myself in front of Situ Lu. Now it's my turn to show off. I faced several demons alone, and with just one move, I tore them apart. Ji Yaotong looked at me with admiration. You've already mastered the use of the core's power. I picked up a dagger and began slaying the demons one by one. I told my teammates to finish the fight quickly. Situ Lu was unhappy that I stole his spotlight. Like, I need you to tell me. Yohui's skills were also impressive. Killing demons was as easy as chopping vegetables for her. Lan's strength was also formidable. With one punch, he sent a demon flying 58 meters. The demon crashed through the trees, leaving a huge hole. As the most outstanding warrior of this batch, Situ Lu killed Wuqi demons as easily as drinking water. He took down 10 demons in a row without breaking a sweat. In my past life, I had killed countless demons, so I knew their weaknesses well. I didn't waste time and went straight for their vital points. But this weak body's explosive power was severely limited. I had to take this opportunity to test the body's capabilities. Although the demon's attacks weren't particularly fast, my reaction speed was still too slow. My coordination was also lacking. My teammates watched my movements and thought I was toying with the demons. Yui quickly took out her camera to capture the moment. The captains also noticed me. This boy has a strong aura, and his movements are very seasoned. I was breathing heavily, and I came to a conclusion. This body couldn't even use one of my old skills. In short, it was terrible. Just as I was about to finish off this Wuqi demon, I noticed a bulge in the ground ahead. In the next second, a demon burst out from the ground. I was sent flying instantly. Vines surrounded us on all sides. The demon in front of me roared, its body growing larger and larger. I was completely stunned. Within seconds, the captains noticed something was wrong. A bloody aura spread into the city. Ji Yaotong was horrified. It's a Ichy demon. He immediately ordered the warriors to return to the city. Everyone ran so fast they even left their shoes behind. Dada and Joel quickly flew to the center, intending to deal with the demon. Dada shouted as she ran, urging everyone to evacuate quickly. You'll be safe once you reach Captain Ji Yaotong. Meanwhile, the demon in front of me suddenly spoke. Why does a human have the aura of a demon? I didn't understand what it was saying. The pressure from the Ichy demon was overwhelming. My teammates were frozen in place. This is on a completely different level from the Wuqi demons. It feels like blinking could get us torn apart. We couldn't move at all. I knew this body was no match for it. For the first time, I experienced the overwhelming pressure ordinary warriors felt when facing a Ichy demon. The Ichy demon reached out its hand. Enough. I'll take you all away. The Ichy demon shot out 4 white threads, precisely hitting the foreheads of the 4 of us. Immediately, we all collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Joel and Dada arrived just in time. Don't you dare touch them. The demon seemed to find this hilarious. It retracted its vines, wrapped around the 4 of us, and then vanished into the ground. Dada stared at the huge hole in the ground. It took 4 assessment warriors with it. Joel looked at the trail left by the demon, shouting angrily after them. After chasing for half an hour, they completely lost track of the demon. Dada couldn't understand why a Ichy demon had appeared. Ji Yaotong has never been careless before. Just then, Ji Yaotong arrived as well. Where are the kids? Why have you stopped? Keep chasing. Joel tried to calm him down. The trail ends here. Dada believed the demon had burrowed deeper underground. Jiyaoteng crouched down to inspect the trail, then suddenly punched the ground in frustration. He was filled with guilt. It's all my fault for not confirming properly. At this point, Joel could only comfort him. Let's head back to the city and figure out a plan. Dada patted Ji Yaotong's shoulder. This situation isn't what any of us wanted. Ji Yaoteng pushed Dada's hand away, standing up with determination. I'm going deeper. Let's see how amazing this man really is. He led humanity to defeat the Ichy demons, and was hailed as the strongest warrior. But who would have thought I would end up transmigrating into a weakling's body, gasping for breath after just a few steps? Luckily, my synchronization rate was just enough to pass, allowing me to participate in the third assessment. But during the assessment, we encountered a Ichy demon. The demon abducted our entire team. Now, I was brought back to the demon's cave. I looked around, trying to figure out where we were. At least everyone was still alive. Just then, a hand appeared behind me. You actually woke up? I quickly turned to face the Ichy demon. The demon spoke calmly. Waking up so quickly, you really are different. I'm very curious about you. Then it suddenly swung a fist at me. The demon grabbed me by the neck. Why do you have our aura? I had no idea what it was talking about. In the next moment, my body began to glow, and I broke free from the ropes binding me. As soon as I landed, I drew my dagger and ruthlessly stabbed at the demon. The demon grew excited. Quite lively, aren't you? I backflipped away, creating distance between me and the demon. If this were my past life, I could have decapitated it instantly. But now, I had to save my 3 teammates. I quickly charged at the demon again. It belonged to the Red River demons, known for their agility. Their joints allowed for faster reactions and attacks, but this also left their joints less protected. The demon confidently launched its attack. It's no use. I couldn't react fast enough to this move. The demon's attack pierced through my shoulder. Little did it know, this was all part of my plan. Only by doing this could I find an opening. I grabbed the demon's arm, frantically attacking its weak joints. Using all my strength, I dislocated its arm. The demon froze in place. I smirked coldly. Don't underestimate me, you bastard. I've killed countless demons before. The demon was now enraged, pummeling me without restraint. I was beaten until I spat blood, and with one kick, the demon sent me flying 88 meters, crashing through the cave wall. The demon looked at me disdainfully. You know my weakness. But I'm a mushy Red River demon. The demon's arm slowly regenerated. It was then I realized. Half a century had passed, and the demons had evolved. The demon had fully recovered. It beckoned me with a finger, and I instantly felt a pain like being pierced by 1,000 arrows. The demon grabbed my head. I really can't figure you out. I didn't expect to die right after crossing over. Then they'll die too, right? Just like my companions from my previous life. Will they also die by my side? I'm filled with resentment, but there's nothing I can do now. The demon noticed I had stopped breathing. Humans are so fragile. If I eat it, I should be able to evolve. The demon opened its mouth, ready to devour me. Suddenly, an intense red light erupted from my body. You think you can eat me? I didn't expect to use this last bit of spirit. In a place like this, the demon sensed a terrifying aura. The red light grew brighter, watching me slowly evolve. The demon forgot to run. A beam of light shot out, illuminating the ground for miles around. The demons felt an overwhelming pressure, nearly bursting apart. After the evolution, I hovered in mid-air. I am the strongest existence of the 8 banners of Red River, your king. The demon trembled in fear. I uttered 2 words, kneel. The demon's knees hit the ground. I coldly spoke my name to it. The demon lowered its head, trembling, and spoke the name it never dared to think of. The world's only 8-banner king, Ichy. I am the most transcendent existence in the world. In my past life, I was a top human warrior, with a synchronization rate of 96%. I led humanity's charge against the demon tide, but I never expected to cross over into such a weak body, good for nothing, and constantly mocked by my classmates. But what no one knew was that my body was sealed with the strongest 8-banner demon. The Red King banner slowly fell to the ground. Finally, I'm out. The demon knelt on the ground, trembling. The Red King banner sneered, out, but still in a dark, desolate place. He demanded the demon answer his question. Since my disappearance, are the current kings still the same 5? The demon quickly replied, yes, the same 5 kings. Ichy smiled. It seems they've been living comfortably. Then his eyes flashed with light. The Red King banner roared, venting his fury. Have they forgotten what they did to me 60 years ago? Choosing this strongest human warrior's body as a vessel, I never expected to cross over into such a weak body. It's truly disappointing. This last bit of spirit is wasted in such a situation. To reappear again, I'll have to wait until the day of full awakening. This will truly test my patience. I'll have to wait for this strongest warrior to slowly regain his memories. The number of protrusions on a demon's body determines its rank. For demons of the Dark Clan, growing new protrusions and evolving requires absorbing memories. This is the Dark Clan's unique ability, and the reason they remain superior to other races. Now, my body is like the Dark Clan's, but while they need to devour their own kind to evolve, I need to absorb the memories of those stronger than me to comprehend and evolve. The Red King banner nodded. This was a gift he had prepared for Ong. The demon immediately pledged his support, vowing to assist the Red King banner as his right-hand man. The Red King banner's eyes glowed coldly. He uttered a single word, unworthy. Then, with a wave of his hand, he killed the demon. Your only value is to help this human warrior awaken his memories. The Red King banner had laid the first step for me. I hope Ong won't disappoint me in the future. He'll need to awaken all 8 banners through me. The Red King banner slowly faded back into my body, and I returned to my original form. The Red King banner has returned to slumber deep within me. When the time comes, he will awaken and return from his slumber. The scene shifts. I had a nightmare. I woke up drenched in sweat. Looking around, I realized I was no longer in the cave, but in a hospital in the city. Lan Haihui and Situ Lu were also here. They were relieved to see I was okay. Yui leaned in close to examine me. Why has your hair changed? I didn't understand what he was talking about. I hadn't noticed, but 2 strands of my hair had turned white. I told everyone that I remembered being taken into the cave by a demon. Jiatang immediately pulled back the curtain, revealing several captains standing before me. They asked me to explain what had happened in the cave. I was surprised. Why were the other 2 captains here too? Dada explained that the 4 of us had been brought back by Jiatang. Xiaoer described the situation. We were found on the ground outside a cave. At the time, we were all unconscious, and the demon was nowhere to be found. The other 3 had woken up earlier and claimed to have no memory of the cave. Only I had remained unconscious and had undergone some changes. Dada handed me a small mirror, and I finally noticed my hair had changed color. So that's what Yu Hui had meant earlier. What exactly happened? I only remembered being attacked and then losing consciousness. I had no idea what happened after that. Should I tell them about the time travel? It would be troublesome. And they probably wouldn't believe me anyway, so I just said I wasn't sure either, that I had breathed. Before falling unconscious again, Jiatang frowned deeply. Was he overthinking things? But he had found bloodstains on the cave walls. What could have caused that? Xiaoer learned that I shared the same name as the greatest warrior. He remarked that I had remained calm during the fight with the demon, asking if I had fought before. I quickly denied it, saying I had only studied the demon's weaknesses beforehand. Dada thought I was more of a theorist and could be trained well. But what I was most concerned about now was my warrior exam results. Yui told me I had passed, and the 4 of us had been assigned to the same team. He scratched his head, saying that this incident had brought us together, so Captain Jiatang decided to group us. Situ Lu told me our team had fallen behind and needed to complete missions to earn points. But because I had been unconscious for 3 days, our team still had 0 points. Just how incredible is this man? Once the strongest human warrior, even demons trembled in fear at the sight of him. He was revered by all humanity as the greatest of all time. Yet he had crossed over into the body of a weakling, unable to lift a finger. But who could have guessed that the world's only Red King banner was sealed within my body and had given me a great gift? As long as I could absorb demons stronger than me, I could continue to evolve. Now, I had officially become a warrior. Surviving an encounter with a demon was already an incredible feat. Our 4-person team was under Jiatang's command, and he hoped we would stand out. I noticed that the rules for warriors now were much more complicated than before. Lan asked if I had never heard of the team rankings. Situ Lu grew impatient, saying we were already at the bottom. Don't drag me down, he said. Jiatang explained the ranking system. Each team could earn points by completing missions. Every month, the top 2 teams under each captain would compete in a team battle, with rewards for the winners. The bottom team under each captain would face consequences, would be punished by cleaning toilets. Our team was led by the strongest member, Situ Lu, as the captain. No one had any objections, though I was a bit annoyed. But there was nothing I could do. Situ Lu was secretly pleased, loudly declaring that he would complete the mission without fail. Then, we decided to check if there were any missions available. Jiatang told us to contact him if we needed anything. Before leaving, Situ Lu was about to check the mission board when Yui stopped him. There's something more important, he said. Situ Lu thought he had overlooked something, which would ruin his perfect image. But Yui simply picked up his camera. We need to take a formal team photo. Situ Lu was speechless. I smiled and said, I think it's a great idea. With a click, everyone's faces lit up with smiles, except for Situ Lu, who remained cold and aloof. Meanwhile, the captains gathered together. Jiatang found the events of that day strange. All the demons near the cave had burst apart, with traces of demon blood everywhere. Shower knew he suspected the 4 kids were involved. Jiatang nodded. I suspect there's something unusual about that kid. I always smell something on him, a familiar, indescribable stench. Dada hugged Jiatang, saying he was overthinking it. The kids came back safely, and that's what matters. Don't let my team outshine yours. Shower suggested they observe for now, and act if they noticed anything unusual. Meanwhile, we arrived at the mission board. There were 3 A-rank missions, each worth 10 points. Yui told me these were likely the most difficult ones. Situ Lu examined them carefully without saying a word. The 10 points from an A-rank mission were tempting, but B and C-rank missions were safer and more reliable. Just as I was about to speak, Situ Lu walked up to the mission board without hesitation, tearing off all 3 A-rank missions. We'll take them all. Arriving at the mission site, I equipped my new gear, and wings sprouted from my back. This was the Nemi system. After 60 years, the Nemi system had indeed become much more advanced. The 4 of us were fully prepared. Our target was 2 demons. We just needed to defeat them in one go. Situ Lu shouted for us to spread out according to the plan. Each of us took a direction, charging forward quickly. The 2 demons roared at us furiously. Situ Lu knew we couldn't drag this out, as we still had other missions to complete. Lan went first, blocking the demons' vision. Yu Hui and I focused on crippling their mobility, while Situ Lu finished them off in a flashy move. Our teamwork was flawless. Situ Lu was ecstatic. This time, he had been perfect and dazzling. After Yu Hui activated the dispersion device, the mist in the area slowly cleared. Lan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Finally, it's done. This was much harder than the exam. The 2 demons dropped a red core, which Yu Hui happily picked up. Situ Lu remained composed. Good work, everyone. I checked the mission board. The equipment nowadays was so advanced. Completed missions were automatically logged, and points were added instantly. Yu Hui looked at the remaining 2 missions. Capture 3 live demons, and collect 10 demon cores. Yu Hui couldn't help but gasp. This is too hard. We only got 3 cores. After fighting all afternoon, Lan, always the optimist, said, looks like we won't have it easy for a while. Then, Situ Lu suddenly spoke up, outlining his plan to complete the remaining A-rank missions, and then take on more A-rank missions, to climb to the top of the rankings. He was once the strongest human warrior, but now he had crossed over into the body of a weakling. Because my strength was so lacking, I was met with laughter from my classmates. But what no one expected was that a powerful demon was sealed within me. As long as I could absorb higher-level demons, I could continue to evolve. Even so, our team was still at the bottom of the rankings, almost being sent to clean toilets. To quickly earn points, we took on all the A-rank missions. We had to climb to the top in one go. Despite being over half a century old, I somehow felt younger when I was with them. Let's try to complete another mission before sunset. Let's go, everyone. The 4 of us slowly made our way to the next mission location. 2 hours later, we finally completed the second mission, capturing 3 live demons. Situ Lu frowned deeply. We've run out of tranquilizer darts for capturing demons. The supplies allocated to each team are limited. I looked at Situ Lu in confusion. He explained. This is a Nemi-synthesized tranquilizer gun for demons. It's a slightly more advanced weapon for beginners. I hadn't expected that capturing demons could now be done with tranquilizers. In my past life, we could only rely on brute force to knock them out. Lan thought it was fortunate we had captured them before running out of ammo. To capture the 3 demons, we had accidentally killed a few in the process. Yu Hui stretched lazily. Warriors must return to the city before dark. It's a strict rule. So let's head back for dinner. I was momentarily stunned by Yohui's words. I didn't even know if I had a home in this world. Situ Lu said he also needed to return to the barracks early. Just then, I sensed a murderous aura. In the next moment, a projectile flew toward us. Before Situ Lu could react, one of the demons in front of us was killed. Then, with a few more gunshots, all the demons were dead on the ground. I can't let you complete this mission, Lan shouted. Who's there? A team appeared before us. You're the team that took all the A-rank missions, right? A red-haired man said angrily. Those were our missions. Who said you could take them? I frowned and asked who they were. The red-haired man said their team was called Black Gun, and that they were our seniors. Then he continued, as a new team. You haven't even greeted us, your seniors, and you took all the urgent missions, without consulting us. Do you not respect us at all? Situ Lu looked at the dead demons, filled with anger. These were demons we worked hard to capture. The red-haired man sneered. Your captain hasn't even taught you to greet your seniors properly. Situ Lu couldn't take it anymore. He lunged forward, delivering a sweeping kick to the red-haired man. The red-haired man was shocked that he dared to attack a senior. How disrespectful. Situ Lu clenched his fists. You call yourself a senior? Lon and Yui quickly stepped in to hold Situ Lu back. Don't act rashly. They're still our seniors. Yui tried to reason with them. How could you kill the demons we worked so hard to capture? The red-haired man scoffed. This is how competition works here. You're too naive. This further enraged Situ Lu. How can I, as a captain, tolerate this disrespect? Lon continued to calm Situ Lu, asking me to talk to them. I leaped forward without hesitation, landing above the red-haired man. With a single punch, I sent him flying 18 meters away. His teammates tensed up. I looked at their team with disdain. I've never heard such nonsense in my life. Do you know how much effort it took to capture those demons? Situ Lu silently gave me a thumbs up. The red-haired man was dazed from my punch. How dare you do this to me? He shouted to his teammates. Black Gun, prepare for battle. His teammates immediately took combat stances. We weren't afraid of them. Then let's settle this. Just as we were about to start fighting, Captain Jiatang arrived. You're causing trouble again. We had no choice but to stop the fight. It seems we won't be fighting after all. I wanted to see what the younger generation of warriors is capable of. Jiatang looked at us angrily. You reckless brats. It's almost sunset, and you're still fooling around. Do you want to become food for the demons? Our mission was sabotaged by our opponents, and our team was on the verge of being eliminated. To complete the mission, he went out alone at night to kill demons, but he didn't expect to encounter two powerful demons. I was no match for them, and almost got my teammates killed. In the afternoon, the Black Gun team confronted us. Luckily, Jiatang arrived in time, telling us that fighting was prohibited after dark. The Black Gun team twisted the story, claiming we had attacked first. Situ Lu was furious. Our mission was already completed, but the Black Gun team ruined it. We thought Captain Jiatang would stand up for us, but instead, he said competition was allowed. As warriors, you'll face even tougher challenges in the future. Jiatang was disappointed in the Black Gun team. To think they lost A-rank missions to a rookie team. The red-haired man snorted coldly, asking for my name. I loudly announced my name. The red-haired man laughed until tears came out. You share the same name as the greatest warrior Ong? He won't let us earn points easily. The red-haired man's expression turned fierce. He vowed to make our team rank last this month. Then he pointed to the wound on his face, saying he would repay me double for that. With that, he left. Jiatang told us that the Black Gun captain specialized in firearms, but he hadn't used them during our confrontation. If both sides went all out, we might not have the upper hand. Situ Lu decided not to overthink it. Let's head back to town for now. Lon asked if I wanted to have dinner at his place. I immediately declined, saying I had another mission tonight. Tonight, I would capture 3 demons alone. At night, I sneaked to the city gate. The streets were empty now. Once I complete the mission, I'll go home and check. I saw a sign prohibiting anyone from leaving, but there was a small gap. In my past life, we didn't care whether it was day or night. Sometimes, we even organized nighttime missions. Using the brute force methods from my past life, capturing 3 demons shouldn't be a problem. The Black Gun team was determined to stop us, so I'd complete the mission when they least expected it. But the next moment, I saw a figure, which startled me. Upon closer inspection, it was Situ Lu. He asked, "What are you doing here so late at night?" I scratched my head, trying to come up with an excuse, but seeing that I couldn't fool Situ Lu, I had to come clean. I wanted to surprise everyone tomorrow. The mission deadline hasn't passed yet, right? I asked Situ Lu not to report me, saying I'd head back now, but Situ Lu said he'd join me. What's the plan? Meanwhile, the gate guards were yawning. The chubby guard didn't understand why the gate was left slightly open. Who would go out at night anyway? The other guard explained that it was for emergencies. A few years ago, some people came to the city for help, but the gate was opened too late, and they were all killed by demons. Since then, we've left a small gap. The 2 guards then pulled out a magazine and started reading it with interest. Meanwhile, Situ Lu and I took advantage of their distraction and quickly slipped out of the city gate. We arrived outside a misty forest. According to the plan, I would lure the monsters and attack their heads, knocking them out with brute force. Then I stepped into the mist. Situ Lu stayed behind, ready to assist. He felt some fear, but more than that, he felt excitement. I need to stay focused. I have to be ready to back him up at any moment. My familiarity with demons surprised Situ Lu. I always managed to isolate 1 demon at a time, greatly reducing the difficulty of capturing them alive. Situ Lu found this method thrilling, and quickly grew more skilled. With my guidance, we coordinated perfectly, simultaneously attacking the demons' heads. We kept building up their dizziness, using the same brute force methods. from half a century ago. Tonight, those methods were being used again. Although the process went relatively smoothly, this method was still too physically demanding. My small frame needed more training. Situ Lu dragged the third demon over. Finally, the mission is complete. Should we leave them here? I nodded. These demons aren't very intelligent. Leaving these three here shouldn't be a problem. Besides, they won't wake up anytime soon. We'll come back tomorrow morning and submit the mission directly. Situ Lu asked how I knew all this. I was trying to come up with an excuse when suddenly two powerful demons appeared before us. This human indeed has the same scent. Situ Lu and I panicked. Two powerful demons? What's going on? In our current state, we're no match for them. We had captured 3 demons alive, but it had attracted demons 10 times stronger. Situ Lu and I were no match for them, but it seemed they were targeting me. I told Situ Lu to stay behind me. Meanwhile, an alarm sounded in the city. The 3 captains rushed to the scene. I felt their target was me. Was it because of my rebirth? Or something that happened in the cave earlier? Situ Lu stood beside me, ready to fight. The demons roared. You still want to resist? In the next moment, they teleported behind us, intent on killing Situ Lu first. I quickly pushed Situ Lu out of the way, or he would have been killed. Situ Lu reacted swiftly, kicking out, but he couldn't even touch a hair on the demon. Then, he was entangled by the demon's blue threads, completely immobilized. I shouted Situ Lu's name, but the demon in front of me said, "Don't get distracted. Distraction is bad." Just then, Jiatang punched the demon, shouting, "Don't even think about harming them." He and Dada landed beside me, telling me everything was under control. Dada glanced at the 2 demons' attributes. We need to save Situ Lu first. The demon Jiatang had punched, quickly recovered, and adjusted its stance. On the city wall, Shower noticed the stalemate, and ordered the defensive cannons to stand by, to avoid accidentally hitting our own people. Just then, a soldier reported, detecting countless demons approaching. It's a demon wave. Shower gritted his teeth and sounded the alarm. All warriors in the city, prepare for battle. Every team gathered on the city walls. Jiatang realized the demons had come prepared. Situ Lu told us to leave him and support the city. The demon found Situ Lu annoying, and covered his mouth with a mist. Jiatang refused to abandon Situ Lu. If we're going back together. The demons attacked Jiatang and Dada, but left me alone. I didn't understand what was happening. The demons suddenly spoke to me. Go ahead, you can leave. Even Jiatang was confused. Why didn't they stop Ong? The water demon took Situ Lu aside. I immediately realized it was a trap, intended to separate me from the captain. I needed to stay calm. With my current strength, I was no match for them. Jiatang also told me not to follow, warning me to be careful of falling into a trap. I stood there, hesitating. But what about Situ Lu? I thought of Situ Lu's expression, a look that felt strangely familiar. How could I not go after him? I started running quickly, determined not to abandon him. The water demon threw Situ Lu deep into the forest. Humans are so interesting, the demon said, curious about human emotions. I've heard humans scream in despair. I really want to hear Situ Lu scream. Situ Lu glared at him, refusing to speak. The water demon finally removed the mist from his mouth, urging Situ Lu to start screaming. Situ Lu coldly spat out a few words. Do you think you're worthy? Born into a martial arts family, he would never bow to an enemy. The water demon was angered by Situ Lu's defiance, slapping him across the face. Situ Lu fell to the ground, powerless, filled with hatred for the demon. Just then, I appeared before them, demanding the demon release Situ Lu. The water demon laughed loudly. The bait worked. I asked Situ Lu if he was okay. Situ Lu quickly said he was fine, but asked why I had come along. Get out of here. Hearing this, the water demon kicked Situ Lu hard. I quickly told the demon not to harm him, offering to exchange myself for Situ Lu. The demon grinned as it approached me. Both of you will die. Just as I was about to attack the water demon, it slammed into me with incredible speed. My current body was too weak to react to such fast attacks. The water demon was curious about me, saying I had the same scent as them. I noticed the demon's water element. I couldn't even use my skills. If this continued, I would die. Situ Lu watched from the side, determined not to sit idly by. He began to slowly move, while I found an opening to attack. But the water demon easily dodged. It believed I had killed a demon in the cave, so I couldn't possibly be this weak. I didn't understand what it was saying. Demon grabbed me, intent on finishing me off in one move. I was sent flying 28 meters, collapsing weakly on the ground. Did it crush my internal organs? The demon demanded I reveal my secrets. Situ Lu found a rock, rubbing it against the threads binding him. The demon grinned as it approached me, ready to devour me in one bite. It felt I could help it evolve. It was right in front of me, but just then, Situ Lu broke free, leaping behind the demon, and kicking it away with force. Situ Lu landed steadily, standing protectively in front of me. Don't touch my teammate. To save his teammate, he had forcefully broken free from the demon's restraints. Even if it meant bleeding profusely, he wouldn't give up. But even so, he was no match for the demon, destined to die in this misty forest. Situ Lu stood in front of me, declaring, "If you want to kill my teammate, kill me first." The demon's water element began to split. Don't dodge any of this. Countless water needles shot towards Situ Lu. He used his sword energy to block the attacks. I told him to dodge. Situ Lu ignored me. If I dodge, what happens to you? The water needles were blocked by Situ Lu, but more appeared from below. Situ Lu couldn't dodge in time, taking the hits head-on. The demon quickly flew towards Situ Lu, grabbing him by the neck. Do you want to die in battle? You insist on tormenting Situ Lu. I watched as the demon captured Situ Lu. I felt deeply guilty, reborn once again, only to watch my comrades die in front of me. What kind of strong? In the end, I still need a girl to protect me. The core in my chest suddenly shattered. I can't even protect myself, let alone protect others. My body suddenly erupted with red energy. At least don't let me watch my comrades die in front of me again, while I remain powerless. The water demon sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. My attack swiftly flew towards him. I quickly snatched Situ Lu from his grasp. The demon looked confused. Just the wind pressure alone is this strong? I told Situ Lu, you did great as a leader for the first time. Leave the rest to me. The water demon slowly approached me. He smelled the increasingly strong aura on me. So, there is a secret. My body ignited with red flames. I didn't know what was happening. The power in my chest kept surging upward. It felt like it was about to burst out of my body. I let out a painful roar. At that moment, the demon saw my core. He was utterly shocked. That's actually Wang Chi's core. I coldly stared at the demon in front of me. Your time is up. My first form awakened. At the same time, the first form demon fighting Ji Yaotang also sensed a terrifying power. Is that a fellow? Taking advantage of the demon's distraction, Ji Yaotang seized the opportunity and struck. Dada also jumped high, kicking towards the demon's head. Their combined attack was deadly. The demon couldn't withstand it. A huge hole was blown through its chest. The first form demon was completely enraged. It decided to self-destruct, wanting to take everyone down with it. It leaped into the air, aiming to crush Ji Yaotang and Dada. But the next second, it was struck down by an attack. The defensive cannons on the city walls had fired. The demons had already reached the city walls. Shower kept killing demons, but there were too many to handle. Even with his strong physique, he was running out of stamina. He could only for Ji Yaotang and Dada to return to the city immediately. Ji Yaotang knew the city needed them, but if they left, Situ Lu and Ong would surely die. Dada understood Ji Yaotang's feelings, but they were not just comrades. They were also warriors. Ji Yaotang closed his eyes and finally decided to return to support the city. The scene shifted. The water demon looked at me in disbelief. You're a first form demon? Why can a human grow a demon core? This can't be. I coldly stared at the water demon. Perhaps this is the meaning of my rebirth. To grant me the power of a demon, and to change everything. I lightly flicked my fingers, and a green energy instantly enveloped Situ Lu, slowly healing his body. The water demon didn't expect me to also possess wood element powers. I vaguely remembered something from before. I had absorbed a wood element demon core. If I absorbed the demon in front of me, I could also gain water element powers. A powerful pressure surged forth, paralyzing the water demon. I smiled, anticipating the demon's power. The water demon trembled in fear. I found this quite amusing. Even in my previous life, I had never seen a demon so terrified. I leaned closer to the demon, telling it to attack me with all its might. I wanted to see what kind of power this form of mine still possessed. The demon hurled an attack at me, asking if I was a demon or a human. I nimbly dodged the attack, landing on the ground not far away. With a wave of my hand, I manipulated the elements. Countless tree roots immediately sprouted from the ground, entangling the water demon. My fist was imbued with wood element energy. The water demon struggled incessantly. Watching this, I felt a sense of satisfaction. Yes, keep struggling like this. But what I didn't expect was that the water demon still had a trump card. With just one move, decomposition, the roots binding it instantly shattered. It then quickly lunged at me. The water demon laughed. You can't kill me, because I'm a wood element demon. I can't decompose myself like you can. To become the strongest warrior, the man had carved a hole in his chest and transplanted a demon core into it. But during a mission, he awakened, realizing that the strongest king-class demon was parasitic within his body. I only needed to devour my kind to keep evolving. The water element first-formed demon in front of me was no match for me, but its decomposition ability still caught. I couldn't kill it. The water demon punched me, sending me flying. A human like you doesn't understand the power of demons. My body was surrounded by red light. I truly didn't understand the extent of a demon's power, but I am the strongest warrior. I only needed to keep learning and familiarize myself with the demon's power. The light around me turned green, radiating wood element energy. The water demon was shocked. You figured it out so quickly? I smiled. My learning ability is strong, isn't it? Then I quickly leaped. Using tree roots to bind the water demon's feet, I swung a heavy punch at its head. The water demon's skull was nearly shattered. The fight with it now felt somewhat boring. Just as I was about to finish it off, the water demon quickly decomposed itself, mocking me for being foolish. But the next second, it was pierced through by sharp branches. Of course, I knew it could decompose, but a demon's core, the most important part, doesn't decompose. Fool, are you too confident in your abilities? The water demon finally looked at its core. Once the core is destroyed, even a first-formed demon is doomed. I'll take its water element power. After extracting its core, the water demon immediately turned into a puddle of water. Without hesitation, I crushed the core and absorbed the energy into my body. Make me stronger. The demon's thoughts began invading my mind. After devouring the core, I saw Situ Lu lying not far away. A sudden thought emerged in my mind. Kill this human. I abruptly raised my hand, ready to strike Situ Lu, but suddenly stopped. I felt like I was going insane, as two personalities clashed within me. How can I kill my own comrade? I must bring him back. I forced this voice out of my mind. It was Wang Qi. He didn't expect me to resist. Your will is truly interesting, he said before falling back into slumber. Meanwhile, the number of remaining demons kept increasing. They had even started climbing the city walls. Lon noticed that Situ Lu and I were missing, and only our squad hadn't arrived yet. Chio was about to explain to Lon that the two who sneaked out of the city were me and Situ Lu, when a demon quietly approached from behind. Luckily, Lon and Yonghui reacted quickly. Let's focus on destroying the demon nest first. Dada and Ji Yaoting also returned to support. Shower anxiously asked about the state of their cores. Ji Yaoting said their cores weren't heavily depleted. The more a warrior's core is depleted, the weaker they become. Fortunately, their cores were still healthy. Dada kept hunting demons, asking Shower what the plan was. Shower noticed that after one first-formed demon died, the aggression of the lesser demons had significantly decreased. The mindless lesser demons now understood the fear of death. All we needed was to make them afraid. Shower told everyone to maintain their core state, preparing for an even more intense wave of attacks. Ji Yaoting and shattering the demons into pieces. Dada landed on the ground, exhausted. Including the earlier attack on the first-formed demon, this was the second time today they had unleashed their core power. Ji Yaoting wanted to keep fighting in this state, but unfortunately, both the core and the body have limits. Shower's water element energy erupted, no less powerful than Honghe's. Yu Hui, watching from the city walls, quickly took photos with his camera. Meanwhile, Lon furrowed his brow, determined to become a warrior of that caliber. The three captains had slaughtered their way through, and the demon horde began to feel fear. They no longer dared to approach the city walls. Shower encouraged the warriors, telling them to replenish their energy and stay ready for battle. The warriors on the walls were inspired, filled with confidence, to repel the next wave of demons. Shower thought they could finally relax, but the next second, his eyes widened. What's coming? The demon horde began to stir again, and a figure radiating intense energy walked forward. Dada thought it was the remaining first-formed demon, but the lesser demons knelt to the side. As the smoke cleared, my figure slowly emerged. The three captains were in disbelief. It was Ong, carrying Situ Lu on his back. This man is truly bold, daring to walk through the demon horde. The demons were and eventually fled in panic. The three captains were stunned to see me carrying Situ Lu. Shower broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, if he had come directly, the demon horde would have swallowed him. Sure enough, the demons began to grow restless. The captains were about to rush forward to protect me, but I simply stood quietly in place and calmly said, "Scram." The demons froze in fear, then knelt on the ground. I shouted, "Retreat." They sensed my power and quickly fled the area. The captains couldn't. The people on the walls began to cheer. They had won. The demon horde had truly retreated. It must be because of the captain's fierce attacks, they said. Ji Yaoting, hearing this, glanced at Shower and Dada. Was it really because of us? Or was it because of Ong? The next second, I couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. Ji Yaoteng rushed forward to help. Save him first. We'll talk about the rest later. The scene shifted. My consciousness entered a strange place. A voice echoed before me. Half a century ago, I saw him once. I suddenly remembered. He was one of the 2 8th form demons I had seen back then. How many 8th form demons are there? The Crimson King's banner appeared before me, saying you'll find out in time. And he is the strongest 8th form demon in the world. I stared at the Crimson King's banner in shock, unable to speak. The Crimson King's banner was pleased with me, as expected of the strongest warrior. Your will is strong enough to resist me. The Crimson King's banner said it wouldn't harm me for now. I quickly asked, what's wrong with my body? The Crimson King's banner grew impatient. So many questions, then reached out and grabbed my face. Do you regret knowing? As for my current body, it was also his body. He would be dormant for a while, and for our safety, I needed to work hard to evolve. Then, a perfect version of him would be reborn. I struggled to my feet. What do you demons think of humans? I raised my fist. I'll kill you. The next second, I left the illusion. I was clutching Situ Lu's collar, and accidentally tore his clothes open. My face turned bright red. Situ Lu punched me hard. You're awake, huh? Situ Lu's father, Situ Shuangong, arrived. He must have taken care of me while I was unconscious, so I quickly bowed in respect. Situ Shuangong was a straightforward and generous man. He told me they were grateful I had saved Situ Lu. Everyone, rest for now. We'll celebrate repelling the demons later. Ji Yaoteng nodded, asking everyone else to step out for a moment. The 3 captains then approached me. From the warrior exam to this demon horde, what do you know? Shower interrupted Ji Yaoteng. Let me handle this. Even with your own teammates, you can't hesitate. The captains exuded a powerful aura. Shower coldly asked, are you a demon? I was startled by their question. Are you joking? Situ Lu and I escaped together. Shower explained. The other demon was dealt with by Dada and Ji Yaoteng. Did I really defeat that demon alone? Tell us how you escaped with Situ Lu. I panicked. Is there really no other way? Do I have to reveal my secret here? Will they kill me on the spot? They'll only see me as a demon. After all, I have the strongest demon inside me. Shower already had his weapon drawn. If you don't speak, I'll take action. Dada reached out and stopped Shower. Stop joking around. Only 4th form demons and above can take human form. From what we've seen, Ong isn't a 4th form demon, right? Ji Yaoteng nodded. Selfish and cruel demons wouldn't save their comrades, but Ong risked his life to bring Situ Lu back. I don't believe he's a demon. Shower also laughed. I was just teasing him. Why so serious? Then he said, you've worked hard. We're curious about what really happened. Did you really defeat a 1st form demon? I quickly said, actually, I'm a genius. The 3 captains were stunned. I quickly made up an excuse. I can absorb most of the core's power, temporarily unleashing strength beyond my current level. I was worried. Would they believe me? Dada glanced at me and seemed to believe my Shower also thought I might be a genius. Ji Yaoteng was still skeptical. Was it the same with that 1st form demon last time? I nodded. My body couldn't handle the sudden so I passed out. Dada told me, even we captains use similar methods to unleash our energy. If what you're saying is true, then you really are a genius. Ji Yaoteng stepped closer to me. Let me test this ability of yours. If you're a genius, I'll verify it myself. Ji Yaoteng stared at me coldly. Let's head to the training ground now. A man with the strongest 8th form demon sleeping inside him, reborn into a world where demons are the enemy. If people find out, only death awaits me. I used various excuses to cover up the truth, but the captain was still suspicious of me. He demanded a duel, wanting to test my abilities. I arrived at the training ground, knowing Ji Yaoteng had doubts. In my current state, I was no match for him. Although their abilities were basic to me in my past life, this body can't utilize them. Should I try using the demon's power? Ji Yaoteng shouted and charged at me. I quickly bent down to dodge his attack. I didn't expect Ji Yaoteng to be so serious. Dada, watching from the side, was also concerned, shouting, just a friendly match is enough. Ji Yaoteng praised my reflexes, then raised his fist, indicating he was getting serious. Ji Yaoteng punched the ground, creating a large crater. I agilely dodged his attacks, but in a moment of carelessness, Ji Yaoteng appeared behind me, grabbing my neck tightly. My current body couldn't break free from his grip. Ji Yaoteng kicked me, sending me flying 18 meters away. Shower couldn't stand it anymore, and wanted to step in to stop it, but Dada held him back. Ji Yaoteng knows his limits. Let's wait a bit longer. Ji Yaoteng clenched his fists and looked at me. Is this all you've got? That's not what I'd call a genius. I hated being looked down on like this. After all, in my past life, I was the man all warriors called king. Ji Yaoteng is nothing compared to me. Since you claim to be a genius, you'll need to show some real talent to pass this test. I gritted my teeth. Let's try borrowing power. from that damn demon inside me. I slowly stood up, radiating a powerful aura. Then I walked toward Reuniting. Now it's my turn to attack. Reuniting felt this overwhelming presence and immediately grew nervous. After tapping into the demon's power, even the synchronization rate of my low-level core surged dramatically. Shower also sensed my synchronization rate. Could our small town really have produced a genius? My synchronization rate had already exceeded 40%. Reuniting stood frozen, staring at me in shock. I kindly reminded him not to lose focus, then swung my fist. Here I come. I landed a heavy punch on Reuniting. Reuniting felt the force of my attack, but what he didn't expect was that it was just a feint. Reuniting reacted quickly, creating some distance between us. This kid's attacks are well thought out. I quickly crouched down and swept Reuniting off his feet. Reuniting fell to the ground. Shower frowned deeply. Where did this guy get such rich combat experience? At that moment, Situ Shuangong arrived. Shower awkwardly explained. We borrowed your training ground. Situ Shuangong looked at the large crater on the ground. You call this a small disturbance? But I'd like to see how this guy, who shares the name of the greatest warrior, handles Ji Yaotong's counterattack. I kicked at Ji Yaotong, but he caught my leg. Ji Yaotong clenched his fist, ready to finish me off in one move. I smirked slightly. I've got you now. With a quick flip, I slammed my head into his. Ji Yaotong clutched his head in pain, cursing at me angrily. You reckless bastard. I explained. The human skull is hard, but the area between the eyebrows is soft. Get ready, Captain Ji Yaotong. Ji Yaotong also assumed a fighting stance. This time, he wasn't holding back. Ji Yaotong punched the ground, shattering it and creating a cloud of dust. In that case, I'll test this demon's power. I reached out, breaking through the mist and appearing in front of Ji Yaotong. The three spectators were stunned. He actually used Ji Yaotong's own move against him. Such incredible learning ability. But this is still Ji Yaotong's technique, and he knows it better than anyone. However, with my learning ability and combat experience from my past life, Ji Yaotong is no match for me, no matter how familiar he is with it. I threw a punch, but it didn't land on Ji Yaotong. I told Ji Yaotong, if you had attacked from the start, I wouldn't have had the upper hand, but a heavy blow to the forehead can temporarily impair vision, and I took advantage of that. Now you should believe me. Situ Shuangong was amazed. If it's this young man, perhaps there's really a chance. At that moment, Yu Hui and the others arrived, calling us to come eat. When he saw the wrecked training ground, he was shocked. What did you all do? I quickly shifted the blame to Ji Yaotong. It was all the captain's doing. Then I gave Ji Yaotong an out. The captain has been fighting demons, so facing a small guy like me, it's natural to feel a bit off. Situ Shuangong told everyone to go eat. Let's head to dinner now. Watching my retreating figure, he was very satisfied. Never gives up, has strength, exceptional combat intelligence, and limitless potential, and knows his limits, even saving face for Ji Yaotong. Situ Shuangong called out to his daughter. That young man is quite impressive. Are you interested in him? Hearing this, Situ Lu's face turned bright red. The end of human evolution is demons. In my past life, I was the strongest warrior, but I was reborn into a weak body. Not only that, but my body was also parasitized by an 8th form demon. In this world where demons are the enemy, if I'm discovered, I'll be doomed. So I had to hide my true nature. But I didn't expect the martial arts master to take a liking to me, and even try to set me up with his daughter. At that moment, we were all having dinner at Master Shuangong's house. He was very grateful that I had saved his daughter. I picked up a glass of wine to toast him, but Ji Yaotong immediately stopped me. Are you even an adult? Drinking already? I quickly assured him that I was indeed an adult. Situ Shuangong gave Situ Lu a meaningful look. Being an adult is good. Situ Lu glared at her father, her face turning red. Before dinner, Situ Shuangong had told Situ Lu that he admired me, saying I had great talent and potential. If it's him, he might be able to win over the proud Situ Lu. Situ Lu thought her father's words were absurd, but when she remembered how I had saved her, her face flushed again. Situ Lu snapped out of her thoughts, looking at the captains in front of her. She explained to everyone how I had defeated the 1st form demon. I have the ability to temporarily unleash power beyond my current level. Shower nodded. The burst was indeed impressive. You still need more training. Otherwise your body won't be able to handle it. I couldn't tell them that I had absorbed 2 demon cores, gaining wood element healing abilities. So even if this body can't handle the strain, I can heal quickly. I simply nodded. It seems I need to intensify my training. Situ Lu was surprised that I had such an ability. No wonder I had been able to save her back then. A month later, the competition for the squad's ranking had reached a fever pitch. After discussing with the team, Situ Lu made a major decision to use points as a wager and challenge other squads. The first target was the Black Spear squad, a one-on-one match for 10 points. The red-haired man put on a mask and readily agreed. This time, there was no Captain Jiaotang to mediate. Let's settle this. We arrived at the duel arena, with Situ Lu taking the first match. The red-haired man said his vice-captain was also a woman, so it was a fair match. Dealing with you should be enough. I smirked slightly. She's not just any woman. Yuhui was busy recording everything with his camera. The battle officially began. Situ Lu wanted to end it quickly and secure the 10 points. The Black Spear's vice-captain had heard of Situ Lu's reputation, and today he wanted to test her skills. As soon as the match started, Situ Lu charged forward, appearing right in front of the vice-captain. Her speed shocked the vice-captain. How is she as fast as Lanha? The vice-captain was no match for Situ Lu, as they were more skilled in teamwork. One-on-one combat was their weakness. Situ Lu channeled energy into the vice-captain's muscles, causing his arms to tremble and immobilize him. Situ Lu seized the opportunity and landed a powerful punch. The vice-captain took the hit and fell to the ground. Situ Lu looked at him disdainfully. The Situ family specializes in physical combat. She flicked her hair and left the arena gracefully. Good match. The audience cheered. Truly the young lady of the Situ family. The red-haired man was furious at the sight. This time, he decided to take the field himself. Situ Lu declared, this time, it's worth over 20 points. Let's go. I raised my hand to stop Situ Lu. Captain, you just finished a fight. Take a rest. Let me handle this one. The woman confidently stepped into the duel arena, only to be knocked down with a single punch. The one who defeated her was none other than the young lady of the Situ family. As Situ Lu was about to challenge the next opponent, I stopped her again. This time, let me handle it. The red-haired man was full of disdain. You, a waste, aren't qualified. He only fights our captain. I sneered. Then shouldn't you defeat me first, before you're qualified to challenge our captain? Don't tell me you don't even have the confidence to fight me? The Black Spear squad members saw through this obvious provocation, but their captain still fell for it. He angrily declared, I'll beat you so badly even your mother won't recognize you. The other three were shocked. Did the captain really fall for that? Lan told Yuhui to get the camera ready. Ong is about to take the field. The red-haired man summoned his weapon, switching to training air bullets. No need to worry about injuries. Things are getting more advanced these days. In my time, the only way to improve was on the battlefield. I looked at the red-haired man with disdain. You'd better aim carefully. Seeing my confidence, the red-haired man said I could use any weapon, so no one could accuse him of bullying a rookie. My only weapon was a standard-issue small knife. My weapon from my past life is probably lost somewhere. I raised my fists, indicating I would fight barehanded. The red-haired man frowned. You're going to use your fists? The Black Spear squad members were also surprised. The red-haired man suddenly burst into laughter. You want to fight me barehanded? Are rookies these days really this arrogant? I scratched my ear. He talks too much. The red-haired man got serious. A lion gives its all even when hunting a rabbit, so he won't hold back. I nodded. You'd better give it your all. Lan chuckled to himself. If they knew Ong defeated a first-formed demon alone, and even won against Captain Jiaotang, what kind of expression would they have? Hearing this, Situ Lu frowned. This guy is even more impressive than me. She couldn't help but recall her father's words, her face turning slightly red. After the battle began, the red-haired man didn't immediately fire but instead used footwork to find his position. I didn't need to hold back, since the three captains already knew my strength. My goal now is to take first place. If I want to resist the demon inside me, I need to regain my former strength as soon as possible. Seeing me standing still, the red-haired man quickly raised his gun. He said he wouldn't hold back. The red-haired man fired a shot, but I tilted my head slightly to dodge it. Then I teleported to another spot, charging straight at the red-haired man. The red-haired man quickly reloaded, firing another missile. This high-speed sticky bullet can't even be dodged by demons. If you're hit by one, the rest will follow. I quickly closed the distance, using water element abilities to dodge the bullets. The red-haired man stepped back, but we were now very close. He pulled the trigger, aiming to hit me point blank. At this range, no one can dodge, but I used wood element powers, entangling the red-haired man's arms with vines. Distracted, his shot went wide. I seized the chance to grab his gun and punched him hard in the stomach. The red-haired man couldn't avoid the blow and fell to the ground. I stepped on his gun, striking a cool pose. 20 points secured. The red-haired man got up from the ground, unable to believe he had lost. We've already taken 30 points from the Black Spear squad. With Situ Lu and my challenges, more squads are paying attention to us. Many young warriors are eager to try their luck. Our squad of 4, using the point challenge rules, continued to take on opponents. With Lanha and Yuhui performing well, our squad's points rose at an astonishing rate. Before the end of the month, we directly climbed to the top, securing first place in Ji Yaotong's squad rankings. We earned a spot in the final competition. They were originally the last place squad, but in just 3 days, they soared to the top, successfully entering the final selection. Even so, they were still looked down upon, simply because they were a rookie squad. Shower was surprised that our squad had taken first place in Ji Yaotong's rankings. Dada thought our method was chaotic, using points as a wager to challenge others. Ji Yaotong wouldn't stop this behavior, as it was earned through their own strength. Besides, Situ Lu's squad was never weak to begin with, and Lanha and Yuhui were also quite capable. For the first time in many years, a rookie squad had made it to the finals. Shower was looking forward to seeing who would win this time. Dada's top-ranked squad, Qinghua, was already waiting, and they looked down on rookie squads like ours. Shower's top-ranked squad, Shining, felt the same way. Lan knew both squads well, and they were quite famous in the town. Rumors even said the next 3 captains would be chosen from among them. I stretched lazily, unfazed. Then our squad needs to step up. Although my body is still a weak point, with my secret abilities, I can at least hold my own against Ji Yaotong. Winning first place this time shouldn't be a problem. The question is, what's the reward? Dada called us over to gather. The Qinghua squad members gathered around Dada, saying if they won first place, they wanted an extra reward, like going to a B-level town to buy clothes. The Shining squad members sneered. Is that your grand goal? How admirable. Our squad, on the other hand, is looking forward to meeting higher-level warriors. The 2 squads nearly started arguing, but Shower sighed. Young people are so passionate. Are they sparking love flames? Situ Lu led us to the center of the arena. The finals were divided into team battles and individual challenges, with the final score determining the winner. To boost everyone's enthusiasm, Dada announced the rewards in advance. Knowing everyone is eager, this time's rewards won't disappoint. Shower loudly declared. The reward is a week of training in Beijing town. Everyone was excited upon hearing this, eager to win first place. Yuhui was also thrilled, planning to buy a better camera lens. Next, the squad captains drew lots. I stood there, deep in thought. Traveling half a century into the future, there were still many changes I hadn't fully grasped. Back then, there were no city-level classifications, but now we're in the lowest-level town, classified based on warrior strength and rank. If a town has warriors with 3rd or 4th form cores, it's considered a first-level town. The place that determines these town rankings is the S-level town, Dawn City. Dawn City is incredibly vast, home to 6th form core warriors, and even the strongest 7th form core warriors. It's the gathering place for humanity's strongest fighters. I thought the name sounded impressive, but I wondered how it compared to the towns I knew in my time. And my reliable teammates from back then, they're probably all gone now. Lan's voice pulled me out of my thoughts. Get ready to take the field. No more daydreaming. Situ Lu drew the first match. We're up first. Lan's voice brought me back to reality. Get ready to go on stage. No more daydreaming. Situ Lu had drawn the first match. Our squad faced off against the Shining squad. Yuhui thought, we should come up with a cool squad name, in case we make a name for ourselves. It'd be impressive to introduce ourselves with it. I nodded in agreement. Let's discuss it after the fight. The Shining captain, seeing our relaxed demeanor, thought victory was already in his grasp. Situ Lu decided to handle the captain herself, while the rest of us would find our own targets. Once the match began, Situ Lu quickly figured out their strategy. One-on-one combat is effective when there's a significant skill gap, but unfortunately for them, breaking through the captain is the most effective tactic for our squad. The biggest drawback of splitting up is that, if the captain is defeated, the rest of the team loses morale immediately. We tacitly devised a strategy, which was to directly target the Shining squad's captain, but the Shining squad was experienced and quickly adjusted their strategy. Still, we chose to focus on taking down their captain first. We maintained our formation, covering Situ Lu as she charged forward. She landed a hit on the Shining captain, who sneered in disdain. You think you can take me down that easily? Don't underestimate me. He was the most confident man I'd ever seen, a rookie who had just awakened his powers, yet could defeat instructors. 2 strong captains challenged me, unwilling to back down, so I told them to come at me together. At that moment, I knocked the Shining captain to the ground. He told me not to look down on him, then suddenly jumped up, a flash of light in his hand. He hurled the flash of light, blinding Situ Lu and the others. She quickly turned away, telling everyone to close their eyes and defend. Not only were Situ Lu and her team affected, but even the Shining squad was blinded. Ji Yaotong asked Shower if he had warned them about this tactic, since it could affect their own teammates. Shower said he had warned them many times, but they didn't listen. The Shining captain charged at Situ Lu, thinking that taking her down would secure victory. He didn't care about the Situ family's reputation. Just as he raised his fist to strike Situ Lu, I suddenly appeared in front of him. Didn't you consider how your teammates would be affected? Then I raised my leg high, kicking the Shining Captain hard in the shoulder. The Shining Captain staggered back from the blow, noticing I was using water element combat, which allowed my eyes to block most of the blinding light. I told the Shining Captain that in team battles, leaving your teammates vulnerable isn't a wise strategy. By then, the light had faded, and Situ Lu saw me standing in front of her, utterly shocked. I walked past Situ Lu, telling her to handle the rest. Though Situ Lu appeared calm, she secretly thought I was quite impressive. She then prepared to quickly finish off the Shining Captain. The Shining Captain, seeing her charge forward, tried to unleash another flash, but found his arm couldn't move. I had broken it with my kick earlier. Situ Lu punched him hard in the stomach. Let's end this quickly. She then relentlessly pummeled the Shining Captain, while I assisted Lanha. Yue hadn't even used a tenth of his strength. Situ Lu shouted, "Your captain's down. Do you really want to keep fighting?" The Shining Squad members immediately surrendered. The outcome of the battle was expected by the captains. Dada frowned deeply. Ong didn't even use his abilities. Next up was the Qinghua Squad. The Shining Captain gave them a warning, and the Qinghua Captain knew not to underestimate us, so they got serious. Once the match began, the Qinghua Captain told his teammates to stick to their training and not break formation. Lan channeled all his energy into his fist, punching the ground and creating a massive crater, with the smoke providing cover. I secretly used my wood element abilities, binding the Qinghua Squad with vines. Lan seized the opportunity and charged forward. The Qinghua Squad reacted quickly. Lan quickly closed the distance, but the Qinghua Squad was also fast to respond. Quickly move around and regroup. There's a meeting. Situ Lu and Li struck the new Flower Captain. The new Flower Captain wanted to ask for backup from his teammates, but his teammates were held back by Holland. His teammates were no match for me. I knocked out two with one punch. New Flower Captain. Only then did he remember the warning he had ignored. The one called Ong. He's the strongest in their squad. He's the one connecting the entire battlefield. Yui kindly reminded the new Flower Captain not to lose focus. The new Flower Captain scoffed. So what? I'm an agility type. Yui flashed behind the new Flower Captain. He's also an agility type. Yui used a scissor leg. He clamped the new Flower Captain's neck. The battle ended. Next is the You can challenge any member of the other teams. The Shiny Captain and the new Flower Captain spoke at the same time. They both wanted to challenge me. Jiaotang said individual matches are one-on-one. Who's going first? As soon as Jiaotang finished speaking, I said, you two come at me together. Don't waste my time. The strongest demonic aura sleeps within me. If I'm not careful, the demon will take over my mind. But thankfully, my willpower is too strong. Not only did I seal the demon within my body, but I also gained the demon's immense power. Even the city's instructors can't beat me. I didn't expect someone so overconfident would challenge me. I'll just let them come at me together. No need to waste my time. Seeing how arrogant I was, they swore to make me regret it. After Dada announced the start of the challenge, the Shiny and new Flower Captains teamed up. They charged at me together. I dodged and appeared in front of the Shiny Captain, facing him one-on-one. The Shiny Captain. You think I'm an easy target? The new Flower Captain was surprised. Starting the plan already? Earlier, the Shiny Captain had approached the new Flower Captain to devise a plan. He gave the new Flower Captain special tactical glasses when he released his flash. The new Flower Captain would attack me relentlessly. The new Flower Captain didn't expect such a precious item to be handed to him. The Shiny Captain nodded. Ong is no ordinary opponent. To reach the gathering town, we must team up. Once I release the flash, you attack. At that moment, the Shiny Captain released a 5x flash. The light blinded everyone. This guy. He condensed so much energy into a blinding flash. He's aiming for a quick victory. Yui wanted to record a video, but the light was too intense to capture anything. The new Flower Captain thought, I must have lost my vision. If I increase my agility, I can take him down. He moved behind me and raised his fist. This strike will knock you out. Little did he know, I had already seen through their plan. As expected, the new Flower Captain is the attacker. Seeing my cold gaze, the new Flower Captain froze. This guy's eyes. It feels like I'm being stared at by something terrifying, like being dragged into the abyss. I summoned a water-based attack. A water wave enveloped the new Flower Captain. His special glasses fell off. The Shiny Captain yelled, attack him already. Stop screaming. The new Flower Captain couldn't even open his eyes. I'm the one getting beaten up. I threw them both aside. Your plan has failed. In 12 seconds, I sent them both flying. Smoke filled the area. Jiaotang couldn't see what was happening. He rushed over. These kids better not be hurt. But he was shocked by my aura. I stood calmly and said, "It's over," as the smoke cleared. Situ Lu smiled with satisfaction. He knew Shangzhe was no match for me. I smiled faintly. My teammates were thrilled. "How did you counterattack in that blinding light? And you defeated both of them at the same time." I quickly made up an excuse. "I managed to grab their goggles. Yui eagerly took photos of me." "You're amazing." But Situ Lu frowned. I always gave him the impression of hiding my true strength. Jiaotang walked up to us. He announced our team as the winner. "You've performed excellently in every battle." I felt a little embarrassed. After all, I'm the strongest warrior. There's no way I'd lose to these two kids. Tomorrow, we'll head to Beijing Town for a week of training. After the match, we all went home. Joel looked at my back and sighed. Even if they went all out, they might not have beaten me. Jiaotang nodded. "He doesn't belong here. He'll keep moving forward." Dada knew. Jiaotang would take us through the underground tunnel. He warned Jiaotang to be careful. The underground tunnel is safer than the surface, but occasionally, Wuji demons can break in. Jiaotang reassured Dada. "We'll kill any Wuji demons that show up." Meanwhile, in the underground tunnel, a warrior was fleeing in panic. A demon chased after him. It tore the warrior to shreds. A second-level demon had appeared in the tunnel. It had already slaughtered 58 human warriors. Humans are still too weak. The man defeated 2 top-tier squads, earning the chance to train in a B-level town. He thought it would be a rewarding journey, but he didn't expect to encounter a second-level demon in the tunnel. It had already killed 21 human warriors. At that moment, my teammates and I entered the tunnel. Yui excitedly recorded everything with his camera. "I never knew this existed underground. It must be from an old structure." Jiaotang nodded. He explained, "This underground tunnel is older than me. After the Dawn War, countless great warriors fell. The number of elite warriors plummeted. We couldn't expand territory or carry out missions on a large scale. The energy crystals humans rely on began to dwindle rapidly. Without enough energy crystals to provide massive energy support, this once vast underground network was gradually abandoned. This tunnel was built when the great Wangong was still alive." I chuckled. "As it should be." Jiaotang glared at me. "You just share the same name as Wang. It's not your achievement." I scratched my head and apologized. Situ Lu laughed at our banter. Jiaotang coughed. "Being with them is too relaxing. Stay alert and keep moving." I looked up at the tunnel. This massive project was a plan I proposed years ago, but Jiaotang was wrong about one thing. This isn't just a tunnel. It's a massive underground city network. Back then, it connected all major and minor cities, and was the safest and most prosperous trade route. But I never expected this once great miracle of engineering would be abandoned after my death. Lan Haoqi asked Jiaotang, "Are the energy crystals you mentioned similar to the demon cores in our chests?" Jiaotang nodded. "You could say that. They're the collective form of demon cores. A single demon core provides energy for us warriors. After multiple refinements, we successfully synthesized large energy cores, or energy crystals. Energy crystals power our cities, much like electricity did in the past. Advanced towns organize hunts to collect demon cores and refine them into energy crystals, which are then distributed to lower levels. This time, we're taking you to a B-level town, not only to broaden our horizons, but also to collect our share of energy crystals." The association is also curious. What would happen if the town's energy core runs out, and there's no replacement? Jiaotang said it would completely collapse. Without energy, production and daily life would halt. The town's most important defenses and weapons would become useless. Finally, without protection, people would be forced to abandon their homes and become displaced. It would be a huge disaster. Everyone stopped joking around after hearing this. Jiaotang told us not to worry. The current energy crystals can still provide energy for 3 months. This trip is to collect them as a precaution. We made a face. Captain Jiaotang's words were quite scary. Jiaotang told us to be prepared. After all, the town has many elite warriors. I heard one of them has a synchronization rate of an astonishing 69%. The teammates were shocked. That's too strong. I felt very dissatisfied. Standing behind them was the strongest core warrior, with a stable synchronization rate of 96%. From the 7 banners, Yui saw a red button nearby. Just as he reached out to press it, I stopped him. "You can't just press that." Jiaotang explained it was an emergency shutdown button, used in the most critical situations, to isolate channels from each other. and protect other channels and cities. I was still thinking about its most important function when I suddenly felt a strong killing intent coming from ahead. And something was approaching. I immediately activated the core on my chest. Jiyaoteng also sensed the killing intent. Could I have detected it earlier? It's impossible to be more sensitive than my nose. But now is not the time to think about that. Jiyaoteng ordered everyone to prepare. Blood started appearing on the floor. A figure slowly appeared before us. Jiyaoteng recognized him as a warrior from Peida City. The man glanced at us and collapsed. With his last breath, he told us, "Demons attacked Peida City. Peida City has sounded the evacuation alarm." Hearing this, Jiyaoteng's expression turned ghostly pale. The city only sounds the evacuation alarm when all its warriors are dead. My expression also turned serious. How many people died? The next second, an attack came. The warrior on the ground was instantly pierced. The speed was too fast for us to react. The warrior, held by the demon, urged us to flee. Then he died before our eyes. The demon laughed maniacally. "I can't leave any survivors," it said. The man and his team were just out on a mission, but encountered 27 demons in the safest channel. This demon had already killed 108 human warriors. Seeing us, it decided to kill us all. No matter how strong it was no match for me, because a true demon sleeps within me. With one move, I easily took its life. The demon was thrilled to see so many humans. It wanted to kill us all. The demon swung its weapon and chose its first target. It grinned wickedly and said, "You're first." Then it launched its attack. Lon couldn't dodge such a fast attack. Luckily, Captain Jiyaoteng intervened, using all his strength to block the demon's strike. We were all affected by the powerful attack. The demon scratched its head, impressed by Jiyaoteng's strength. Jiyaoteng gasped for breath. The demon was stronger than expected. He couldn't withstand another attack. Now wasn't the time to show off. Protecting the team was the priority. Jiyaoteng grabbed my hand and gathered all the teammates. He said, "We must retreat immediately." The demon laughed again, mocking our fear, but I knew we couldn't afford to lose focus. The demon's power was overwhelming, but I had to protect everyone. With a deep breath, I prepared to fight. The demon charged, and the battle began, leading us to escape quickly. The second demon quickly followed. Jiyaoteng had only one thought, to pass through the door ahead and press the button. The demon was fast, and had already caught up to us. I pushed Jiyaoteng and the others into the passage ahead. Jiyaoteng was shocked. What was I planning to do? The second demon slowly approached me. "You're just delaying the inevitable," it said. It declared that we would all die. I dodged the second demon's attack, then walked to the isolation button and pressed it. Situ Lu desperately tried to reach me, but the door had already started closing. I calmly glanced back at them, ignoring their pleas for me to return. As the door slowly closed, all sound was cut off. Situ Lu kept pounding on the door. Jiyaoteng remembered what I said when I pushed him. I told him to protect the three teammates, so he urged everyone to calm down. I had created a chance for them to survive. He couldn't waste it. They had to leave immediately. Lan Hiyuhui was reluctant. "That's a second-tier demon. We can't just leave him." Situ Lu agreed. He wanted to break the stone door to help me, but the door was made of special material, capable of withstanding attacks from third-tier demons, so there was nothing they could do. They began to think of a plan. "Let's go back and inform the captains," someone suggested. Jiyaoteng shook his head. Even Dada and Shower couldn't guarantee success. Jiyaoteng suddenly thought of something. "There's another path here," he said, leading to the nearby town of Brian. They immediately took action to seek help from Brian. If they chose this path, they had to believe I wouldn't die. By now, I was cornered by the second-tier demon. It bit my hand, but got stuck on my weapon. I kicked the demon away and unleashed the demonic power within me. Finally, I no longer had to hide my strength. The demon was shocked. "Are you human or demon?" it asked. I grinned. If it had tried harder earlier, I might have transformed in front of everyone. But now, I only wanted the second-tier demon's fire attribute. The demon sensed the aura from me, but it was even stronger than a first tier's. However, seeing my wood attribute, the demon regained confidence. Its fire attribute perfectly countered mine. It summoned flames to burn my vines. I stood still, watching. The demon was ecstatic. It wanted to devour me and absorb my power. It then spat a fireball at me. I teleported away, dodging the attack, then closed in on the demon, preparing for close combat. The demon was confident. "A wood attribute like you will burn if you get close," it said. I quickly switched to the water attribute and punched the demon. "Who said I only have the wood attribute?" Now, I countered it. The demon was stunned. "How can a human?" Before it could finish, I ripped its head off. I'll take its fire attribute, I said. As the strongest human warrior, a demon's power lay dormant within me. The powerful force of the Bach demon was sealed inside me, trying to slowly corrupt my mind. But instead, I used its power. By killing demons, I could absorb their strength and evolve into an even stronger warrior. After killing the second-tier fire demon, I obtained its fire core. But it also attracted countless other demons. I looked at the fire core in my hand, wondering what power it would grant me. I crushed the core. The narrow underground passage erupted with a blinding light, illuminating the entire passage. I spoke softly to the core. Demon fire, become my power. The fire attribute's power flowed into the core on my chest. I spread my arms, absorbing the power effortlessly. The fire attribute's energy quickly spread through my body. I felt an incredible sense of ease and exhilaration. Then I suddenly jumped up, attempting to control this power. I could now feel the blazing flames within me. Restless and eager, I evolved into a second-tier demon form, looking at the endless demons before me. These things seemed infinite. I think fire is useless. I raised my hand and summoned flames, and unleashed them toward the demons. The demons let out agonizing screams, perishing in my blazing inferno. These beasts, let their screams be a tribute to the warriors who died in the tunnel. I slowly walked forward, leaving the underground passage and entering City. City was now in ruins. Countless bodies lay on the ground. A once thriving town was completely destroyed. I walked past the bodies of the warriors. This was a high-level demon wave. Many warriors were killed in a single strike. It was the work of a wood attribute demon. The large craters on the ground indicated a wide-range attack. Such power likely came from a third-tier demon slaughtering civilians. The more I saw, the more my heart ached. These demons are despicable, Captain Reup said. There were 2 third-tier core warriors in the city. I looked up and saw their bodies pierced and suspended in midair by the wood attribute demon's skill. I frowned deeply, filled with hatred for the demons and sorrow for my comrades. I used a skill to lower the 2 warriors. You were remarkable warriors, I said, then gently closed their eyes. Rest in peace. At least they could rest now. This was a brutal war. Then a boy's voice came from behind. You damned demon. What are you doing? I didn't expect there to be survivors. The boy held a knife, trembling, but he forced himself to speak. If I tried to desecrate the bodies, he wouldn't stand by. I didn't know what to do. Boy would never believe me. Suddenly, a demon appeared and struck the boy. I quickly killed the demon, then caught the boy. There were still countless demons hiding in the city. I told the boy to stay quiet and used my wood attribute to heal him. The boy struggled to ask me, are you a demon or a human? Then he died in my arms. Am I a demon or a human now? Looking at the endless demons approaching, I suddenly had an answer. Whether I'm human or demon, one thing will never change. I will kill all demons. As the strongest human warrior, I was possessed by the Bach demon, turning me into a monster, neither human nor demon. Fortunately, I can convert demonic power for my own use, sealing the Bach demon within me. No matter if I become human or demon, I have only one goal: kill all demons. Now, more demons in the city rushed toward me. Using my fire attribute, I easily dealt with them. I realized that accumulating flames on my back not only created restraints, but could also scatter them like shrapnel for explosions. Too bad I couldn't fly. Then I had an idea. What if I injected flames into a demon? I lifted a demon high, injected flames into it, and hurled it into a crowd of demons. The demon exploded instantly, killing the surrounding demons. I didn't expect it to work as a demon bomb. It seems these elemental energies can be used in many ways, with a little creativity. The demons below trembled in fear. At the sight of me, I wouldn't give them a chance to escape. I landed on the ground with a crash and wiped out the demons in 0.1 seconds. My teammates had been excited to visit City. Reup was supposed to collect energy crystals. Our town's energy core could last for 3 more months, but now the path was blocked. If we didn't bring back the energy crystals, the city would face a crisis. I decided to find the crystal storage area. Activating my wood attribute energy, vines spread out to search the entire town, locating the crystals. I quickly rushed to the location. There was a faint energy pulse underground. It must have been well protected. I jumped into the basement. What I saw was likely a B-grade town's energy distribution system. It was truly impressive. A broadcast was still playing. All warriors must defend the energy crystals at all costs. I walked to the crystal storage area. What I saw shocked me. The crystals were completely destroyed. All the warriors lay dead. The demons had destroyed the crystals. These warriors fought to the death to protect them. This was a targeted attack. The demon's goal was to destroy the crystals. Demons have become smarter than before. It seems there are no intact energy crystals left here. I need to search the nearby bases. If Ji Yaoting and the others also encounter trouble, the town will face a crisis. We must find a new town within 3 months and bring back energy crystals. I drove a vehicle from the armory. Now I must set out to find a new town. Areas outside towns remain unexplored. The fog grows thicker at night. These ruined buildings were once vibrant places. Now they might be demon nests. I checked the map. The next town was marked. I was heading in the right direction. Suddenly, a pile of wood blocked my path. I slammed the brakes and turned the wheel, avoiding the falling logs. I got out to inspect the area, wondering what caused it. The logs had ropes attached. Could there be humans here? Then a woman appeared. Pointing a gun at me, she said, "Don't move. Which faction are you from?" Factions are human warriors who survive outside towns. I frowned in frustration. This is bad luck. It's definitely a faction. I was just driving through the desert when a ton of logs suddenly fell. I barely managed to jump out in time, thinking I'd escaped death, only to find a gun pointed at my head. The woman demanded to know my faction. I had a headache, running into a faction member here. I told her I wasn't part of any faction, just a passing warrior. She didn't believe me. Town warriors don't come here alone. She thought I was a scout from the Silver Wolf faction. This was the first time I'd heard, but it was hard to explain to her. She pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet landed near my feet. "You beasts are worse than demons. Do you think your faction members are still alive?" I didn't understand her words, but guessed the two factions were enemies. I couldn't prove I was a warrior, but how can we talk with a gun pointed at me? She lowered the gun slightly, then was suddenly attacked. Others had arrived. They were from the Silver Wolf faction. The woman was hit by a paralyzing shot and collapsed, unable to move. The Silver Wolf captain approached. He grabbed the woman's head, forcing her to look up. When her face was lifted, a beautiful face filled with hatred was revealed. The captain laughed. "Top quality. Let's have some fun before taking her to the boss." Hearing this, I couldn't hold back anymore. I kicked both of them. I didn't want to get involved in their faction's conflict, but the Silver Wolf faction was truly despicable. I was in a bad mood today. "Leave before I make you regret it." The captain was startled by my demeanor, thinking I was a demon. I crushed the gun pointed at me. Being pointed at twice was annoying. The captain trembled in fear, begging for mercy, but I kicked him hard, leaving him incapacitated. Seeing my core, the captain wondered if I was human or demon. I crushed the gun in my hand. "That doesn't matter to you," I said, then killed him with a single move. After dealing with the captain, I began healing the woman's wounds. I happened to have healing abilities. I assured her not to worry. Seeing her arm healed, the woman apologized. She had misunderstood me earlier. "Are you a 5-core warrior?" she asked. I could clearly feel the power of a second-tier demon, though my strength far exceeded a second-tier warrior. I told her I was a 2-core warrior, with unique abilities. The woman apologized again. I told her it was fine, but asked if she knew the way to the nearest city. Hearing I was heading to a city, she begged me to take her along. The nearest town was Sinway, a small C-grade town, but it had been taken over by the Silver Wolf faction. The woman had tried to rescue her teammates, but failed every time. The Silver Wolf captain had become a 3-core warrior, while the woman was only a 2-core warrior. She was the only one who managed to escape. She asked for my help, promising to assist me with her life. I remembered faction, but under my management, they weren't this rampant. Now they dared to occupy towns. What were the current leaders doing? The woman continued, explaining, the Silver Wolf faction's goal was to seize energy crystals and resources. Hearing this, I was furious. I told her to lead the way. Both issues were enough to anger me. If I encountered demons before returning home, I would slaughter them all. But this time, I faced a 3rd-tier demon with a rare purple core, capable of controlling dead bodies. This complicated things. I took the girl towards Sinway town. We hid the vehicle before approaching. I had no memory of this town from my past life. It wasn't even on the map. Now it was occupied by the Silver Wolf faction. I planned to scout the town on foot, but the girl suddenly shouted, "There's a demon behind you." I stood still, unmoving, using my wood attribute to bind the demon, then pinned it firmly to the ground. These beasts couldn't interfere with our infiltration. Killing them now would attract more. I told the girl to follow me. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. "You're amazing," she said. "There's hope for the town and my friends." We approached the town gates, but found no guards stationed there. Even the gates were wide open. People were running out. I was shocked. A man carrying his child screamed for help, running as fast as he could, but was caught by pursuers. The girl raised her sniper rifle. "Those Silver Wolf scum." I stopped her, Firing will expose us, I said. Let me handle this. As we reached the town gates, we realized there were demons inside. This meant we couldn't plan ahead. We had to act immediately, prepared or not. We had to charge in and save as many as we could. I quickly flew into the town. The girl hurried to keep up. 2 Silver Wolf members lay dead at the gate. The girl was puzzled. What happened to them? Their skin looked decayed, as if they had been dead for days. I went on a rampage in the town. These people were all corpses, controlled by a demon with special abilities, so I didn't hold back. I killed without hesitation. Each corpse had a black thread, likely the means of control. Demons with special abilities usually acted alone, it seemed. I had to track the demon through the corpses. I told the girl to search for survivors, then went to rescue others. By the time I arrived, it was too late. The man and his son had already died. Damn it, I was too late. The demon spoke calmly when it saw me. Everything in this town belongs to me. It had been playing a cat-and-mouse game, but they tried to escape. Such a breach of rules. The demon slowly turned its head. Let's see who our visitor is. It was a 3rd-tier demon, with 3 energy crystals behind it. The Silver Wolf faction had likely lured the demon here to seize the energy crystals. Why do demons need energy crystals? The demon saw my unfamiliar face. Are you human or demon? It asked. I frowned deeply. This demon had a rare, purple core with unique illusion abilities. The Silver Wolf captain must have been killed, even after reaching the 3rd tier. He was no match for the demon. Hearing the name, the demon summoned the captain's corpse. The captain attacked me as soon as he appeared. I barely dodged in time. The demon summoned all the warriors' corpses. Let the battle begin. I looked at the sea of corpses. The numbers were overwhelming. The 3rd-tier demon grew excited. Welcome to my party. The woman effortlessly crushed a powerful 4th-tier demon. As the demon of death, her abilities were overpowered. Her only hobby was slaughtering humans. Yet she saved me in a critical moment. The 3rd-tier demon activated its skill, summoning all the dead warriors' corpses. The sheer number was overwhelming. I was in my 2nd-tier form. If it were an ordinary 3rd-tier demon, I might have struggled more. But this was an illusion demon, not skilled in direct combat, but adept at using illusions to control. I activated my fire ability, burning the warriors' corpses. The demon realized I wasn't an ordinary human. It tried to command the corpses to rise again. I told it, it's useless. I incinerated the corpses with flames. The demon trembled with rage. These were my precious collection. Though it felt disrespectful, compared to being controlled by a demon, this was the best way to free them. Without corpses to control, the demon's combat ability plummeted. I charged forward without hesitation, striking at the demon's core. However, the demon used the child's body as a shield. I hesitated for 0.1 seconds, giving the demon an opening. It struck my abdomen, sending me flying. Luckily, my water attribute saved me from fatal damage. The demon laughed maniacally. I'm not just about control, it said. I also wield sharp metal elements. I frowned, clutching my deep wound. I needed to treat it quickly, using my wood attribute to heal. I prepared to continue the fight. The demon said it was taking a risk, using something it had worked hard to obtain. It ordered the boy's father to bring it. The demon swallowed a green potion. I didn't know what it was, but my instinct screamed danger. I charged forward despite my abdominal pain, trying to interrupt the demon, but it had already swallowed the potion. A powerful force blasted me away. I didn't understand where this energy came from. Upon closer inspection, it was forcibly absorbing energy from the crystals, but this energy was a highly concentrated, volatile form. Absorbing it directly would cause an explosion. This was proven in my past life. Yet the demon's energy, though volatile, stabilized at a certain point. Was it because of the potion? It couldn't have been made by a demon. The 3rd-tier demon evolved using the crystal's energy, directly advancing to a 4th-tier demon. This was trouble. The demon felt its new power, attacked me with a smile. It now possessed 4th-tier abilities. I dodged its attacks, but was no match for it. I was struck hard and fell. My abdominal wound hadn't healed, and now I had new injuries. The demon approached me. Each tier is an insurmountable gap, it said. You're finished. But I like you, it added, so I'll make you mine. Of course, as a corpse. As the demon's attack neared, I could only watch, powerless to resist, but it stopped just 0.1 millimeters away. The space above me began to distort. A portal-like rift appeared. A hand grabbed the 4th-tier demon's head. A woman emerged from the portal. She whispered, "Compress." The demon was instantly folded into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. The woman approached me. She was the 4th-tier demon of death. She looked at me with a sly smile. Humans are truly useless, she said. The seductive demon grabbed me, trying to force me to evolve into a fourth-tier demon, but my body couldn't handle the power. I was on the verge of death. When the strongest demon within me awoke, it was all part of the demon's plan, to use my body as a vessel. The Bach demon appeared before me, mocking me with a sneer. Humans are truly useless, it said. The Bach demon approached me. Its aura was overwhelming, similar to the red demon within me. It was the 8th-tier demon from my past life. The pressure was immense. It appeared when I died in my previous life. The 8th-tier demon said, if left unchecked, the Red King won't awaken, and you can't even defeat a 4th-tier demon. Humans are truly inferior. The 8th-tier demon continued to berate me, even as the strongest human. You're too slow. It lifted me up and shoved a core into my body. Evolve to the 4th tier, it commanded. The core was forced into me. I was thrown back, shocked. It had inserted a 4th-tier core, skipping the 3rd tier entirely. My body erupted in pain. I screamed as my chest felt like it would explode. The energy was too much. The 8th-tier demon watched coldly. Are you really this weak? It asked. My body began to glow with fire, as if it would burst at any moment. I begged the demon to do something. It used spatial lock to stabilize the energy. Hold on, you useless human, it said, as I struggled to survive. I finally cursed the demon's family. My body was on the verge of exploding. The 8th-tier demon's spatial lock contained the energy, barely keeping me alive. Don't die on me now, it muttered, as I endured the excruciating pain. I finally snapped and cursed. Damn you and your entire family. Meanwhile, the Red King awoke. Who dares disturb my slumber? The 8th-tier demon was both shocked and relieved. The Red King appeared before it in its true form. Have you forgotten what you said before? Black King. The Red King shattered the Black King's spatial lock and stepped out. The Red King looked down at it with disdain. You shouldn't interfere with this human's evolution. The Black King rushed into the Red King's arms. You've finally appeared. The Red King patted its head and held it tightly. It's been a long time. They embraced like a pair of lovers. The Black King explained it had been watching me. Given my strength, I couldn't handle a newly advanced 4th-tier demon. If I died, the Red King would disappear. The Red King reassured it, saying this body needed trials. Human bodies are fragile, but full of potential. I had only evolved to the 2nd tier, so absorbing 4th-tier energy directly was impossible, but the overflowing energy temporarily awakened the Red King. The Red King told the Black King to stop interfering with my evolution. I needed to progress step by step to become the perfect vessel. The Black King nodded, mentioning something important. During the Red King's feigned death, the other 4 kings had been restless, but none dared to act. They balanced each other out. The Red King sneered. They feared my power and allied against me. Now, even in my absence, they distrust each other. Perhaps they've forgotten their original mission. The Black King had been fine recently. Even if the other kings suspected it, they lacked the energy to investigate, so the Black King wasn't worried. It placed a hand on the Red King's chest. I only want the strongest Red King to return. The Red King smiled. It's only a matter of time. I've forced this body to the 4th tier, but I need time to adapt and stabilize the energy. The Red King told the Black King to avoid contact with me, to prevent unnecessary attention. The Black King blushed slightly. I just missed you and wanted to see you. At that moment, a girl from the faction, Xiaoya, approached. Why is there an 8th-tier demon here? The Black King was surprised. It had forgotten to clear the area. The Red King glanced at Xiaoya, and she collapsed. When I regained consciousness, Xiaoya lay bloodied before me. So I'm a demon after all. I stared at my hands in disbelief. Did I do this? I screamed as my body erupted with power, evolving into a 4th-tier form. My strength had grown immensely, but I felt no joy. I couldn't control the demonic power, and had killed a young girl. By the time I realized it was too late, Xiaoya lay dead before me, remembering her dreams. I couldn't forgive myself. Her greatest wish was to visit Dawn City and become a florist's apprentice. In this cruel world, we need more I set Peta City ablaze. This sin is mine alone. May the flames spare them from further torment. I had no desire to test my new power. Too many questions needed answers. The terrifying 8th-tier female demon. What was her connection to the king within me? She forced my body to the 4th tier. And the suspicious device the demon used. It wasn't something a demon could create. Who provided it? Such advanced machinery. I needed to figure it all out. But first, I had to come to terms with what I had become and the consequences of my actions. The path ahead was unclear, but I couldn't let despair consume me. For Xiaoya's sake, and for the future of this broken world, I had to find answers. Only the highest level towns can produce such devices. Could it have come from Dawn City? In any case, I needed to find a large town quickly, at least to let Captain Jiaoteng know I was safe. I wondered how my teammates were doing. I hoped they escaped the tunnel safely. Meanwhile, Jiaoteng and the others had reached the A-grade town of Brian, but the commander, Kurt, refused to send troops. Pada City had faced a high-level demon wave. He couldn't risk sending warriors recklessly. Jiaoteng tried to persuade him, emphasizing my unique abilities, but Kurt dismissed it. Talented young warriors are common here. None of them could survive such a demon wave. Though he couldn't send direct support, he would send scouts to investigate. Jiaoteng thanked him. Kurt then left the office, wondering if the demon wave would affect the upcoming demon hunt tournament. The tournament required at least a B-grade city to participate. Hellos was only a C-grade town and lacked the qualifications. Kurt invited them to stay and watch. Jiaoteng's teammates' futures might be shaped by this experience. Kurt left, and Yui asked, "What's the demon hunt tournament?" Jiaoteng explained it was a prestigious event, held only in Dawn City. Warriors hunted demons of varying levels to prove their strength. Winners received unique rewards. It was a regular event and the dream of every warrior. Jiaoteng believed they'd participate someday, but Lan was worried about me, wondering if I was safe. The team felt guilty. I had sacrificed myself to save them. Jiaoteng said they could only wait for the scouts to bring news. In the meantime, they'd stay in Brian to learn from its skilled warriors. Meanwhile, I arrived at the A-grade town of Picadia. Commander Baris received me. Upon learning of Pada City's fall, he verified the information and sent a message to Hellos, but he couldn't grant my other request. He couldn't provide energy crystals. They were allocated by higher-tier towns. With Pada City gone, they'd need to report to Dawn City for a redistribution. The energy crystal system was complicated. I'd have to go to Dawn City, but I wasn't sure if my status allowed it. I asked Baris if I could represent Hellos. He said no, unless I was a captain or had authorization. Applying for authorization would take time. Baris offered another option. If a higher-tier town, he could provide a guarantee. But there was a condition. I'd have to join his team as a scout for the demon hunt tournament. Scouts were responsible for gathering intel on demon levels. It was a dangerous role, with high casualty rates. Most warriors avoided it. Baris's team clearly lacked volunteers. I accepted the offer. After all, the demon hunt tournament was a grand event I had created in my past life. Baris agreed to vouch for me, but warned me of the risks. Scouts faced high danger. But I was confident in my abilities. I'd use this opportunity to gather information and grow stronger. Baris finalized the agreement, but reminded me they wouldn't guarantee my safety. Scouts were expendable. But I was determined. The demon hunt tournament was my chance to reclaim my past glory and uncover the mysteries of this world. I accepted the role, ready to face the challenges ahead. After all, this tournament was my creation, and I would prove my worth once more. How overpowered is this man? In a world where demons are the enemy, I can switch between human and demon forms and absorb the core of a fourth-tier demon, evolving to the fourth tier, gaining the ability to control demon corpses. Now, Baris took me to the equipment warehouse. He had no choice but to recruit me as a scout. No important team members wanted the role due to its high mortality rate. Baris warned me up front. He couldn't guarantee my safety, but would provide the best equipment. He told me to pick any internal energy gear. I nodded and began browsing. Baris couldn't gauge my strength, guessing I was at most second tier, but I seemed confident. A warrior from a C-grade town, with hidden potential? I chose a great sword-shaped internal energy weapon. My previous dagger lacked power. Baris warned me. This weapon required at least third-tier strength. I might hurt myself. But as he spoke, golden light emanated from me. The weapon transformed into a great sword, and I wielded it effortlessly. I had activated it so easily. Perhaps I had a unique affinity for internal energy. Some warriors could use high-tier gear, despite their low rank. Baris was impressed. I asked to test the weapon. In the combat training area, Baris hesitated, warning of first-tier demons, but I assured him I could handle it. He admired my confidence, a rare quality in warriors. I left Baris at the city gates, not only to test the weapon, but also to explore my fourth-tier abilities. I reached the training zone, where the mist had been cleared. Demons immediately targeted me, but they were no match. I swung the great sword, effortlessly killing them. The great sword felt perfect. More demons appeared. I welcomed the challenge. I needed to vent my frustrations. I swung the sword relentlessly, honing my muscle memory. The slaughter continued. until the last demon fell. My body had grown stronger, but it still wasn't enough. I needed more training. Suddenly, 2 first-tier demons appeared. They eyed me hungrily. Human food. One exclaimed. I smiled, ready to fight. The great sword felt natural in my hands. I blocked their attacks effortlessly. The demons were no threat. I swung the sword, killing one instantly. The other hesitated, but I didn't give it a chance. The great sword cleaved through it. I stood victorious. My body felt alive. The training had paid off. But I wasn't done yet. More demons awaited. I swung the sword with precision, each strike honing my skills. I didn't use elemental powers, relying solely on the sword. My body adapted quickly, but I needed more. The slaughter continued, until the last demon fell. My body felt stronger, but still not at its peak. I needed more training. Suddenly, a noise behind me. I turned, great sword ready. 2 first-tier demons approached. They grinned, calling me human food. I smiled, ready to fight. The great sword felt perfect. I blocked their attacks effortlessly and swung with deadly precision. The demons stood no chance. Finally, they're here. The demons aren't afraid of me. They find it very strange. I smiled and waved at them. Only then did the demons notice the pile of dead demons behind me. Then they decided to test me. The fire demon attacked first. The next second, I slammed it into the wall. Using metal elements against it was effective. Next, I'll try the power of wood. The wood demon immediately grew nervous. I'm not human. I ate the 4-chi demon that could control warrior corpses, so I should have the same ability. I raised my hand, trying to control the fire demon's corpse. It slowly stood up under my control. The wood demon was terrified. It couldn't believe what it was seeing. How could a human control a demon's corpse? A man went alone to hunt demons. The city lord thought I died at the hands of demons, but little did I have the ability to control dead demons and command a demon army. However, the city lord suspected I wasn't human. As night fell, it was time to close the city gates. Baris then realized I hadn't returned. He immediately demanded a report on recent demon activity levels. Lately, not only have first-stage demons appeared frequently, but second, third, and even fourth-stage demons have been reported. Baris, had I become food for the demons? He had just submitted the competition list. Don't cause him more trouble. Then he quickly left the city, intending to bring me back. Baris moved through the battlefield. He had been too careless. I was just an ordinary warrior from a sea-level city. He shouldn't have let me go alone to the battlefield. Although it's mostly first-stage demons here, higher-stage demons have appeared before. If I died during training, Baris, a 5th-stage warrior, would lose face and bring shame to Hello City. So it's best I stay alive. The further he went, the stronger the demonic aura and a heavy sense of death. Baris felt something was wrong. There seemed to be many demons, a large number of first-stage demons. Not only that, but third-stage demons were also present. This isn't like demon behavior. Why are second and third-stage demons gathering? The wood demon was shocked to see Baris. It was stunned. A 5th-stage warrior had appeared. Baris killed it in one move. Something felt off. It was different from usual. The demons slowly approached Baris. Baris remained calm. Since when do demons patrol? He had to finish them before the gates closed. Baris drew his weapon, ready to end this quickly. The demons were like zombies, full of death, slowly advancing. Baris didn't care. If they were demons, they would all die. Baris wielded his weapon, slaughtering the demons before him. Just as he finished one group, another wave approached. How many were there? Just then, I landed behind Baris. Baris instinctively swung his weapon. I quickly grabbed Baris's weapon. It's me. It's me. Look carefully. Seeing I was unharmed, Baris was surprised, but I had blocked his attack. That strike was instinctive. Its power and speed were not weak. I'm from sea-level Hello City. Even a 4th-stage warrior would struggle to block it, yet I blocked it easily. I shook my wrist. The weapon's core power is impressive. My hand is still numb. Baris sighed in relief. Glad I was safe. Now, we had to deal with the demons. The demons were still approaching. Baris told me to stay behind him. I reassured Baris. They're already dead. Then I stepped forward and snapped my fingers. Instantly, all the demons collapsed. Baris was in disbelief at what he saw. I said it was done. Now we could return to the city. Baris slapped my core, asking what I had done. These demons were under my control, but I'm supposed to be a strength type. I pushed Baris's hand away, saying we're just partners. I don't owe him an explanation, but I could tell him I can slightly control dead demons. In this apocalyptic world, it's normal for a warrior to have secrets. Baris didn't press further. Controlling demons is an extremely rare ability. In that case, we'll head to Dawn City tomorrow. I nodded, feeling very happy. This would solve Hello City's crystal problem. We'll set off tomorrow. Baris thought I would surely perform well at the demon hunting tournament. Eager to return to the city, he didn't know what was happening in the battlefield nearby. According to later reports, the battlefield was completely destroyed by an unknown force. A man fought demons to save humanity and died, but humanity didn't acknowledge his sacrifice. They even blamed him for humanity's suffering and planned to tear down his statue, crowning someone. Now, I arrived at the highest level S-tier city. Looking at the scenery and terrain along the way, I was ahead. I didn't expect it to really be Dawn City. It was indeed the city I once managed. It seems after my death in my previous life, this city was renamed Dawn City. It looks much more impressive now. I thought it would be a long time before I returned here. In my previous life, I led the strongest team, known as the 6 Heroes. It seems I might get to see them again. I wonder how they're doing. If I told them about my current situation, would they believe me? Baris thought it was my first time here, and that I was amazed. This is the center of humanity's strongest power. Not everyone is lucky enough to visit Dawn City in their lifetime. I asked Baris about the 6 Heroes after the Dawn War. How are they now? Baris found my question strange. He asked, "Are you asking about the new 6 Heroes, or the old ones?" I didn't understand what he meant. Aren't the 6 Heroes just those 6 people? The strongest warriors led by How, the most powerful team of 6. Baris immediately covered my mouth. He asked if I was stupid or pretending. Everyone knows. The new 6 Heroes don't like hearing about the old ones. Baris told me not to mention such things. As for the king, the dynasty has changed. The strongest warrior now is the new king, and the former strongest warrior, Ong, is now the old king. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. So, what happened to the 6 Heroes? Baris grabbed my collar, asking if I was deaf. Then he let go of me. He didn't want to pry. But at least in Dawn City, don't mention the old king, or the old 6 Heroes. Maybe in sea-level Hello City, they're still revered. But not everywhere acknowledges them, especially the old king's sacrifice. No one in Dawn City acknowledges it. I followed Baris into the city. Not everyone acknowledges me. What happened after my death? I led the 6 Heroes and all warriors, fighting desperately against the demons. I ventured into the ancient king's tomb to uncover the secrets of the demons, the source of the demons. No one knows what lies within the ancient king's tomb. From what I can see, only I, back then, discovered the existence of 8th stage demons. Was everything I did meaningless? Didn't I die as a hero? After entering the city, I noticed the city center had been upgraded significantly. This massive city, Dawn City, has various buildings, forests, and lakes. It can almost be considered an independent world. The city is divided into 7 major areas, 6 areas managed by the new 6 Heroes, and the central area where the new king resides. Although many buildings have changed, the layout remains almost the same. Even the air feels familiar. I remember there used to be a statue of me in that spot. I walked over to take a look. Unexpectedly, it's still there. Baris explained. This statue has been here for decades. The old king was quite popular back then, but I heard it will soon be torn down. A larger statue of the new king will be erected in its place. Baris suddenly clutched his head. Right under the statue, I muttered. One of the old 6 Heroes, Lena, once the strongest healing-type warrior. Seeing her brought back memories. I couldn't help but call out her name. Lena turned around upon hearing her name. Just then, a few men pushed Lena, saying how many times they've told her not to reminisce here, especially since she's part of the old 6 Heroes. Lena is known for her fiery temper. I was about to enjoy the show, but then I heard Lena apologize to the patrol warriors. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The warriors continued to mock her. They didn't care about Lena's past status. As one of the old 6 Heroes, she had lost the right to possess a core. She was no longer a warrior. If not for the new king allowing her to stay in Dawn City, she would have been thrown out long ago. It's all because of that damned old king's arrogance. Otherwise, humanity wouldn't be in such a passive state. The sooner that statue is torn down, the better. Lena finally couldn't take it anymore. She slapped one of the patrol warriors. The warrior immediately became furious. How dare she hit him? Just as he was about to attack Lena, I grabbed his hand. I, the strongest warrior in the world, had been reborn into a weak body. But what no one knew was, a demon slept within my body, providing me with endless power. To prove myself, I joined the demon hunting tournament, but the captain made me a scout, only responsible for gathering demon intelligence. They really underestimated me. Seeing Lena being bullied, I couldn't hold back anymore. I reached out and grabbed the man. The patrol immediately drew their guns. This is Dawn City. What do you think you're doing? If you don't put down your sword, they'll shoot. I glared at them in disgust. Trash like them is no different from the demons outside the city. It's time to teach them a lesson. Baris stepped in to stop us, saying it was all a misunderstanding. He was here to compete as a warrior. Then he told me to put away my sword. I'm representing Picardia as a warrior. Reluctantly, I sheathed my sword. The patrol didn't want to clash with visiting warriors. If the enforcement captain found out, they'd likely face severe punishment. The man told us to return to our inn and stay put. We were lucky this time. After they all left, Lena finally asked me if I knew her. I wanted to tell Lena that their strongest warrior had returned, but speaking carelessly would only cause more trouble. Baris nudged my shoulder, saying my name was also Ong. Lena stared at me in confusion. I sighed helplessly, saying it was just a coincidence. Lena hesitated, but ultimately put on her hood and walked away. This name really is a headache. Baris called out to her, "Aren't you a senior? Can't you even say thank you?" I quickly waved my hand to stop Baris. It's better not to disturb Lena for now. I'll find a chance to explain things to her later. Lena also has a lot she wants to tell me in person. The next day, the demon hunting competition officially begins. I represent Picardia in the parade. After the competition ends, Baris will vouch for me and introduce me to the person in charge of the energy crystals. I assured Baris that I would deliver satisfactory results. Baris warned me to be careful and not die during the competition. I saw Lena in the crowd watching and smiled as I waved at her. Lena immediately pulled her hood down and didn't look at me again. The scene shifts. I arrive at the forest designated for the demon hunting competition. Baris can only take us to the entrance. The rest is up to us. We enter in the order of our teams. The vanguard must gather at the referee's station. The competition officially begins. Decades have passed, and the demon hunting competition has grown to this scale. Back then, it was just a small event. My teammates bow to me, entrusting me with gathering information. They say they'll always remember my sacrifice. I'm a bit annoyed. I'm not dead yet. They know the vanguard role is highly dangerous, and they're acting like they're sending me off to my death. Other teams' vanguards also look hopeless. For them, being a vanguard is a near-death sentence. After changing clothes, we stand before the host. The host says that standing here as vanguards is already an act of immense courage. Our task is to venture deep into the competition area and gather as much information about demons as possible for our teams. We must be careful and prioritize our safety, as we'll face demons of unknown levels. I noticed that most participants are level 2, making this no different from a talent show. Baris knows my strength, but as long as I don't reveal it, no one will suspect. The host then calls for cheers to welcome the arrival of the Supreme Judge, one of the 6 great warriors. He is the strongest human recovery type warrior, Dylan, wielder of the dual green recovery cores. One moment, he's smiling warmly, and the next, his expression darkens as he threatens the host for a misspoken word. Dylan, one of the new 6 heroes, appears. He is a recovery type warrior with dual cores. I stare intently at the dual cores before him. Technology that was only conceptual in my past life has now become reality. Dual cores represent double the power, unleashing unimaginable strength. A warrior's power comes from demon cores, and the higher the synchronization rate, the more potential power is unlocked. However, the body must endure the strain, which is why some warriors with low compatibility or weak physiques have low synchronization rates. In my past life, humans only developed Now, the new 6 heroes wield dual cores and are even stronger. But thinking about the old 6 heroes' fate fills me with frustration. As the warriors bow to Dylan, I remain standing. Dylan delivers some formal remarks and promises to gift each vanguard a level 37 core as a memento after the competition. The vanguards thank Dylan profusely. A red-haired man urges me to bow, but I smile and say, "Sorry, my back hurts. I can't bend." Dylan doesn't respond, but gives me a gentle smile. It sends shivers down my spine. Why is he smiling so creepily at me? The host announces, "You're in for a treat. The great Dylan, one of the new 6 heroes, is here. He's the strongest recovery type warrior, wielder of the dual green recovery cores." I can't help but feel uneasy. His smile is too unsettling. Why is he acting so strangely? The host continues, "Let's give a warm welcome to Dylan." The crowd erupts in cheers as Dylan steps forward. "We'll bring you a performance of hunting the 4 horsemen demons." The audience cheered. We stepped aside, leaving the stage to Dylan, now showcasing the strength and prestige of the new 6 heroes. Capturing and safely imprisoning the 4 horsemen demons is no simple task. It seems Dawn City's strength is formidable. Dylan approached the host, whispered in his ear, with a sinister tone, he would replace him later. He would be the sole 6 hero, mentioning the new 6 heroes. The word new was grating. If the host weren't a Dawn City warrior, he would have crushed him instantly. The host quickly fled the scene. Dylan resumed his gentle demeanor, declaring he would represent the 6 heroes in a performance of hunting the 4 horsemen demons. He ordered the demon to be brought up, A transport box appeared before everyone. The broadcast provided commentary. To capture this 4-horseman demon, 3 4-horseman warriors were dispatched. This is the fiercest and most powerful red alloy elemental demon. The demon climbed out of the transport box, unaware of human intentions, but placing it in an open area was unwise of the human warriors. The demon charged at the audience, but was blocked by a barrier. Dylan slammed it to the ground. Now see who's unwise. The barrier around the area is sturdy. It was created by the strongest illusionist among the 6 heroes. In the upcoming performance, the demon will meet its end. Humanity's evolution ends with demons. To combat powerful demons, humans transplanted demon hearts, gaining their abilities. A warrior with 1 core is invincible. This warrior possesses 2 cores, making him one of the 6 great warriors. Dylan dominated the 4-horseman demon. It was a thrilling performance. The demon screamed for him to stay back and launched an attack, but Dylan didn't even dodge. The barrier activated automatically. Truly a demon. First strike. No thought, no regard for etiquette. The demon was enraged by Dylan's words, raised its fist to strike. Dylan swiftly raised his hand and broke the demon's arm. You have no right to fight back. The demon stared in disbelief. How could green energy be so aggressive? Green cores usually represent healing. Most medical warriors are green core warriors. The demon roared in anger. Even with 1 arm, it would drag him down, but the demon was no match for Dylan. Dylan bounded, clarifying he was a green core warrior, but also a dual core warrior of the 6 heroes. Since the demon was talkative, he would start with its mouth. Dylan tore the demon apart. Demon blood rained down, marking the start of the demon hunting tournament. The tournament officially began. Dylan approached me. I could feel his immense power. Based on his energy flow, dual cores provide more than double the energy. The new 6 heroes are formidable. I wonder how the so-called Star King compares, but their treatment of Lena displeased me. As Dylan left, warriors bowed in respect. I remained standing. Dylan stopped by me, asked if I had a problem with him. I said he misunderstood. I was just staying alert before the match. Being a vanguard is no easy task. After glancing at me, Dylan found me to be an interesting warrior. He would keep an eye on me, hoping I wouldn't disappoint him. I was speechless. When I was playing with the eldest demon, Dylan's parents were still playing in the mud. The vanguard squad had assembled. Our task was to find the optimal combat route, based on each squad's strength, and hunt demons before the time limit. In this tournament, there were demons randomly distributed in the forest area. Vanguards needed to carefully scout and mark the routes. The surrounding vanguards were nervous. After all, they were still young. Though they had dual cores, they lacked the strength to match. For synchronization, a warrior's momentum is also crucial. They seemed inexperienced. Unlike those with single cores, a warrior's spirit is honed through countless battles in resource-scarce environments. Some warriors were already fearful. This tournament had a special feature, a sealed demon's presence. This demon was imprisoned in a container. If a squad was strong enough, could target it. Successfully hunting it would grant instant victory. I didn't expect this feature to still exist. Once the match started, I charged ahead. This 4-horseman demon was my target. The demon had been imprisoned for 10 years and had grown extremely violent. It could kill a single-core warrior instantly, yet this man fearlessly charged at it. In just 0.1 seconds, he extracted the demon's core. Everyone present was stunned. After the demon hunting tournament began, I had already chosen my target, the strongest 4-horseman demon in the arena. Other vanguards cautiously followed. The main group, it seemed, other squads weren't targeting the 4-horseman demon, even though it guaranteed. These young warriors feared the accompanying risk of death. Dylan watched from the stands, requesting my profile from his assistant. The assistant complied immediately, displaying my surveillance footage. I was registered as a warrior from Picardia City, with a triple-core warrior rank, Vanguard. This position allowed triple-core warriors, but few were willing, being a level above other participants. Is that why I seemed so arrogant? Dylan asked the assistant for my name. The assistant nervously said, Ong. Dylan's expression changed instantly. What did you just say? The assistant quickly explained. They were simply reporting the information on file. Dylan's eyes filled with disgust. What a cursed name. The vanguards had spotted a demon and began marking its coordinates, then hurried to the next location. But I continued, rushing through the forest. How nostalgic. The Picardia squad was skeptical. Could I really be relied on? Baris said nothing. Before leaving, I promised Baris Picardia City would win this tournament. Baris saw confidence in my eyes. It didn't seem like a joke, and my performance in the training grounds had left him highly expectant. The The vanguards scouted the forest, quickly marking suitable routes. Soon, someone spotted a 3-horseman demon. Terrified, they fled. But I walked toward it alone. This path was my only way forward. It was a wood element 3-horseman demon. This direction was my only option. The audience urged me to leave quickly. I stood still, unmoving. The demon had been imprisoned here for long, cursing humans as it attacked me. Demons captured here were far more vicious than those outside. I easily dodged the demon's attack. With so many watching, I had to act fast. I aimed for the demon's core and killed it in just 1 second. The audience was stunned. A vanguard had soloed a demon. I infused my greatsword with metal energy, enhancing its destructive power, easily securing the 3-horseman demon's core. Dylan sensed the metal energy fluctuation. I moved forward, knowing the 4-horseman demon wasn't far ahead. If the design hadn't changed, the highest-ranking spectators would have the best view of the action. The 4-horseman demon was placed near the highest point of the audience seats. Dylan kept a close eye on my movements. It seemed my target was the 4-horseman demon. In this demon-ruled world, humans were no match for demons. Yet this man tore open the seal, aiming to solo the 4-horseman demon. Dylan realized my goal. I rushed to the center of the arena, slaying many demons along the way. Deeper in, the demons grew more aggressive. Something was off. I wanted to investigate, but the demons kept attacking. No wonder few wanted to be vanguards. For low-level warriors, it was suicide. I had already killed 5 demons. The team's score must have risen. I hoped it didn't scare them. I felt the 4-horseman demon was at the highest point. Dylan watched from the top seats. He wondered if this was my decision or the team's. The commentator narrated my actions. My teammates were shocked. Was I planning to solo the 4-horseman demon? Baris was unsure of my intentions. He hoped I wouldn't cause trouble. Soon, I found the 4-horseman demon. Everyone thought I was planning. But I tore open the seal, releasing the 4-horseman demon. The audience was stunned. My cold gaze challenged the demon. Dylan watched with interest, realizing I aimed to solo it. The commentator hyped the moment. The audience cheered. Baris was wide-eyed. A vanguard soloing a 4-horseman demon? My teammates were worried, thinking I was doomed. Baris was nervous too, even with my demon-controlling abilities. A 4-horseman demon was no easy foe. It was a water element demon, confident against a lone human. It declared it would start the hunt. I summoned an earth wall, but it shattered like paper. The demon lunged at me, but another demon emerged, blocking the 4-horseman demon's attack. I wasn't alone after all. Dylan was shocked. It was the 2-horseman demon I'd killed earlier. The audience erupted in cheers. My teammates were in disbelief. Baris was both amazed and anxious. Could I really handle this? The 4-horseman demon roared, but I stood firm, ready to fight. The battle was about to begin. The crowd held its breath as I faced the 4-horseman demon, with my summon demon by my side. The fight was intense, but I remained calm and focused. Dylan watched closely, wondering if I could pull it off. The 4-horseman demon was relentless, but I countered every move. My summoned demon fought bravely, buying me time to strike. I aimed for the demon's core. With a powerful swing of my great sword, the 4-horseman demon roared in pain. The 4-horseman demon was forced back. It smelled death. But how? Seeing me surrounded by demons, it realized I could control corpses. I had no time to explain. Baris finally relaxed. A special ability had emerged. The audience went wild. Could warriors have such powers? Commanding demons to fight for me. I ordered the 2-horseman demons to take down the 4-horseman demon. The 4-horseman demon remained confident, thinking the 2-horseman demons couldn't defeat it. Suddenly, Dylan appeared, crushing the 4-horse with a single. I was surprised by his sudden. Dylan apologized, curious about my abilities. He wanted to spar with me. Dylan, one of the world's strongest warriors, a dual-core 7-horseman warrior, challenging a mere 3-horseman warrior, simply because he disliked my arrogance. He jumped from the stands, killed the 4-horseman demon instantly, and expressed curiosity about my powers. He believed I could defeat the 4-horseman demon, so he wanted to test my strength. The commentator and audience erupted, chanting Dylan's name. Baris was frantic. Things had spiraled out of control. I sensed Dylan's hostility. What was his problem? Dylan noticed my calm demeanor, unusual for a young warrior. I made an excuse about rigorous training due to my innate abilities. My captain had been strict since childhood, making me stronger than my peers. Dylan laughed, finding me intriguing. He attacked without warning, shattering the ground. The debris flew like bullets. His speed and power were overwhelming. If I hadn't been prepared, I wouldn't have dodged. The situation was dire. Dylan was serious. He noticed my vigilance and seemed even more intrigued. I asked why he was hostile. Dylan circled behind me, listing 3 reasons. First, he disliked my attitude. Second, I reeked of demons. Having demonic power drew suspicion, but Dylan hadn't even used half his strength. This overwhelming pressure reminded me of my past battles. Dylan revealed the 3rd reason. He hated my name. I smirked, knowing it was disdain. For my past as a king, I had fought for them, losing many comrades. Dylan decided to end the fight, reaching out to finish me, but my energy erupted. Who did he think he was? I countered Dylan's attack. Our powers collided, causing a massive explosion. The arena's barrier protected the audience. Dylan retreated, his face injured. I stood before him, relentless. The audience was in awe. They couldn't gauge my strength. The invincible Dylan was bleeding. He healed his wound, but felt deeply insulted. Growling in anger, he decided to use my demonic aura against me. The audience held their breath. As the battle intensified, Dylan's power surged, but I stood firm, ready to fight. The clash of titans continued. The arena trembled. As the 2 warriors clashed, the audience was mesmerized by the sheer power on display. Dylan's bloodied face was a testament to my strength, but Dylan wasn't done yet. He grew even angrier, determined to use my demonic aura against me. Using my demonic aura as an excuse to kill me, Dylan charged at me again. His intent was clearly to kill me. If I didn't reveal my full power, I'd die here. Even if I couldn't defeat him, I'd rather go down fighting. As Dylan's attack was about to hit me, a barrier suddenly appeared, blocking his strike. Dylan's expression darkened. He demanded to know who intervened. It was Lena, standing in front of me, using her barrier to protect me. Lena calmly addressed Dylan. You dislike this kid, but I like him. The new 6 heroes versus the old 6 heroes. A battle was about to erupt, all over one man. I just wanted to hunt demons and win the tournament. But I'd provoked Dylan. He tried to kill me under the guise of sparring. Thankfully, Lena intervened in time, saving me at the last moment. I was shocked to see Lena's back. Had she used her green core to recover? Dylan sneered. Lena, have you forgotten they can't wear combat suits? Are you challenging the king's decree? Lena frowned. You're mistaken, Dylan. I'm only restricted from hunting demons. If I can't wear a combat suit, should I go naked? Lena was as straightforward as ever. In my past life, I always stood in front of her. Now, she was standing in front of me. The audience was stunned, wondering what was happening. Dylan's face darkened. He wouldn't give Lena any face. Lena remained unfazed. As a new 6 hero, isn't it inappropriate to cause a scene? She then claimed I was the child of an old friend. The test should be over, unless your goal wasn't testing. Dylan smirked and unleashed his power. Lena activated her core energy to block, but I was faster. Stepping in front of her, Lena saw a glimpse of Ong in me. She seemed to recognize me. As Dylan's attacks continued, Lena grabbed my shoulder, pushing me back. Leave the rest to me. I stepped forward, fearing Lena would overexert herself. Her temper could lead to casualties. The audience was thrilled. A clash between the new and old 6 heroes was rarer than a 7 horseman demon. Dylan prepared to go all out. I quickly shouted, "Thank you, great Dylan, for teaching me so many combat techniques." The audience was confused. The commentator explained, "The vanguard from Picardia expresses gratitude to Dylan." The crowd cheered for Dylan. Dylan couldn't attack now. I declared I wouldn't disappoint him. Lena lost interest in fighting. Dylan found me intriguing. He announced I passed the test. Congratulations to Picardia for winning the tournament. The backstage erupted in celebration. They'd won the championship so quickly. It was the fastest demon hunting tournament, a miracle created by the vanguard. Lena walked past me, leaving a cryptic message. Back in the restroom, my teammates were ecstatic. Baris thanked me profusely. He'd receive many rewards. I could do whatever I wanted. The team celebrated their victory, while I reflected on the chaos. Lena's intervention had saved me, but the battle had left me uneasy. Dylan's hostility was a problem. I needed to stay vigilant. The tournament was over, but the real challenges were just beginning. I had to prepare for what came next. The victory was sweet, but the road ahead was uncertain. As I left the arena, I felt a mix of relief and tension. The team's celebration continued. My mind was elsewhere. Lena's words echoed in my head. What did she mean by her cryptic message? I needed answers. But for now, the team deserved this moment. As I joined the celebration, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. I reminded Baris of the promise he made to me. Baris nodded. He would act as my guarantor. I removed my dirty cloak and asked for clean clothes. I needed to meet an old friend formally. Half an hour later, I reached the mountaintop. Lena was already waiting. I greeted her with a smile, asking why she wanted to meet here. Lena turned to me, surprised I came. She mentioned someone told her my name and suggested meeting at the secret base. How did I know it was here? Lena walked closer, tears in her eyes. Are you really that Ong? The man who sacrificed his life for humanity, only to die at the hands of demons. His corpse later possessed by a demon and scorned by humanity. Everyone despised him for doing something unrecognized. Now, I stood at the secret base. Lena asked how I knew this place. It was her and Aang's secret base. Am I really that Ong? Half a century ago, Lena discovered this place. No one had ever been here, and it offered a vast view of the town. It became their secret base. Lena's face turned red as she spoke. I watched her, then flicked her forehead. Lena, are you still a child? Lena got angry. Everyone wants a secret base. You only know how to kill demons. I smiled and nodded. This place is indeed peaceful. Lena used her elemental power to carve our names on a large rock. This is our secret base now. Lena snapped back to the present. Looking at the rock, she asked, are you really him? Before I could answer, Lena turned away. I'm sorry, I got emotional. She said I reminded her of someone important, then shifted to the tournament. My actions during the event. If not for her intervention, I might have died. I suddenly called her name. Lena looked at me in disbelief. I flicked her forehead again. Still thinking about the secret base? After all these years, are you still a child? Lena's eyes widened. Tears streamed down her face. I'm so glad you're alive. I'm Ong. I'm back. Lena hugged me tightly. Crying, she asked why I took so long. I comforted her, patting her head, just like in the past. It felt like nothing had changed. I explained everything to Lena. She found it hard to believe. I had traveled from half a century ago to the present, and there was something strange inside me. Lena didn't care about the details. She was just glad I was alive. I asked why the city hated us so much. Lena explained it was because of me during the Dawn War. I led warriors to the Death Cup. Most advised against it, but I ignored them. Entering the ancient king's monument, news of my death spread. Morale plummeted, as the strongest warrior had fallen. Lena recounted the events. It was all because of me, the Dawn War. I led warriors to the Death Cup, despite warnings. I entered the ancient king's monument, and was declared dead. Morale and confidence collapsed, as the strongest warrior had fallen. The city's hatred grew. Because of my actions, Lena's voice trembled. As she recounted the past, the city's hatred was rooted in my decisions during the war. And the consequences that followed. Despair enveloped all of humanity. After my death, demons launched a massive counterattack, reclaiming and trampling the reclaimed lands. The ground was littered with warriors' corpses. For many, this shouldn't have happened. If I had heeded the warnings and not entered the ancient king's monument, perhaps the Dawn War's casualties would have been much lower. But over time, the new 6 heroes and Star King emerged. They were the ones who opposed my decision. Hence, many now despise me. The old 6 heroes, seen as my supporters, were also scorned and stripped of their titles by the new king. After hearing Lena's story, I trembled. Did my decision cause so many deaths? Lena said it no longer mattered, but my survival was a miracle. I disagreed with Lena. I entered the monument to eradicate demons, to protect future generations, but the outcome was unacceptable. As the king, I became the target of blame. Lena understood my intentions, but the people couldn't accept the result. Of the old 6 heroes, 3 died in battle. The remaining 3, including Lena, retired due to severe injuries. Lena planned to leave too, but Lon and Phantom were imprisoned for resisting the new king. I couldn't bear it. Why not unite our supporters and fight back? Lena shook her head. The Star King was too powerful, a triple-core 7 horseman warrior. Even at my peak, I might not have defeated him. The new 6 heroes are dual-core warriors, but I couldn't let Dexia die in prison. I had to save him. Lena suggested a possible method. She asked if I knew about elemental powers. Demons now wield 5 elemental forces, making them harder to defeat. I recalled my own elemental powers, only missing earth element. Lena's eyes turned cold. What if warriors could fuse with elements? The gap between 4-core and 5-core warriors, vast, and 5-core warriors compete for rare fusion cores. At the Dogura Burial Castle, I remembered that place. It was the fiercest battlefield where I led millions against demons. Now called the Dogura Burial Castle, countless humans and demons are buried beneath it. A special type of demon emerged, at least a 7 horseman level, with a fusion crystal in their hollow chests. This discovery changed everything. Warriors now seek these crystals to gain elemental fusion powers. I realized this could be my path to regain my strength and uncover the truth. Lena's revelation gave me hope. I needed to find the earth element and complete my fusion. The Dogura burial castle held the key to my resurgence and the salvation of humanity. I vowed to reclaim my throne and restore justice. Lena's support was crucial. Together, we would face the challenges ahead. The path was dangerous, but I was determined to rise again and protect those I cared for. The Dogura burial castle awaited, a place of death and rebirth, where my journey would continue and my destiny would unfold. The Dawn War's legacy lived on in the hearts of those who fought, and in the ruins of the battlefield, I would reclaim my honor and lead humanity to a brighter future. The fusion crystals were the key to my power and the hope of humanity. I would not falter in my quest for redemption. Allows warriors to fuse with elemental powers, but not every warrior has the strength to fuse. Currently, it's concluded, warriors must be at least 7 Horsemen level and possess exceptional physical resistance. I thought the fusion core would allow fusion with all 5 elements, but Lena corrected me. Only one element can be fused at a time. No one has succeeded otherwise. Theoretically, multiple elements can't coexist. Even the new king and new 6 heroes have only fused with one element. I didn't expect them to have fused elements. Dylan showed no signs during our fight. Lena said he cares about appearances. If he had used his full power, I wouldn't have stood a chance. Lena reluctantly admitted that they are far stronger than we were. That's why she couldn't rescue the imprisoned ones. I already possess 4 elemental powers. Is it because of the 8 Horsemen? But Lena is right. My current strength is lacking. As a warrior, I can't rely solely on demonic power. I must grow stronger. A trip to Dogura Burial Castle is necessary. Lena was concerned. I'm not yet at 7 Horsemen level. I know. The threshold was my idea in my past life, but I no longer need to follow it. I believe I can break these limits. The scene shifts. I pulled Baris out of the bar. Plans have changed. I need to discuss the energy crystal. Baris promised to accompany me. He will. We walked through the bustling streets. I heard a familiar voice. It was my teammates. Situ Lu turned around. Everyone was shocked to see me alive. Lon rushed into my arms, crying, "You're really alive." Lon said they came to watch the tournament and heard rumors about me, so they came looking. Captain Jiaotong said, "The energy crystal issue was resolved." I felt relieved. Baris left after I reunited with my team. Lon urged me to talk to Situ Lu. He's been gloomy since we parted. I approached Situ Lu. "Captain, I'm reporting for duty. Sorry for worrying you." Situ Lu punched my chest lightly. "Don't leave the team again." I nodded with a smile. The reunion lifted everyone's spirits. We chatted happily. Lena watched from the shadows. Her lips pressed tightly. She remembered the old days. They remind me of us back then. The camaraderie. The bond we once shared. Lena's heart ached as she recalled the past. It felt just like the old days. He was once the strongest human warrior. To ensure future generations would no longer suffer from demon invasions, he led countless human warriors into battle against the demons. But due to a lack of intelligence, he was tragically killed by the demons. When he woke up, he found himself transported 60 years into the future. To save his former comrades and overthrow the rising tyranny, he returned to this familiar yet strange place, the resting place of his former comrades and demons, Dogura Burial Castle. But to his surprise, he was met with ridicule. Are they just delivering food to the demons in the castle? Just moments ago, after reuniting with his scattered comrades, the instructor arranged for Situ Fei to accompany Ong to Dogura Burial Castle. But that very night, in an abandoned city filled with demonic remains, "Hold on. You must stay strong. We'll get out soon. We got it. We finally got it today. Don't fall asleep. You mustn't sleep. The instructor and everyone are waiting for you. We're almost out. Please, don't sleep. After all we've been through." No, but before he could finish, Aang's hand fell heavily to the ground. The elemental crystal in his hand rolled away. The elemental crystal, a tool that allows human warriors to fuse with demonic elements. At that moment, a demon suddenly appeared. "Lowly human warriors, I never expected you to possess an elemental crystal. Now, your only fate is death." With that, a shadowy figure charged at the two. KHKHK, humans, your lives will end here. In an instant, Situ Fei and Ong were thrown aside. "Seems like you're quite resilient. I'm surprised you're still moving." Situ Fei, using all his strength, tried to hold Aang's hand. in his final moments, "I'm sorry. I was too weak. I couldn't protect you. If there's a next life, I hope to meet you again. Goodbye, Ong." But the next second, Situ Fei's eyes widened, cold tears mixed with sweat on his face, his chest heaving heavily. It was just a dream. But why was I so worried about him? Fool. Why overthink it? It was just a nightmare. But why did it feel so real? Even the sensation of being stabbed by the demon. He took a deep breath. Forget it. Don't overthink it. I'm drenched in sweat. I'll go take a shower. But just then, Ong suddenly burst into the room. What's wrong, Fei? I heard you shouting from next door. Are you okay? But seeing the scene before him, Ong was utterly stunned. Those two black, fluffy bunnies again. Enraged, Situ Fei hurriedly grabbed her undergarments and threw them at him. Stop looking. Who told you to enter a girl's room without knocking? Then, Ong was met with a barrage of blows from Situ Fei. With a loud slam, the door closed, leaving Ong bruised and kneeling outside. What did I do to deserve this? I'll never care about you again. And I got beaten up for nothing. The next morning, Ong had been waiting at the door for a long time. Finally done getting ready? Situ Fei smirked at Ong. Captain, did you sleep well last night? We have a long journey ahead today. Hearing this, Situ Fei didn't even bother to look up. Don't worry about me. I just had a strange dream. After what happened last night, how can he still act like nothing happened? I really want to slap him. Good, Ong said, unfolding the map in his hands. Our current location is this C-grade town, which is the essential passage to Dogura Burial Castle. If all goes well, we'll reach our destination by evening. It's said that to enter the burial castle now, you must first pass a strength test by the gate guards. Otherwise, you'll be considered an illegal intruder. Things are really complicated now. Hearing this, Situ Fei explained, didn't the instructor say that the current burial castle is a crucial strategic location? It's a place where powerful warriors can obtain elemental crystals. That's why they built walls to enclose the entire area. Surrounding it are many armies composed of high-level warriors. The entire castle is heavily guarded. This isn't just to prevent illegal entry by warriors, but also to protect all warriors. What if the demons inside break out one day? What then? Suddenly, Aang's tone shifted. You aren't really worried about accompanying me to the burial castle, are you? Even though it's the instructor's request, I didn't expect you to agree. Without hesitation. After all, that place is only for core warriors or above. It's extremely dangerous inside. Hearing this, Situ Fei closed her eyes. Do you think I want to go with you? It's because the instructor doesn't trust you, always acting recklessly. Without a healer by your side, it's unsafe. Coincidentally, I'm a green level healer, and let me reiterate, I'm not doing this just for you. I'm here on a mission. The instructor asked me to level up with you. Don't forget, you need to help me reach level 2 before we return. The instructor also mentioned that during this time, Keiko and Li Ji are also undergoing special training. When we return, we'll have to compete with them. How did this guy level up so fast? In such a short time, he went from level 1 to level 4. He's really terrifying. This is so frustrating. Hearing this, Aang immediately responded, I won't forget. I'll definitely help you reach at least level 2. And one more important thing to remind you. I'm the captain this time. Given that you left the team alone last time, you must follow my orders this time. Otherwise, fists will fly. Got it? No problem. I'll follow Captain Situ Fei's orders. With that, he tilted his head and grinned. Seeing this, Situ Fei's lips twitched. What are you smiling about? Why does your smile look so sly? Are you still thinking about last night? Hit you. Hit you. I'll hit you to death. Amid their cheerful banter, the two soon arrived at their destination. The area outside the castle was already crowded. Looking for a green level healer. Minimum requirement. Level 5 warrior. High attack team. 3 spots filled. 1 left. Need an agility-based warrior. Anyone? This was the preparation and inspection zone outside Dogura Burial Castle. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar, Aang couldn't help but sigh. Finally, we've returned here. Nearby warriors glanced at them and commented, a level 4 warrior bringing along a level 1 warrior? Where did these kids come from? Are they desperate for power? They're just delivering themselves as food to the demons inside. Instantly, waves of laughter filled the air. They probably can't even pass the basic strength test. Hearing the discussion, Aang spread his signature long legs. Then, a terrifying aura unintentionally leaked out. Looks like we're being underestimated by these people. Dogura Burial Castle. A place that strikes fear into the hearts of all human warriors is also a place that drives all core warriors go crazy for. Only here can elemental crystals and demon fusion cores be obtained. Only then can it successfully fuse. But today, it was a combination of 4-in-1 banners. A low-level combination. Not only were they mocked by everyone present, but even the examiner looked at them with disdain. You might not even be able to protect yourselves inside. Are you sure you want to enter the bone castle to compete for the elemental crystal? I'm sure. And our goal isn't just to survive. Just moments ago, as they arrived at the castle gate, they were mocked by the crowd. Oh my. A little kid who hasn't even stopped drinking milk is trying to show off with a girl. Don't you know your own limits? Stop embarrassing yourself. When Yenong just coldly glanced back, but said nothing. A man nearby also couldn't resist mocking him. A mere 4-banner warrior dares to act tough? Didn't your parents teach you to be down to earth? The axe-wielding warrior behind him chimed in. I agree. A 4-banner warrior bringing a 1-banner warrior to the bone castle for the elemental crystal? You probably won't even know how you'll die. Hearing this, Sidu Fei was furious. What trash is this? Ong grinned, saying it was fine. It's best to ignore such low-level provocation, but it's better for them to keep quiet. Then, the crowd noticed. This was none other than young Master Wudo of the Mir family from Eula City. Who would have thought he'd come to the bone castle for the elemental crystal? Behind him was a guard, wielding a giant axe. A 6 or 7 core warrior, hired by his family. This man was even ranked on the mercenary list, though not the brightest. His strength was immense. He had already successfully fused with his elemental power using the crystal. With his protection, the elemental crystal would likely go to young Master Wudo. Wudo slowly spread his arms. I am Wudo of the Mir family from Eula City. You must have heard of us, right? Our Mir family is the strongest warrior family in Eula City. He then arrogantly said to Situ Fei, listen, girl with white hair, take my advice. The bone castle isn't a place for someone of your level. Hearing this, Sidu Fei was furious. Who do you think you are? You're nothing. Wudo wasn't angered, but instead leaned closer to the girl, suggesting she watch you on Manhwa. You seem to be a Green River healer. I happen to have a spot in my private medical room. I'll make an exception for you today. As he spoke, he glanced at Situ Fei. If she agrees, having her by my side would be perfect. But Situ Fei completely ignored him. What an idiot. Ong was also left speechless. Their reactions angered young Master Wudo. Don't you know who the Mir family is? I invited you because you're somewhat attractive. Don't push your luck. Don't be ungrateful. Hearing this, Situ Fei exploded. Who gave you the right to speak to me? A fool who relies on his family's power to act recklessly. This enraged Wudo. You dare call me a fool? Do you want to die? But Situ Fei wasn't done. A mother's boy with no father, always flaunting your family. You were probably useless even in the womb. You dare insult me? Say that again, if you have the guts. With that, he pushed the nurse aside. Do you believe I can crush you with a single finger? I'm just calling you a fool and a waste. Although my strength isn't great, I've never been afraid of anyone. With that, she threw her bag aside. You pervert, how dare you? Get angry? Miss, I'm calling you a born villain. I'll fight you to the death today. Young Master Wudo had reached his limit. A mere 1-banner warrior dares to act recklessly in front of me? You must have a death wish. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. With that, he reached out to grab Situ Fei's chest. In the next moment, a whooshing sound was heard. Someone suddenly appeared and caught Wudo's hand. With a swift motion, he stood in front of Wudo. I'll call you young Master Wudo out of respect, but you should know your limits. Wudo was furious. Who do you think you are? If you don't move, I won't mind dealing with you too. Think carefully. You were the one who provoked us first. If word gets out, it won't reflect well on the Mir family. Besides, causing trouble here will likely get you barred from entering. With that, he typed, please reconsider, young Master Wudo. But Wudo's temper flared. Reconsider? Just as Wudo was about to act, a voice reached his ears. Young Master Wudo, he's right. Everyone here has some reputation. Starting a fight now would harm your family's name. With that, he placed a hand on Wudo's shoulder. There will be plenty of chances to teach them a lesson later. For now, focus on entering the bone castle. Inside, anything can happen. Do you understand? Young Master Wudo, do you get what I mean? Wudo seemed to half understand, glancing to the side. Then he grinned. Fine, I won't waste my time on you two. With that, he shook off Eng's hand. Let's go. Before leaving, he threatened. Just you wait. As they left, the axe-wielding, he thought, a mere 4-core warrior? Once inside the bone castle, you'll be at my mercy. Let's see what you're really made of. With that, he stomped the ground, releasing a surge of earth elemental energy. Rocks and debris rose into the air, transforming into a red lightning bolt that shot toward Eng's head. But Ong had already sensed the elemental energy being released. In an instant, he caught 3 rocks mid-air. The faint sound caught Situ Fei's attention. What's wrong? Ong replied, It's nothing, just a few mosquitoes. Let's go for the inspection. I'm sure we'll pass. Ong had blocked the attack by activating his metal elemental defense. Otherwise, the attack would have pierced his hand. The axe-wielding warrior was shocked. He blocked my hidden earth elemental attack with just one hand? His reaction speed and keen perception are beyond that of an ordinary four-core warrior. He then warned Widow. It seems we need to adjust our list of contenders for the elemental crystal. I underestimated him earlier. He's the biggest threat to our plans. I can't gauge his true strength. He's definitely not just a four-core warrior. To be safe, we should eliminate them as soon as we enter. Widow agreed. Do as you say. Meanwhile, Ong and Situ Fei first went for synchronization rate testing. Their synchronization rates reached an astonishing 54% and 42%. Little did they know, Ong, as a former human warrior, had once achieved a synchronization rate of over 96%. To avoid raising suspicions, he deliberately kept his rate at 54%. This girl's previous synchronization rate was only 39%. Now, not only has her core improved, but her synchronization rate has also risen to 42%. This speed is considered extremely impressive. After seeing their synchronization rates, the examiner felt somewhat troubled. Although there are no level restrictions, one of you is a 4-banner Red River warrior, and the other is a Green Banner Wing Core warrior. With such a level configuration, entering the Bone Burial Castle might not be advisable. The demons inside are at least level 3. For a 4-banner warrior, it's manageable, but for a 1-banner warrior, it's almost impossible. With that, he looked at them with a teasing expression. I'll ask again, are you sure you want to enter the Bone Burial Castle to compete for the Elemental Crystal Chamber? When Yin Ong responded without hesitation, I'm certain. We have enough self-preservation abilities. He is an excellent medic in our team, and also a highly agile warrior. Therefore, we confirm our decision to proceed. Seeing this, Situ Fei narrowed her eyes and glanced at Ong. How annoying. He's calling me a medic? I'm a dignified 1-banner core warrior. But the examiner still had doubts about the two. No warrior below level 5 has ever dared to enter the Bone Burial Castle. Although there are no strict level or strength requirements, your duo is the lowest level combination in history. So, I must remind you again, the elemental crystals are only found on special elemental crystal demons. Within the castle, these demons do not appear constantly, but at irregular intervals. Once hunted, they reappear after some time. So, you'll not only face demons, but also powerful competitors. Survival itself will be a challenge. Even so, do you still choose to enter? Luing Yin Ong calmly replied, thank you for the reminder, but our goal is not just to survive. Very well. If that's the case, please follow me. Only then did Situ Fei feel a sense of regret. The legendary bone burial grounds of Dogyura were said to be a place of near-certain death. Yet, even now, she felt an inexplicable calmness, and even confidence about this journey. She didn't know why. But as long as Ong was by her side, she felt an immense sense of security. It was as if his presence alone gave her unwavering confidence. She couldn't explain it, but with Ong, she felt invincible. First time bringing Situ Fei to Solo, the ancient burial castle of Dogyura, just entered, and encountered a silent water element weapon demon. In the blink of an eye, it caught both of them off guard. Fortunately, Ong activated the power of gold, wood, and water elements, barely managing to control the weapon demon. But who could have thought this was the demon's diversion tactic? Relying on the water elements, silent nature, and agility, the demon instantly closed in on Situ Fei. By the time Siong realized, it was too late. Just moments ago, then, the two entered the desolate Dogyura burial castle. Looking around, it was barren. As soon as they entered, they spotted a demon ahead. Helpless, they hid and waited for it to leave. It seems this place is completely overrun by demons. When Yen Ong explained to Situ Fei, Dogyura Castle is called a castle, but in reality it was once a thriving city. Years ago, its scale and popularity rivaled that of Dawn City today. Located at the heart of the continent, it was once the most densely populated central city. After the demon invasion, it gradually fell into ruin. This was also one of the main battlefields, where Ong led human warriors against the demons. Later, the vast lands around the castle were occupied by demons, so no one dared to live here anymore. Over time, people began to call it the Burial Castle, perhaps to forget its former glory. Situ Fei sighed. You really know a lot, Ong, but Ong modestly waved it off, saying it was just hearsay. What a smug guy, Situ Fei thought. After the demon left, Ong stood up and signaled, our target is that special demon carrying the elemental crystal, so we need to conserve our energy. and avoid unnecessary fights. But just as they were about to move, they noticed human warriors fighting demons nearby. Should we go help them? Ong advised against it, saying it's best not to meddle. In a place like the burial castle, it's better to focus on ourselves. Ong sighed, thinking about Situ Fei, who grew up in a small town. Though kind-hearted, Situ Fei lacked understanding of the dangers outside. Many human warriors who come here are far worse than those we met earlier. In this place, selfish and scheming individuals are common. For our safety, you should set aside your overly compassionate nature. But the next moment, Aang's pupils suddenly dilated. A demon extended its massive claw, lunging straight at Ong. In an instant, Ong vanished with a flash, leaving only traces of his movement on the ground. It turned out that the moment the demon attacked, Ong grabbed Situ Fei and teleported to safety. Situ Fei, still in shock, stared wide-eyed, unsure of what had happened. Only when he turned around did he realize a demon had appeared behind them. Upon closer inspection, it was a water element weapon demon. The demon was equally puzzled, wondering how Ong had effortlessly dodged its silent water-based attack. This shouldn't be possible, it thought. Ong gently set Situ Fei down, and Situ Fei asked, "When did this weapon demon appear?" Ong explained. This beast likely used the water elements, silent and fluid nature, combined with agility skills, to approach us unnoticed. Hearing this, Situ Fei realized the terror of the weapon demon. If Ong hadn't noticed in time, he would likely be dead by now. Ong then declared, "We must end this quickly, and avoid drawing the attention of other demons. By the way, there are also other squad warriors paying attention. They will eliminate this weapon demon without hesitation. Take it down directly." Situ Fei thought to himself that he could no longer afford to be careless. He didn't want to become. Ong Lei overheard their plan. The weapon demon signaled to the two of them, "Wait, you're discussing this right in front of me? You're not even trying to hide it? And you plan to quickly take me down? A 4-core warrior and a 1-core warrior. A 4-core warrior and a 1-core warrior. I, the mighty weapon demon, am being looked down upon by you? This is the funniest joke I've ever heard." With a flash, the princess disappeared. The next second, she appeared above the two of them. "You two are simply too naive." With that, water spikes shot out violently from her hands. Ong immediately looked up. With a few whooshing sounds, countless water spikes came rushing toward them. "Stupid humans, go die." In an instant, the countless water spikes were about to pierce them like a honeycomb. Ong immediately told Situ Fei to move closer to him. Suddenly, golden vines emerged from the ground, wrapping the two of them tightly. Meanwhile, the weapon demon continued to mock them, laughing arrogantly. "A 4-core and a 1-core. Haha, I can't even be bothered to look at your corpses." But the next second, the weapon demon was... It turned out, all the water spikes had pierced into Aang's vines. Seeing the two of them wrapped in vines, the weapon demon was completely stunned. This human actually controls both wood and metal elemental powers? At this moment, Ong slowly retracted the vines. The weapon demon was even more confused. "How can you possess more than one elemental power? Only a 5-core warrior can do that." But Ong didn't answer. Instead, he charged at the weapon demon with a giant sword, while simultaneously to strike at the demon's feet from underground. But after all, it was the weapon demon. Water spikes burst out from the ground, blocking Aang's path of attack. Seeing this, Ong smiled slightly. He stopped in his tracks. "Water element? I can handle that too." With that, he turned into a pool of living water, and with a whoosh, he bypassed the water spikes. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the 5-core demon. "Heh, scared now, are you?" But the weapon demon suddenly grinned. "Heh, just kidding. You may know water element, but how can you compare to my agility-enhanced water skills?" Only then did Ong realize he had fallen into a trap. He shouted to Situ Fei, "Be careful. Get out of the way." But it was too late. The weapon demon had already closed in on Situ Fei. Just as the demon was feeling smug, the green core on Situ Fei's chest suddenly activated. He kicked the weapon demon in the back. At the same time, Ong arrived with his giant sword. Situ Fei didn't forget to remind him, aim for the demon's core in its chest. With a hum, the giant sword instantly pierced through the weapon demon's body. Then, Ong used the sword to prop up the demon's corpse. "Not bad. Our teamwork is pretty good." He then looked at the core in the weapon demon's chest. Without hesitation, Situ Fei grabbed it. "This 5-core core, I, a mere 1-core warrior, will gladly take it." He then kicked the demon's body to the ground. "Don't worry, just like you said earlier, I can't be bothered to look at your corpse either." Faced with the threat, Ong finally revealed his true strength. With Ong and Situ Fei working together, they had just killed the 5-core water demon. But then, a brainless nurse suddenly took control of Situ Fei, and the young master Woola arrogantly declared he would add Situ Fei to his harem. Even the 6 core guards tried to intervene, but it was useless. Woola even threatened to make Situ Fei watch Ong die in front of him. Furious, Ong not only revealed his mastery of 3 elemental powers, but also unleashed his ability to control demon corpses. It turned out that just moments ago, after they killed the 5-core water demon together, Ong couldn't help but praise Situ Fei for his performance. Your movements were quite fast just now. Hua Di slowly pulled out the Nimi from the demon's body. Don't forget, our company, the Tu family is a martial arts family with a century-old legacy. This is just the most basic move. To avoid complications, Ong and I must leave this place immediately. But at this moment, Situ Fei noticed the wound on Eng's face. Let's find a place to treat your wound first. Hearing this, Ong smiled slightly. It's just a minor injury. Do I really seem that fragile in your eyes? We agreed before setting out. Taking care of you is my responsibility. No matter what, it's what I must do. Otherwise, I have no reason to exist. So serious, huh? As expected of Situ Fei, known as the Ruthless Rakshasa. This time, I'll listen to you. Let's adjust our condition as well. But just then, a dark figure attacked from behind Ong. Ong, be careful. It was the 6 Riders warrior guard of young Master Woola. Now, he wielded a giant axe, swinging it down toward Eng's head. The air seemed to tear apart. As the axe's afterimage flashed by, the ground beneath Ong was shattered into a large crater by the force. It seemed this strike would surely kill Ong, but the moment the axe fell, Ong effortlessly blocked it with his sword. Ong then turned his head and said, I didn't expect to be targeted so quickly. The 6 Riders guard increased the force of his axe. It seems my judgment wasn't wrong. Though you appear to be a 4-core warrior, your strength far surpasses that level. Ong neither confirmed nor denied this, instead swinging his greatsword to push the axe away. Feeling the terrifying power emanating from Ong, the 6 Riders guard prepared to unleash his aura, but at that moment, a green mist enveloped Situ Fei, and the next second, she froze in place. It was the triple healing nurse beside young Master Woola. Taking advantage of Situ Fei's focus on Ong, she successfully cast a paralyzing toxin, controlling Situ Fei. This was the healing warrior's unique paralyzing skill, typically used for treating wounds, but once injected into an enemy, it instantly renders them immobile. Hearing this, Ong smiled slightly. Instead of protecting that delicate young Master Woola, you came to ambush me? Do you think that's wise? This is the Duagula Burial Valley. If you die, your bodies might never be found. Just then, young Master, indeed, the bodies might never be found. Even at death's door, you're still so stubborn. Are you afraid of losing face in front of your woman? These words struck like a thunderbolt. Since when did I become his woman? This is infuriating. What nonsense is he spouting? But now's not the time to get angry. Forget it. I'll endure it for now. Meanwhile, Woola slapped the nurse's buttocks. I'll reward you properly when we return. The nurse trembled, her face flushing red. Then, grabbing Situ Fei's chin, he said to Ong, I want you to watch her die. No one has ever dared to refuse me. Young Master Woola, you've stirred something in me. After killing him, I'll take my time enjoying her. Seeing Woola's frivolity, the 6 Riders guard reminded him, I told you to hide and not show yourself. I can handle this person alone. If you like the woman, I'll bring her back for you. For now, it's better for you to hide. But Woola sneered, hiding would be beneath me. With you here, no one would dare attack me. After all, I'm a 5-core warrior. Are you underestimating me? At this moment, Ong said calmly, do you not want your hand anymore? I thought you were just a spoiled brat, but it seems you're more than that. Your arrogance will be your downfall. I didn't want to bother with you too much, but now it seems you're truly scum. I just wanted to confirm something. Young Master Woola, how many women have you harmed with your own hands? Hearing this, Woola flew into a rage. You idiot, you're at death's door, yet you still act tough? Tonight, I'm going to ruin your woman. A worthless 4-core trash. At these words, the giant axe-wielding guard also lost his composure. Foolish Woola, do you not know your own limits? Your so-called 5-core warrior status. It was only achieved because your powerful father pulled countless strings to barely push you into it. You've never even hunted a demon alone. You're just trash. I am a genuine 6-core warrior. If it weren't for the irresistible benefits of the Mir family, a despicable, reckless brat like you would have been torn apart by me long ago. But I held back. Before we left, your father specifically instructed you to follow my orders in everything. Please don't forget that. Even a 6-core warrior works for money. So, if young Master Woola dies, he dies. As he spoke, a shadowy figure rushed toward Woola. Oh no, why does he have the aura of fire element? Isn't he a 4-core? How can he control elemental power? By then, Ong had already reached Woola. Scum like you. who tarnish the name of warriors, don't deserve to live in this world. Facing Aang's assault, Woola had no strength to resist. In an instant, he was sent flying by Aang. Isn't he just a 4-core warrior? Why don't I even dare to think of resisting? At this moment, Aang seemed like a demon god in Woola's eyes. He screamed, "Save me! Save me!" Meanwhile, the 6-core guard's giant axe came crashing down toward Aang's head. Seeing this, Aang raised his left hand to block. "Kid, leave your left hand behind." But, unexpectedly, Aang simply sidestepped, dodging the attack, then turned and slashed with his great sword, sending the 6-core guard flying in an instant. This sudden move caught him completely off guard. What agile reflexes! How is this kid manipulating fire element? But my earth element isn't just for show. With that, he charged forward again with his axe, but Aang's wooden spikes sent the 6-core warrior flying once more. While dodging the spikes, he couldn't help but ponder, how can he also control wood element? What's going on with this kid? He then grinned. "It seems I underestimated you. You've hidden many secrets. I never expected you to control 2 elements." With that, he slammed his axe into the ground, and countless earth elements began converging toward the axe. "I'm really curious. How did you do it? If I could also master 2 elements, I would become even stronger." 10 minutes. I just need 10 minutes to beat you until you spill your secrets." Hearing this, Aang coldly replied, "Oh really?" As he spoke, purple energy surged in his hand. The next second, a blue claw grabbed the 6-core warrior's axe handle. It was Aang, controlling the already dead water element demon. "You're mistaken. I don't just control 2 elements, I control 3, and I have other special abilities you know nothing about." The arrogant 5-core warrior never expected that, in his eyes, the seemingly weak 1-core healing warrior would deliver a simple strike that left him incontinent and unable to care for himself. It was because he was merely a 5-core warrior, boosted by his family's resources, incapable of harnessing the fierce energy within him. Once the energy backfires, it could lead to violent destruction. The risk of death just now, facing this sudden weapon, the water demon, the Hexaguardian was completely baffled, but for some reason, he couldn't sense any demonic aura. It wasn't until it was right in front of him that he realized its presence. He could only watch helplessly as the water demon took away his weapon. Damn it, it's an agile-type martial demon. But before he could react, the earthen axe came crashing down towards him. Seeing this, the Hexaguardian exclaimed, "It's actually a fast and agile water demon." As he spoke, the water demon pounced at him. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged 6 blows. The Guardian was caught off guard. Seeing this, the Guardian looked at Aang and said, "Let's put our feud on hold for now, okay? Let's deal with this demon first." Aang cracked his knuckles and said, No. Haven't you noticed? Why is this demon only attacking you?" As he spoke, the water demon's water spikes came rushing in. It was only then that the Guardian realized, could he be controlling the demon from behind? Thinking this, the Guardian was shocked. How is this possible? A mere 4-core warrior. How could he have the ability to control demons? He immediately activated the ancient dragon shield to block the attack. Just how much strength is he hiding? Although he is a 6-core warrior, facing the water demon's fierce attacks, he could only struggle to defend himself. This big guy has some skills. As expected of a warrior hired at a high price by a major family, the divine sword Hexaguardian extended his right hand with a swoosh and shouted, "Come forth." The next second, the giant axe began to tremble, gradually breaking free from the rocks. Just as the man and the demon were locked in a fierce battle, the spinning axe behind him came rushing towards the water demon. In the blink of an eye, it struck the water demon's back. But even so, under Aang's control, the water demon used its agility and fluidity to easily dodge the fatal blow. The Hexaguardian was clearly struggling. He had already pushed the axe's speed to its limit, but with that kid manipulating things from behind, he couldn't land a decisive strike. Could he be a 7-core warrior? Otherwise, how could he have the ability to control demon corpses? Never mind that for now. The most urgent task is to deal with this martial demon first. With that, he charged towards the water demon. But just as he was about to leap into the air, vines suddenly entangled his right foot. The Hexaguardian cursed inwardly. "This guy is using wood elements to disrupt my movements." At the same time, the water demon's attack followed closely. Under the light, the Hexaguardian could only barely block, but the powerful impact still caused the ground to crack. This series of attacks left the Hexaguardian in agony. If it were just a martial demon, it wouldn't be a big deal. But behind it, there's that unpredictable kid secretly ambushing him. Damn it, this guy is really hard to deal with. Seeing the situation turn bad, young Master Woola shouted, "Go help him. Deal with the demon first." With that, He was about to push the nurse, but the nurse trembled and said, "Young master, I'm just a healer. I'm not good at fighting, and I need to use the paralysis to keep an eye on this woman, right?" But what they didn't notice was, Two-Fei's hand had subtly started to move, but young Master Woola couldn't care less. Why bother with a one-core warrior? If anything happens to me, you won't get a single penny, and you might even lose your lives. With that, he pushed the nurse forward. But this time, Two-Fei suddenly spoke up. "I feel sorry for you. As a warrior, shouldn't you be fighting hard? Do you have to lose to a man to prove yourself?" As he spoke, the nurse was caught in Two-Fei's skill, paralyzed by Two-Fei, who then continued, "I am a green core restoration warrior myself. I've long mastered the knowledge of healing. By reversing the energy flow of your skill, I can disrupt it. Restoration energy can heal, but it can also kill. Don't you understand that?" Hearing this, the nurse lowered her head in shame. This girl is a genius in restoration. As soon as he finished speaking, the nurse started walking towards young Master Woola. Then, Two-Fei slowly said, "Thunder defeat. Next, it's your turn." I avoided his core. Whether he survives or not depends on himself. By now, young Master Woola was furious. A mere trash one-core warrior dares to ambush me from behind? Although I can't handle the martial demon, dealing with a one-core warrior is as easy as crushing an ant. Hearing this, Two-Fei sneered. "With your chaotic energy flow and zero combat experience, you're just trash. You're probably one of those who were forcibly elevated by your family using resources to boost your reputation. A so-called five-core warrior like you is just a spoiled brat who tarnishes the title of a warrior. You disgrace the great identity of a warrior. You sharp-tongued bitch. Who told you I have no combat experience? For over a decade, my family has hired powerful warriors to forcibly merge cores with me. Although the process was excruciating, even to the point of losing control of my bowels, under their protection, I finally reached the level of a five-core warrior. For this trip to the Bone Burial Castle, my family even hired this six-core warrior for me and provided a healer. With their assistance, I could have easily obtained the elemental crystal, but you ruined everything. You damn bitch and that kid." Originally, it seemed like young Master Woola would attack Two-Fei, but what happened next left everyone stunned. "Big guy, stop dawdling. Come protect me now. My father gave you so many benefits to protect me. Did you hear me? Come here now." Hearing this, the six-core warrior gritted his teeth in anger. "You useless piece of trash. Shut the hell up. All you know how to do is play with women. You can't even face a mere martial demon head-on. You coward." Hearing this, young Master Woola was stunned. His raised left hand trembled uncontrollably. "This damn servant dares to scold me? Just wait until we get back." But then, Two-Fei slowly pulled out a dagger. "Young Master Woola, do you really think you'll make it back?" Young Master Woola sneered. "What? Is your one-core warrior going to kill me too?" In the next moment, Two-Fei moved like a ghost, appearing behind him. Then, he plunged the dagger deep into young Master Woola's back. The pain made young Master Woola scream and curse like a mad dog. The chaotic energy in his body began to surge wildly. In his panic, young Master Woola swung wildly, but Two-Fei dodged with agile movements. Young Master Woola clutched his head, shouting uncontrollably, the chaotic energy flickering on his face. Two-Fei realized, this guy has no idea how to control his energy. If he recklessly activates his weapon core, this terrifying energy, according to Instructor Huang Mao, if a warrior is reflected by their core energy, they will become even more out of control. Encountering such a warrior, you must immediately distance yourself. Otherwise, you risk serious injury or worse. If I encounter this, I must stay calm, recontrol the energy, and return it to its familiar flow. Otherwise, if the result will be self-destruction. In that case, this outcome seems perfect for you. As young Master Woola screamed, he charged towards. Just as the dagger was thrust into the subway, it instantly vaporized all living beings within 100 miles, and left a bottomless crater in the ground. Young Master Wu La of the Ing clan was blown to pieces as a result. But what lay ahead was an even more terrifying underground organization. They were assassins, rogue warriors who worked for high prices on behalf of their masters. As long as the reward was right, even the Ichy and Lu Hao were their targets. How could Han Ong and Two-Fei face them? Just a whoosh. Two-Fei turned into a streak of light. Seeing this, young Master Wu La brandished his dagger and growled, "How dare he come up and provoke me?" Wu La immediately swung his dagger towards Two-Fei. "Today, I'll let you try my high-speed assassination technique." Countless blue energy gathered in the dagger, instantly rushing towards Two-Fei's face. But Two-Fei was not to be outdone. Wielding his dagger, he clashed with young Master Wu La. Wu La sneered disdainfully. I'm a Blue River Agility type warrior. You're just a Green River Recovery type. How can you compare to me? Not to mention, you're just a Ichy. By now, Situ Fei's face bore some scars, but he still channeled Green River energy into his dagger. Thanks to the agility training from his father since childhood, young Master Wu La, despite having the strength of a 5-core warrior, had no technique in his attacks. He just flailed wildly. Situ Fei simply lowered his stance and dodged Wu La's attack. This enraged young Master Wu La. How can a mere Green River dodge my attack? Now, taking advantage of Wu La's momentary distraction, Situ Fei's dagger pierced deeply into Wu La's body. Even if your core is high and your strength is great, if you can't use it properly, your power is only 1% effective. With that, he stabbed Wu La's body repeatedly, causing Wu La to howl in pain. Chaotic energy surged visibly on Wu La's face. I am the young master of the Mir clan. He roared. You all deserve to die. With that, he swung his dagger wildly at Situ Fei. Situ Fei sidestepped the attack, then quickly created distance between them. I didn't expect him to lose control and self-destruct so quickly. He immediately plunged his dagger into the ground. At this distance, there's no way to dodge. I can only rely on my shield and dagger to anchor myself and withstand the coming shockwave. At that moment, young Master Wu La let out an uncontrollable roar, his body crackling with fierce energy. Hanong and the 6 core guards, seeing this, all stopped their attacks. They turned to look in young Master Wu La's direction. Suddenly, a blue energy beam shot into the sky. The 6 core guard cursed. That idiot actually got provoked into self-destruction by a Ichy girl. A massive explosion followed, centered around Wu La, creating a shockwave that spanned hundreds of miles. As the dust settled, a crater 1,000 meters deep was left in the ground. Situ Fei thought his shield had withstood the impact, but when he looked up, he realized that Hanong had activated his goldwood barrier to shield him. Well done. You actually managed to break a 5-core warrior's defense. Hearing this, Situ Fei slowly stood up. Although he was a 5-core warrior, he didn't have the strength of one. His temperament was poor, and he had no combat experience. He wasn't even comparable to an ordinary 1-core warrior. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the slightest chance against him. I would have lost in one move. Your analysis is spot on, but you're injured from clashing with him earlier. Focus on recovering first. Hearing this, Situ Fei touched his cheek. He hadn't noticed the injury earlier. Hanong smiled slightly. Your decision-making and courage are remarkable. You have the potential to become a high-level core warrior. Hearing this, Situ Fei's cheeks flushed red. Are you serious? Why is he suddenly praising me so earnestly? My face must be completely red with embarrassment. But then he realized the battle was far from over. Where's that 6-core warrior? Hanong explained that the water demon he had controlled had already dissipated in the shockwave. After all, it was just a mindless vessel. As for that 6-core warrior, he should still be around. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6-core warrior slowly appeared. Damn it, that idiot Wu La is dead. Even if I escape the Mir clan now, I'll probably be hunted down by the warrior assassins they hire. This is such a headache. It turned out that the warrior assassins he mentioned were part of an underground organization, controlled by Desire, composed of a group of rogue, desperate warriors. They specialized in assassinations and other protective missions, but their prices were extremely high. Moreover, there were even terrifyingly powerful Ichy warriors among them. But hiring warriors of that caliber wasn't something money alone could satisfy. They required an equivalent exchange. With that, he spread his hands, indicating there was no need to fight further. You two are really freaks. Your levels are low, but you possess such formidable strength. Hanong also agreed that continuing the fight was pointless. The 6-core warrior's charge is dead, so there's no reason to keep fighting. Then he turned to Hanong and asked, if you had teamed up with that weapon demon and fought me seriously, I probably wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. You can manipulate elements and control demon corpses. You're hiding a lot of things. What kind of power do you have behind you to nurture such a powerful warrior? Hanong explained that he was just a 4-core warrior with special abilities. Even if I fought you to the death, I'd probably still be in danger. Special abilities? So you're one of those rare genius-type warriors. He had heard of them before. Some warriors possessed powerful talents and abilities that ordinary warriors didn't have. But I'm really curious. If you've already mastered the Elemental King, why are you still here searching for elemental crystals? It should be useless to you now. Hanong smiled faintly. That's none of your concern. Indeed, most 5-core warriors only need to fuse with one element. But because of the presence within me, I want to try fusing with more elements, using elemental crystals. Then, By combining the crystals, I can merge the 5 elements into one. Perhaps my strength will reach an unimaginable level. He had to find a way to make himself stronger. Right now, she's imprisoned in a heavily guarded. If I want to rescue her, I can't rely solely on the power within me. I might even have to face those Star 6 warriors, or the terrifyingly powerful 3-core Star King. At that moment, the 6-core warrior turned to leave. I suggest you leave this place as soon as possible. That idiot's self-destruction will attract more demons or warriors. In a place like this, you'd better focus on survival. With that, he disappeared with a whoosh. Following the demon footprints, Han Ong and Situ Fei, working closely together, managed to kill several demons. That evening, they encountered a few human warriors. With sharp wit, they introduced themselves to each other. They shook hands, thanking the others for their hospitality. Situ Fei watched this scene, utterly confused. Soon, night fell. Exhausted, Han Ong stood guard while Situ Fei rested. You sleep first. I'll take a nap later. But Situ Fei slowly spoke up. Your combat skills, your ability to negotiate with others, and your experience in dealing with enemies. It's hard to believe someone our age could have such experience. Han Ong sighed softly. Perhaps, I was just born knowing how to handle these things. Yeah, that must be it. At that, Situ Fei slowly closed his eyes. From your behavior, it's like you have the soul of an old man in a young body. Han Ong looked up quietly at the sky. Maybe so. The next day, at dawn, a loud noise was heard. Situ Fei was instantly awakened. It sounds like a battle over there. Han Ong added, not just that, there's also a powerful demonic energy fluctuation. That energy fluctuation seems intense. It looks like a lot of human warriors are chasing it. Probably the elemental demon has appeared. Follow me. I have a way to find that demon first. With that, the two rushed toward the direction of the demon. Situ Fei followed closely behind Han Ong, but he was puzzled. Why is Han Ong so excited about seeing a demon? Han Ong stopped and said, you're right. I am indeed excited. For me, new types of demons are something I eagerly anticipate, because in my past life, I fought against all kinds of demons. So this elemental demon makes me even more curious. We must capture it before others find it. With that, Han Ong finally unleashed his demonic power in front of Situ Fei. The 5-elemental demon was too powerful. If they couldn't end the battle quickly, it would inevitably attract other demon hunting teams. Therefore, he directly activated the demonic power hidden within him. Not only that, he even taught Situ Fei how to operate high-level energy cores. When the elemental demon was caught off guard, they would kill it in one strike. Just moments ago, after a burst of running, the two arrived on top of a building. Through his senses, Han Ong knew the demon had likely hidden itself. We must capture it in one go during this time. Situ Fei asked, how do you know? This area is too big. It won't be easy to find. Although he didn't want to admit his special abilities openly, ever since the elemental demon's energy appeared, he seemed to vaguely sense the demon's presence. It was a strange feeling, like sensing a kindred spirit. Currently, the demon was heading toward where Situ Fei had heard the voices of other demon hunting teams. There were at least 8 of them. It seems they've noticed the earlier fight, but it will take them some time to pinpoint the demon's exact location. We must find it before they do, and kill it quickly. With that, he grabbed Situ Fei's arm. It looks like we'll have to take a shortcut. Situ Fei froze in place, a strange feeling rising in his heart. The next second, Han Ong dragged him away, heading straight toward a bottomless hole. Situ Fei clung to Han Ong's back like a bat. The demon's location is at the bottom of the castle. This is the fastest way to find it. During this time, Han Ong had gained of how to use elemental power. So, following the method, as they neared the bottom, Han Ong released wooden vines to slow their descent. Soon, at the bottom of the hole, a crisscrossing net of vines formed, reducing the force of their fall. This is so thrilling. Situ Fei, meanwhile, had already closed his eyes in fear. After landing, it was pitch black. Situ Fei called out, Han Ong, where are you? Han Ong managed to squeeze out a few words. Under you. Can you get off me first? Hearing this, Situ Fei's face turned bright red. With a thud, he jumped off. Even Han Ong didn't expect the cave to have such hidden depths. The demon is not far ahead. Be careful not to alert it while moving. Before long, the two had reached the demon's hiding place. It looks like it's cultivating. Indeed, it's a 5-elemental metal demon. Judging from the energy it's emitting, this guy is much stronger than an ordinary 5-elemental demon. The two began discussing their strategy. Once the battle starts, it will attract other powerful teams. We must finish it before they arrive. Take the elemental crystal from its chest and retreat quickly. After calculating, the two only had 5 minutes to fight. Han Ong needed Situ Fei's help. Situ Fei couldn't believe it. Han Ong actually planned to defeat this elemental demon in just 5 minutes. He asked, "What do you need me to do?" Han Ong then explained in detail the advanced method of energy manipulation within the body. Situ Fei was even more confused. "Where did you learn all this?" "The energy manipulation method you're talking about? I've never heard of it." Han Ong smiled and said, "I believe you can do it. Let's go." With that, he turned into a bolt of lightning and charged at the elemental demon. At the same time, the elemental demon noticed Han Ong's presence. It roared, "Human warrior." To end the battle quickly, Han Ong directly activated his demonic power. Because other teams had warriors with strong sensory abilities, if they arrived here, it would be difficult for him to obtain the elemental crystal. He then turned into a stream of fire and rushed toward the elemental demon. Seeing this, the elemental demon smiled faintly. "You found my hiding place so quickly. If I'm not mistaken, you can manipulate multiple elements." Before the demon could finish, Han Ong stomped the ground, cracking it, and in an instant, he was above the demon's head. Only then did the elemental demon realize that this human before him was emitting a terrifying demonic aura. Through their exchange, Han Ong discovered that by balancing the energy between different elements, he could simultaneously control multiple elements. At that moment, the demon appeared behind Han Ong. Han Ong then gathered metal and water energy into his hands. With a violent turn, the two energies burst from his hands. Instantly, two terrifying energy waves spun and intertwined. At the same time, the demon launched its attack. In an instant, the two devastating forces collided. With a loud explosion, dust and debris scattered everywhere. Rocks flew in all directions. Situ Fei, following Han Ong's instructions, had already activated a shield to protect himself. "Don't be shocked by my abilities or appearance. You can think of it as my special ability. Remember, I am still Han Ong." Only then did Situ Fei realize how terrifying Han Ong was. The aura he emitted was almost identical to that of a demon. It was unmistakably demonic energy. As the dust settled, the elemental demon was also curious. "This guy just glanced at my technique and mastered it instantly. Not only that, he can control two elements at once." But Han Ong said, "I can do more than that. Since you're so curious, I'll satisfy your curiosity." With that, elemental energy burst from his hands, quickly forcing the demon to retreat. The demon took the opportunity to use wood energy to heal its wounds. Just as Han Ong had guessed, the elemental demon also possessed multiple elemental powers. Now that he had assessed the demon's strength, it was time to end this. As soon as he finished speaking, the elemental demon froze in place. Looking down, it realized its left foot was tightly bound by vines. Could these vines also be controlled by this human? Taking advantage of the demon's immobilization, Han Ong condensed metal energy into a sharp blade. This was a technique he had learned from a 4-season metal elemental demon during a demon hunting competition. At the same time, the elemental demon broke free from the vines. "In that case, let's see whose elemental power is stronger. I'll bet all my metal energy." Instantly, 3 shields made of metal energy materialized in the air. Seeing this, Han Ong grinned. "Finally, you've concentrated your energy. Now," he shouted to Situ Fei. Hearing this, the elemental demon looked confused. It turned around and saw Situ Fei holding a spear formed from green energy. This was a high-level energy manipulation technique. First, the core energy was gathered. Then one had to feel its presence, sensing the flow and form of the energy. From formless to tangible, the surging energy was transformed into a powerful weapon. "It's bad." Ong activated the demonic power after killing the elemental demon, but due to his weak physical condition, he suffered backlash. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. Helpless, he could only be supported by Situ Fei to move. But just as the two left the cave entrance, a figure followed closely behind. Earlier, Ong had instructed Situ Fei that during his battle with the demon, Situ Fei would deliver the final blow. Because it was a special, Wuchi elemental demon, with its intelligence, if it focused on defense, the two of them might not be able to defeat it quickly. But when Ong concentrated the demonic energy, focusing it for use, the elemental demon's defensive energy would be very weak. This was the perfect time for Situ Fei to strike. At this moment, Wuchi, elemental demon, realized their plan. So, these two humans had been aiming for this strike all along. But even after realizing, it was too late. It could only watch as the green energy pierced through its body. It seems Aang's analysis was correct. This energy concentration principle could greatly extract the body's energy and easily penetrate the demon's armor. as the demon used all its energy to fight Ong. It also abandoned its defense. The elemental demon tried to heal its wounds, but found it useless. Strike while the iron is hot. Ong wouldn't miss this hard-earned opportunity. He rushed toward the demon, extended his demonic claws, and grabbed the elemental crystal from the demon's chest. Without the elemental crystal, the demon instantly lost its vitality. Its body uncontrollably collapsed to the ground. The elemental demon died without understanding why it couldn't heal its wounds immediately. To let the demon die in peace, Ong slowly explained, because my attack was pure repair energy, but when used as a weapon, it rejects any external healing methods. Hearing this, the elemental demon finally understood. Attack rejection? You had everything planned. The demon fell to the ground, leaving only a pile of debris. At this moment, Situ Fei hurried over. Are you okay? Ong glanced at her, signaling he was fine. Thanks to you, we got the core. That last strike of yours was amazing. You truly are the genius of the Situ family. Hearing this, Situ Fei's face turned slightly red. She pouted and saying with disdain, you don't need to tell me that. I don't want to be your burden. She then asked, but that last move of yours, you used most of your energy. Can your body handle it? Situ Fei assured her it was fine. At least she could still move. But at that moment, hurried footsteps were heard outside. Just as you predicted, they found us so quickly. Some warriors with strong sensing abilities can accurately locate the source of energy fluctuations. We must leave now. The footsteps are coming from the left. Before they arrive, let's head to the right and get out of here. But the next second, Aang's heart suddenly tightened. He collapsed to his knees, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Seeing the blood, Situ Fei was at a loss. She quickly helped Ong up. Ong hadn't been attacked by the demon or the warriors, so what was happening? Ong tried to force himself up, but even after clawing at the ground, he couldn't muster the strength to stand. Seeing Aang's trembling body, Situ Fei quickly asked, where does it hurt? What's wrong with you? Only now did Ong realize his body's foundation was inherently weak. Although his physical condition and synchronization rate had improved after using demonic power so many times recently, his body had finally reached its maximum load limit. Therefore, his body was now at its breaking point. Damn it, why now? He couldn't recover immediately, and the other warrior squads were closing in. He told Situ Fei to take the crystal and wait outside, but Situ Fei helped him up instead. If we leave together. I don't need to know what's happening to you, and there's no time to explain. Since I'm your captain, I won't let you stay behind alone. Soon, they found an exit. This should lead to the surface. Ong, hold on. Once we're up, some fresh air will help you recover. Ong was too weak to even speak. Soon, with Situ Fei's support, they reached the surface. A structure as large as the Bone Burial Castle must have other exits. But what surprised Situ Fei was how similar this was to her dream. In the dream, Ong was also injured, but she didn't have time to think about it now. Just then, 6 figures suddenly appeared behind them, blocking their path in an instant. Teaming up with you is fruitful. Since we're all Wuchi, let's skip the formalities. Your triplet sensing abilities are indeed strong. Was it these two who caused the commotion earlier? Situ Fei cursed inwardly. Damn it. 6 5-core warriors. The yellow-haired one with a mark on his brow sneered. Am I seeing this right? A mere 1-core warrior dares to come here? Is your squad just the 2 of you? And that guy is injured from fighting a demon. But the next second, the yellow-haired one's eyes widened. He noticed the elemental crystal in Aang's hand. Pointing at them, he shouted, look, the elemental crystal is in his hand. As soon as he spoke, the others turned their attention to the 2. Haha, we hit the jackpot. That crystal is ours today. But the bald one interjected, our squad won't allow that. Situ Fei felt immense guilt. She was no match for these people. Damn it, if only I were stronger, I could protect Ong. Just then, Ong struggled to stand up. He signaled Situ Fei to hold onto the crystal. Clearly, the 6 were after the crystal. Here, they wouldn't let the 2 leave alive. But Situ Fei was worried about Aang's condition. Ong assured her he could still fight. With a great sword in hand, he slowly stood up. I'm a warrior. As long as I can move, I'll fight to the end. The 6 5-core warriors sneered. You're a severely injured 4-core warrior. You're overestimating yourself. You think you can take on our 2 squads? We have 6 5-core warriors here. Hand over the crystal, and we'll make your deaths quick. Ong could clearly feel that he could no longer awaken his demonic power. His body could no longer handle such immense power. This would be a tough battle. Zhou De stomped the ground. Let's settle this. Whoever gets it, keeps it. Meanwhile, Situ. How similar this was to her dream, but how Ong, you must win. Enraged, facing the combined assault of several 5-core warriors, Ong was truly furious, but forcibly activating his demonic power would only last 60 seconds. Yet, in those brief 60 seconds, even if it meant death, he would protect Situ Fei. The question is, which one of you should I start with? Just moments ago, as the battle for the elemental crystal was about to begin, the bald 5-core warrior made a bold statement. We 3 brothers will kill them. This elemental core is ours. But the triplets were equally determined. Sorry, but this time it's ours. It turned out the triplets had already found a buyer. Even if they didn't use the elemental core themselves, they could make a fortune by selling it. Ong could clearly feel that if he forced his demonic power, he could only sustain it for a maximum of 1 minute. This damn body, why did it have to fail me now? But one thing was certain. With this 1 minute, he could ensure Situ Fei's safety and help her escape. At the same time, the bald squad and the triplet squad charged forward. Ong gripped his great sword, glanced at Situ Fei with reluctance, and then tightly closed his eyes. Even if it's just 1 minute, it's enough to kill you all. He infused the greatsword with fire energy, and the violent energy within him surged wildly. The enemies sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Ong. Why has his aura suddenly increased several times over? But as Ong approached, they realized he was a monster with both human and demon traits. Before they could react, Ong disappeared. The triplets immediately activated their sensing skills, but in the next second, Ong appeared behind them. Instantly, the 3 sensed danger. As the youngest triplet turned to look, Ong was already beneath him. He shouted, "He's here." But before he could finish, Aang's greatsword pierced his body. Blood gushed from his abdomen. Ong grinned, "Let's start with you." Killing him took only 5 seconds. The other 2 brothers were stunned, unsure what to do. It took them a second to react. Kill this demon and avenge our brother. They charged at Ong. Ong turned and smiled. You brought this on yourselves. Ong swung his great sword in a wide arc, and in it, he sliced the 2 brothers in half. The triplets were annihilated. Only 8 seconds had passed. The bald 5-core warrior cursed. This demon's speed is unbelievable. Ong was now consumed by bloodlust. Using the earth and metal elements within him, he activated the skill Spike Nest. Countless spikes erupted from the ground, impaling the dead triplets and lifting them into the air. The bald squad was also hit by the spikes, forcing. In an instant, several of their members were killed. Such a powerful skill and speed. Even though the triplets specialized in sensing, they were still 5-core warriors. Yet they were wiped out in an instant. What kind of monster is this? If we're not careful, we'll die here too. Ong walked toward them, great sword in hand. The green-haired one refused to believe it. I don't believe. We can't take down a single demon together. Let's give it our all and fight. Ong charged forward. Then let's see. But as he dashed, Aang's mind suddenly went blank. The feeling of weakness overwhelmed him. Now, he could only barely stand with the help of his greatsword. Damn it. It feels like my organs are about to burst. Blood spilled from his mouth. Only 36 seconds remained. Situ Fei watched anxiously from afar. This is bad. Aang's body can't hold on much longer. The bald 5-core warrior noticed Aang's condition. He thought, now's the time to strike. Taking the core from that female warrior will be as easy as pie. But Aang wasn't done yet. But this human-demon hybrid is an unstable factor. While he's weak, we should take the chance to finish him off in one go. With that, he charged at Aang. Seeing this, Aang gritted his teeth. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay a price. He plunged his greatsword into the ground, creating an energy barrier, over 10 meters in radius. The bald 5-core warrior sneered, a mere barrier? I can shatter it easily. While attacking, he ordered the others to bombard it with skills. But even with their combined efforts, the barrier showed no signs of cracking. The bald warrior realized the barrier was unbreakable, but noticed it was shrinking. What's going on? But in the next moment, he sensed something was wrong. Wait, it's a trap. Everyone stop. Aang grinned. Don't you think it's too late to realize now? With that, he drove his greatsword deeper into the ground. Let me return your energy to you. He shouted. Energy reversal. Instantly, the bald warriors were blasted away. Under the energy impact, their bodies began to disintegrate. A violent spherical energy erupted, spreading in all directions. The terrifying energy shot into the sky. Distant squads also detected this terrifying energy fluctuation. Such intense energy must be related to the elemental crystal. They rushed toward the source. As the dust settled, a massive crater was left in the ground. The bald warriors were reduced to ashes. Aang, gripping his sword, barely managed to kneel. Situ Fei rushed over. Are you okay? Ong smiled weakly, then sheathed his sword. Barely. I managed to control the range and intensity of the energy explosion. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. With that, he collapsed backward. Seeing this, Situ Fei rushed forward and caught him. Ong, stay with me. I'll get you out of here. Ong weakly opened his eyes. Fei, go. Leave me. The energy surge has attracted more warriors and demons. Situ Fei shook her head. Stop talking. I won't leave you this time. Hold on to the crystal. I'll carry you. I can't let you fight alone anymore. Leave the rest to me. You have to hold on. I'll get you out of here. But then, Situ Fei noticed. The situation was eerily similar to her dream. Explosive. Situ Fei's transformation into black and white Fei was absolutely explosive after finally rescuing Ong. What happened next was exactly like her dream. As two demons appeared, Situ Fei realized it's over. But what happened next was something she hadn't foreseen. Yes, the long-awaited Black King Qi makes a grand entrance as a domineering queen. Just moments ago, as Situ Fei entered the room, her heart sank. This is exactly like my dream. Hold on, I'll get you out of here. Don't fall asleep. Situ Fei, exhausted but determined, supported Ong with all her strength. We got it. You won't die. Ong, stay strong. You're my reason to live. Open your eyes, please. I beg you. We finally. But before she could finish, Aang's hand holding the crystal suddenly went limp. The crystal rolled onto the floor. Why is this happening? She struggled to pick up the crystal. Unable to comprehend the situation, she didn't know when it started, but it must have been all of this was exactly like her dream. Then, next, two demons should appear above. Sure enough, two demons were now staring down at her. Before Situ Fei could react, they appeared before her. It's just like the dream. Situ Fei paused for a moment, then suddenly quickened her pace, carrying Ong as she sprinted outward. But the demons closed the distance. In the blink of an eye, a mere one-core warrior dares to claim the elemental crystal for herself? Even so, Situ Fei shielded Ong with her body. The demon stabbed at Situ Fei's back, sending her sprawling. Looking at the two lying on the ground, the demon sneered. I don't know how these two weaklings made it this far, let alone got the elemental crystal. We'll just take it from them. Humans are so foolish. Situ Fei looked at the gaping hole in her chest. Her heart had been pierced by the demon. There was no recovering from this. Ong still struggled to get up, only to be knocked down again by the demon's foot. This guy's still breathing, but there's something strange about him. He has a scent that I absolutely despise. Even now, Situ Fei was more worried about Ong. Don't touch him. The demons ignored her plea. I don't like the smell of this man. Maybe we should cut off his head for fun. Hearing this, Situ Fei crawled toward Ong, ignoring her own safety. Don't touch him. You damn demons. Let him go. The blue-haired female demon stood up. Little girl, you're quite feisty for someone about to die. With that, she kicked Situ Fei in the chest, sending her flying. Damn it. I'm still too weak. I can't protect my team, and I can't protect Ong. I'm sorry. She could only watch helplessly as the demons tormented Ong, but she still whispered, don't touch him. I wanted to protect Ong, but I'm just too weak. I hate this. If only I were stronger. Just then, a swirling vortex of black energy appeared in the space beside them. As the vortex formed, time and space around them seemed to freeze. Then, the sound of high heels echoed through the room. This is so troublesome, said the figure of Black King Qi, making her second appearance in the story. Damn it. Red King Qi warned me not to interfere with this human warrior, but I couldn't help myself. Now I'm in trouble. But it's only because I was worried about the Red King Qi inside this human. You won't blame me, will you? This human's body is too weak. It can't handle the power of my dear Red King Qi. Logically, this body should have collapsed from the strain long ago, but somehow, he's held on until now. Truly, he is the strongest human the Red King Qi has chosen. His willpower is astonishing. Let me check on him. She leaned close to Aang's ear and whispered, are you there, Red King Qi? But there was no response. How annoying. I came all this way to see you, and you're not even here, but you're still asleep. Not yet awakened. She then turned to look at Situ Fei, who was floating in the air. She walked over to Situ Fei, staring directly into her eyes. This girl has a familiar energy fluctuation. This is interesting. Her power is far greater than I imagined. But unfortunately, her weak human body cannot unleash the power she inherently possesses. Black King Qi's eyes widened. and a bold idea formed in her mind. Since Red King Chi told me not to help directly, I'll just help indirectly. I, Black King Chi, am truly brilliant. She lifted Situ Fei into the air. Let me help you evolve and gain new life. You have the fluctuation of time and space. She opened her cherry-like mouth and kissed Situ Fei on the lips. This is perfect. I'll give you my power. The green core on Situ Fei's chest slowly turned black. As the black spread, her blood began to change as well. When the core turned completely black, it symbolized the black core of the four banners, granting her control over time and space. As their lips parted, Black King Chi lingered on the. Who would have thought this body could absorb so much of my power? Good. Your desire to grow stronger is strong. I'll leave the rest to you. As she spoke, a blue portal appeared out of thin air. As the portal disappeared, so did Black King Chi. The demons and Situ Fei began to move again. Situ Fei slammed into the ground. As the demon's spike was about to sever Aang's head, a severed hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the spike. The demon was shocked. What is this? The demon turned to look behind. How is this possible? But before it could react, a voice came from the dust. I told you not to touch him. Half of Situ Fei's hair had turned black. She had gained part of Black King Chi's demonic power. Now, she had evolved into a demonic form, Black and White Fei, with the ability to control time and space. After evolving, Situ Fei had finally become Black and White Fei, similar to Aang and Red King Chi's explosive power, but with the ability to control time and space. Facing the attacks of the two Wuchi demons, she simply raised her hand. Their bodies instantly split in half. Sorry, I'm not your kind. I am the demon warrior, Black and White Fei. Just moments ago, after gaining Black King Chi's demonic power, she warned the demons not to touch Aang, but the demons ignored her. Now, Black and White Fei revealed her true form. Try touching him again. As she spoke, a black claw emerged from the void, startling the demons. They sensed a familiar demonic aura from her. Black and White Fei stepped forward. I'm not like you beasts. The demons thought she was bluffing. No matter who you are, you must die today. They unleashed their water-based power, charging at Black and White Fei, but she didn't move. Simply raising her right hand, instantly, a cubic energy field appeared around the demons. Above, the water demon was slammed heavily into the ground. Only then did the demon realize, you can control space? Damn it, I can't move. But don't underestimate me. This one attack won't kill me. Black and White Fei grinned. Who said there's only one? Open your eyes and look carefully. Instantly, countless cubes floated above the demon. With a wave of her hand, the cubes came crashing down onto the demon's location. When the dust settled, only a bottomless pit remained. The other demon trembled in fear. It had watched its companion get crushed into the pit, leaving no trace behind. Black and White Fei's eyes turned cold. Now it's your turn. The demon had no will to fight back. All it could do was retreat. She looks like a weak human. But why does she exude such oppression? I can't even muster the courage to resist. The demon suddenly spoke. Wait, I'm very confused. What exactly are you two? Your power clearly marks you as one of us, with the rare ability to control space. But your companion, he carries an aura that terrifies us. Tell me, what exactly are you? Black and White Fei coldly replied, we are humans. Human warriors. The demon couldn't believe it. You're human warriors? That's the biggest joke I've ever heard. Do you even believe what you're saying? You went from a one-core warrior to possessing the power of 4 cores in an instant. Even we, Wuchi demons, can't stand against you. But before it could finish, the demon's head was split in two. You talk too much. Only the two of them remained. Black and White Fei gently touched Aang's cheek. You've always saved me, protected me. This time, it's my turn to save you. She then looked at the fallen elemental crystal. Her spatial hand activated again, and the crystal appeared in her hand. She placed the crystal on Aang's body. We can leave now. As the warning lights of the Bone Burial Castle lit up, 2 guards nervously watched the situation inside. After scanning with special equipment, they detected humans, warriors returning from the Bone Burial Grounds. As the gates slowly opened, the first thing they saw was a pair of female feet, followed by Situ Fei and Aang, now restored to their human forms. At this point, Situ Fei had exhausted the last of her strength. We're back. As soon as she spoke, she collapsed to the ground. The guards immediately rushed to help. Quick, take them. But the next moment, the guards were stunned by the scene behind them. Wait, look behind the gate. My God, what kind of scene is this? These are demons. crushed by spatial power. How did they get here? Just then, a voice echoed in Situ Fei's mind. I knew I wasn't wrong. You're very suited to my power, little sister. You have an unawakened precognitive ability within you. I'm curious, and I look forward to it. Suddenly, Situ Fei was jolted awake by the voice. She looked up at the... This seems to be the medical room outside the city. It looks like we've been saved. Was that a dream? But who was that woman in the dream? She touched her wounds, only to find they had completely healed. What's going on? Such severe injuries. Yet it's as if they never existed. And my memories of what happened in the bone burial castle, I can't recall them. The more she thought, the more her head hurt. That memory is like being shrouded in a black fog. Just then, a bedsheet was draped over Situ Fei. Thank you for bringing me out, Fei. Situ Fei looked up and saw. It was Ong, but she had no memory of what he was referring to. Ong patiently explained. According to the people who found us, it was you who insisted on carrying me to the entrance. You're amazing, Situ Fei. Hearing this, Situ Fei began to recall fragments of the memory. From Ong being injured to encountering the demons, her mind was still filled with concern for Aang's safety. She looked at Ong with worry. Are you okay? Are you alright now? Ong stretched out his hand. I'm fine, see? Just some minor injuries left. I'm sorry, Fei. I was careless this time. I already felt unwell in the castle, but for the sake of the elemental core, I almost got us both killed. Hearing this, Situ Fei anxiously asked, by the way, where's the elemental crystal? Ong pulled the crystal from his pocket. Don't worry, it's here. I found it in my clothes when I woke up. You must have put it there for me, right? Thank you. You're so thoughtful. Hearing this, Situ Fei had no recollection of doing so. Did I put it there? But why don't I remember any of it? Ong said. You should focus on recovering. In any case, we achieved our goal in the bone burial castle. Now we just need to find a safe place to refine the core. As he spoke, Situ Fei prepared to get up. Once we finish the paperwork, we can leave. Ong simply nodded, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed about Situ Fei. During the time he was unconscious, what exactly happened to Situ Fei? In the castle? Why does she now seem to have something similar? It's been enhanced. It's been enhanced. Situ Fei, this deadweight, has been completely and utterly enhanced. Not only did she gain the Black King's ability to control time and space, but she also gained another surprising identity, the biological daughter of the richest person in Hello City. With a casual swipe, she spent 1.2 million battle points. Everyone present was utterly stunned. Even Ong from 0 points looked embarrassed. Not only that, but to understand the mysterious power within her, she needed to familiarize herself with it through battle, master it, and control it. From then on, Situ Fei gained another new identity, the arena warrior, Rakshakat. Just now, the two prepared to head to the nearest town. Situ Fei looked at Ong and said, you need a secluded place to safely refine the elemental crystal. Ong agreed. Refining the crystal requires intense focus and must not be disturbed by external forces. Since demons can use all elemental powers, this crystal is the final earth element he needs. If he successfully merges all 5 elements and then uses the crystal to fuse them together, what kind of changes would occur? This was Situ Fei's suggestion. I've heard my father mention that some B-level or higher towns offer training rooms for rent, usually for warriors in need. This might meet your requirements. In that case, there happens to be a B-level town ahead, Saramanta City, a modern trading city built on ancient architectural designs. This town is quite lively, and most of the warriors here aren't locals. Situ Fei was immediately curious about why there were groups of warriors gathered here. When Yen Ong smiled slightly, you, a city kid, actually know about these groups? They usually roam outside towns, with no fixed base. Their main goal is to search and scavenge for resources. They usually operate in small teams, with strict requirements for individual skills. They are well-armed and highly organized. Although Saramanta is a B-level town, it's also a rare trading hub. Therefore, other factions and warrior groups are allowed to enter. Soon, a place called Super Training Room appeared, but the owner required battle points, which Ong had never heard of. The owner sneered. Are you serious? As a warrior, you don't even know about battle points? Battle points are the exclusive currency for warriors, usable in any city. And you call yourself a quad-core warrior? How can you not know this? Are you cosplaying or something? Situ Fei pointed to a small device nearby. If you want to know how many battle points you have, it's quite simple. Just scan your finger on this machine. Since Ong had almost no battle points in his previous life, resources were distributed fairly through quotas. If needed, one simply had to apply to superiors. Ong sighed at how much times had changed and placed his finger on the device. but the result showed only 0.1 points. The onlookers immediately mocked him. Is this kid here to cause trouble? 0 points, and he wants to rent a training room? Bro, you got played by this clueless guy. Hearing this, the owner became furious. You think this is funny? No battle points, and you want to rent a training room? Are you here just to mess around? Ong was scolded without any retort. Am I really this poor in this life? Why does it feel so But the next second, the owner was stunned. Available balance, 1.2 million battle points. Situ Fei coldly said, please book the largest room for me. 1.2 million points. Even buying this place would be more than enough. The crowd was left in complete shock. Seeing this, Situ Fei glared at the owner. Hurry up, please. In fact, Situ Fei's father had another identity, the richest person in Hello City. The owner immediately changed his attitude. My dear, beautiful, and exquisite goddess, please follow me. Ong spoke up slowly. Although I knew your family was wealthy, I didn't expect it to be this rich. Situ Fei explained that her father taught her to keep a low profile. Soon, they arrived at the largest training room. The area was nearly 200 square meters, with walls and floors made of sturdy materials, even had a balcony, which could also serve as a rest area. If it gets in the way during training, it can be hidden underground. How is it? My family's training room isn't bad, right? Ong looked around and nodded. Not bad. We'll take this one. Then, owner, if you have nothing else, you may leave. Ong, you can train here. I'll go out for a walk and won't disturb you. I'll rent a room nearby and sort out some things over the next few days. Before leaving, Ong said, it's getting cold. Let me lend you my thick coat. But Situ Fei refused. Your coat is dirty and ugly. Ong then slowly took out the crystal. He had to grow stronger quickly to rescue his lord. Due to his rebellion, the new king had his arms and legs broken, along with the new 6 lords, and even the new king with 3 cores. When I become strong, I'll settle the score with all of you. This backlash that he couldn't always rely on demonic strength. He had to make himself stronger. Extract the earth element from the crystal and use it, then fuse the 5 elements together. As he spoke, he took out the elemental core from his bag. Respond to me, elemental core. Suddenly, the core emitted a blinding light. Meanwhile, Situ Fei, on her journey, seemed to recall some memories of the Bone Burial Castle. There seemed to be something hidden within her, and she had inexplicably awakened a powerful force. Her strength had instantly reached level 4. It was a powerful yet unfamiliar force, craving battle and growth. It was as if a voice was whispering in her ear, as if it were another Situ Fei. What exactly was that thing inside? Was it due to her intense desire to grow stronger? What kind of power was it? And this power, she couldn't fully control it yet. Coincidentally, there was a warrior's arena ahead, so she decided to head there to test her strength. Since warriors from different factions gathered there, the arena rankings were highly attractive. Only through battle could she familiarize herself with and master this mysterious power. No matter what that thing inside her was, it was hard to suppress. But one thing was certain, Situ Fei needed to fight and grow stronger. However, if she were to participate in the arena, it would be best to hide her identity. She thought of the festival masks sold on the streets. This way, no one would recognize her. She didn't want to be a burden to Ong anymore, nor did she want to be looked down upon by anyone or any demon. If there really was some mysterious power awakened within her, then let her fully control it. Immediately, a terrifying power surged from Situ Fei's body, transforming her once again into the powerful black and white princess. Meanwhile, the arena owner was counting the day's earnings when a voice suddenly spoke beside him. Owner, how can I participate in the arena? The owner sensed a business opportunity. Female warriors rarely appeared in the arena, so he immediately asked, what's your level? Do you have a name or nickname? After a moment of thought, the black and white princess replied, Quadcore Warrior. As for my name, call me Rakshakat. Situ Fei's first appearance in the arena earned her the top spot in the women's division. Her opponent was also a powerful quad-core female warrior, and the goddess in the eyes of all the spectators. With a dazzling display of flower petals, she scattered them gracefully. As soon as she entered, both warriors unleashed their powerful auras amidst the shower of petals. Please enjoy the show. But the next second, the entire audience was stunned, because Situ Fei knocked her opponent down with a single punch. Please stop insulting the title of warrior. Just moments ago, the owner respectfully said, the Saramanta Arena welcomes you. Will you be participating? Situ Fei replied, I can step onto the stage anytime. The owner's eyes narrowed into a smile. It's been a long time since a new female warrior entered the arena. The male warrior's side is already settled. If handled well, this could be a goldmine. He quickly shouted to the attendant, what are you waiting for? Take this warrior to register immediately. Seeing this, the attendant gestured to Situ Fei. Respected Rakshakat, please follow me. After registering Situ Fei's details, the attendant began explaining the arena rules. Situ Fei said, just call me Rakshakat. No need for formalities. The attendant grinned. Got it. Then I'll call you Sister Rakshakat. Situ Fei replied, whatever makes you happy. Then she asked, what's the highest level of warrior here? The attendant said, currently, it's a 5-core warrior, but that's only in the male warriors arena. For female warriors, the highest level is the same as yours, a quad-core warrior. Situ Fei wondered why there was a separation between male and female arenas. The attendant explained, there are many male warriors participating, but very few female warriors. In the past, there was a time when both genders fought together, but male warriors didn't want to fight female warriors. They said losing was embarrassing and winning was awkward. So eventually, they were separated. Over time, fewer and fewer female warriors participated. But Situ Fei believed that strength determined victory, and there was no such thing as embarrassment. Anyone who says otherwise is undoubtedly a self-righteous weakling. Hearing this, the attendant was impressed. This sister is really cool. Sister Rakshakat, you're right. Warriors should determine victory by strength. Soon, Situ Fei arrived at the female warriors arena. As soon as she entered, the arena erupted with cheers. Situ Fei looked up, surprised by the large crowd. If I weren't wearing a mask, this would be really overwhelming. The attendant said, you can step onto the stage now. Good luck, sister. Winning also comes with a generous prize. But Situ Fei, being the daughter of the richest man, had no interest in money. She asked, besides the prize, are there other rewards? The attendant replied, there's also the arena ranking, which is a kind of honor. Situ Fei nodded, that's enough. Nothing is more important to a warrior than honor. Situ Fei accidentally brushed against the attendant's face, causing him to blush instantly. Is this the feeling of love? About half an hour later, the arena's loudspeaker announced, distinguished guests, today you're in for a treat. Our female warriors arena has a new member. Let's give a warm welcome to our quad-core warrior, Rakshakat. As soon as the announcement ended, the crowd erupted with excitement. It's been so long since we've seen a female warrior fight. Situ Fei didn't expect the audience's reaction to be so enthusiastic. I thought there would be more female warriors participating in the arena, but I'm quite curious about the male warriors arena. At this moment, the host continued, it seems everyone can't wait any longer. Let's welcome our other participant, the only remaining female warrior in our arena goddess. Hearing this, Situ Fei was stunned. What? There's only one female warrior left in the female warriors arena? She glanced at the rankings and saw only one name. Let's welcome our arena goddess, the dazzling Ling Hua. The audience erupted with excitement. Finally, we get to see the beautiful Ling Hua fight again. Ling Hua, my goddess. Finally, we get to see the beautiful Ling Hua fight again. Seeing this, Situ Fei was speechless. Ling Hua, my goddess. Only now did she finally understand. Seeing this, Situ Fei was speechless. Why so few female warriors participated in the arena? Only now did she finally understand. The female warriors arena had become, why so few female warriors participated in the arena? Vulgar and superficial. The female warriors arena had become, at this moment, vulgar and superficial. At this moment, Ling Hua smiled at Situ Fei. It seems you're my opponent. Nice to meet you. Please go easy on me. I'm Ling Hua, the dazzling flower. Situ Fei didn't respond. Since her last awakening, she could clearly feel the intense power of time and space within her, but she needed real combat to confirm it. However, facing a superficial quad-core warrior like Ling Hua, Situ Fei had no desire to fight. But then Ling Hua suddenly spoke. A rare masked quad-core warrior. I'm quite curious about you, Sister Rakshakat. If you lose, remember to take off your mask. That's a promise between us, okay? As soon as she said this, the atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch. Ling Hua, I love you, Ling Hua. Situ Fei, however, looked at this as if it were a joke. This woman is way too pretentious. Since they were both quad-core warriors, Situ Fei decided to give her a proper fight. With that, a dark green energy erupted from her body. Ling Hua, not to be outdone, released a surge of blue energy. Let the battle between Rakshakat and Ling Hua begin. Situ Fei was ready to face her opponent, but Ling Hua started acting pretentious again. This left Situ Fei utterly baffled. Are you ready to witness my beautiful dance? As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Hua began dancing on the arena stage. Let the stage be filled with romance. Wherever I go, beautiful flowers will bloom. The audience screamed in excitement. This is Ling Hua's signature move, the flower dance. We're in for a treat. Ling Hua is so beautiful. Let Ling Hua keep dancing. Situ Fei, however, retracted her offensive stance. The audience thought she was intimidated. Is she giving up in the face of such a dazzling attack? Ling Hua smiled and continued, under the dazzling flowers. Please feel my... Before she could finish, Situ Fei punched her with full force, sending Ling Hua flying across the arena. The audience was stunned. Even the commentator was shocked. The attendants' eyes widened in disbelief. With just one punch, Situ Fei had knocked Ling Hua out cold, leaving her foaming at the mouth. There was no trace of the goddess left in her. In Situ Fei's eyes, Ling Hua was even more ridiculous than that useless young Master Wu La. She couldn't even sense the aura of a single-core warrior from her. Her skills were nothing more than a spectacle. It's because of people like you that female warriors don't get the respect they deserve. The arena fell silent. Warriors exist to fight. Don't insult the title of warrior, the attendant muttered. Sister Rakshakat is terrifying. Sister Rakshakat, you're amazing. With that, he began cheering loudly. The audience seemed to snap out of their daze. Then, he grabbed a t-shirt with Ling Hua's photo on it, and without hesitation, tore it apart. He replaced it with a photo of Rakshakat and raised a sign with Rakshakat's image, shouting loudly, Rakshakat, Rakshakat. At this moment, the owner rushed out and announced Rakshakat's victory. This is truly astonishing. What an incredible display of strength. Let's all congratulate her on claiming the top spot. Situ Fei, however, looked disdainful. This competition is like child's play. An arena with only one participant should be cancelled. I'm going to join the male warriors arena. Hearing this, the owner was shocked and asked her to repeat herself. Situ Fei spoke word by word. I'm going to challenge the male warriors arena. Meanwhile, a little girl was eating a candied hawthorn for the first time and even chewed the wooden stick along with it. In her eyes, the stick was even more delicious than the candied fruit. It turned out she wasn't human at all, but a demon with some kind of special ability. Meanwhile, Situ Fei finally got her wish and entered the male warriors arena. Her opponent was a powerful agile assassin, a male warrior, who punched Situ Fei into the ground with a single strike. But what would be the outcome? Let's wait and see. Just moments ago, the scene shifted to the Saramanda city market. A man in a jade robe carried a little girl on his shoulder, their strange attire immediately drawing the attention of passers-by. Look at that man, walking around in just a jade robe. The girl on his shoulder must be his daughter. Others thought she might be his sister. Man looks to be in his 20s. The man in the jade robe whispered, "Infiltration successful." The little girl's eyes suddenly turned cold. Pointing at a candied hawthorn stand, she said, "I want to eat that. I heard it's sweet and sour." The vendor quickly approached to serve them. "My candied hawthorns are the sweetest in all of Saramanta City. You'll definitely want more after trying one." But neither the man nor the girl responded. The little girl just stretched out her hands, repeating, "I want to eat it." Without a word, the man picked up the entire stand and said with a smile, "If you want to eat, it's all yours." The vendor was stunned. But then, the man walked away without paying. "This should be enough for you tonight. Let's see what else is fun around here." This series of actions left the vendor completely baffled. She shouted at them, "Wait, you haven't paid yet." Hearing this, the man stopped. The little girl turned her head, coldly staring at the vendor. The vendor angrily said, "What are you looking at? You think you can eat without paying? What's so great about being strong? I'll beat you up if you don't pay. I used to fight in the arena, you know?" The man in the jade robe opened his mouth slightly. The human world is so troublesome. His eyes suddenly turned eerily cold. The vendor froze in place, her expression turning blank. The man whispered, "Go back." The vendor, as if in a trance, walked away like a zombie. The little girl continued eating the candied hawthorns, but her next words were shocking. "Vice Captain, the battles between captains and vice captains have already moved outside the city. We've only killed a few humans here, and the warriors are already panicking." The man in the jade robe closed his eyes lightly. "Humans are so timid and fragile. Once you finish your mission, wipe this city off the map." The little girl's face lit up with excitement. "Wipe the city. Wipe the city. I want to wipe the city." She was so excited that she even ate the wooden stick, along with the candied hawthorn. Soon, it was time for the arena again. "Ladies and gentlemen, you're in for a treat. A female warrior is challenging the male warriors arena. This is the first time something like this has ever happened. Please look to my right and welcome our challenger, the quad-core black warrior, Rakshakat." As soon as the announcement ended, the audience erupted with excitement. "Rakshakat! Rakshakat! This is so cool." The owner continued, "Originally, no male warriors were willing to participate in this match, but after some discussion, we finally found a contender. Please welcome today's fighter, The quad-core white warrior, Iron Hand Razor. Razor's eyes turned cold. Both of us are quad-core warriors, and you're a rare black core. The owner announced the rules. No crippling the opponent, and no killing. Now, let's proceed to the handshake. Razor slowly extended his right hand. Nice to meet you, Rakshakat. If it weren't for the owner's promise of extra rewards, I wouldn't bother fighting a female warrior. Can we discuss something? Hearing this, Situfei's outstretched hand suddenly stopped. Razor coldly said, let's just go through the motions, and end the match in a draw. That way, you save face, and I avoid embarrassment. Situfei didn't respond. Seeing this, Razor growled. Did I not make myself clear? Situfei turned away with a look of disdain. A warrior like you isn't worthy of shaking my hand. This left Razor fuming. You're asking for it. Don't blame me. I don't give a damn about your stupid rules. With that, he stomped the ground and lunged at Situfei from behind. Situfei didn't expect Razor to attack so suddenly, but she was already in her black and white princess state. With a quick sidestep, she easily dodged Razor's attack. Razor sneered. Not bad reflexes. But before he could finish, he lunged at Situfei again, aiming for her chest. He arrogantly declared, I'll slice you in half. Situfei seemed unable to dodge in time, and Razor slammed her into the ground. The audience gasped. Oh my god, what just happened? Did she just get killed? Someone died in the arena. Razor was confident that his full power strike would definitely kill his opponent. Although killing was against the arena rules, Razor didn't care about rules. To him, those who angered him deserved death. Just as he was gloating, a slender hand suddenly appeared in front of him. Startled, Razor quickly leaped back. What the hell is that? Is there someone else on the stage? But the next second, everyone was shocked to see Rakshakat's severed body instantly reform into one piece. The crowd exclaimed, what is Rakshakat? How does she have such an unexpected trick up her sleeve? Situfei smirked. It seems my father was right. A life or death situation truly unlocks potential. The audience's excitement reached a fever pitch. Is this the power of Rakshakat's black core? This is incredible. Rakshakat. Rakshakat. Razor's eyes gleamed with greed. I must find a way to steal that power. With that, he lunged at Situfei again, using his agility core skill, Swift Dash. Leaving behind multiple afterimages, Situfei, however, calmly closed her eyes. Left jab. Then a right hook. If he dodges both, the final strike will be a full power. As she finished speaking, she opened her eyes sharply. Razor was stunned. How does she know what I'm thinking? The battle was far from over. But the next second, he was even more shocked. Just as he was about to dash forward, a hand suddenly appeared and firmly grabbed his arm. Before Razor could react, Situfei appeared above him, grabbing his right hand. With both hands firmly controlling Razor's arms, she stomped him into the ground. Blood spurted from Razor's mouth. Dealing with you is simple. Just control your hands. The plan succeeded. While Situfei was dominating the male warriors arena, Ong finally succeeded in fusing the last elemental crystal. However, he still relied on external forces. Human breathing techniques had no effect on elemental crystals. To grow stronger without relying on demonic power, he needed to tap into the crystal's energy, but only in his demonic state could he sense the crystal's power. In the end, he still had to rely on the Red King's power within him. Unbeknownst to him, his actions caught the attention of the man in the jade robe. The man dismissed it as overthinking. Little Bean, are you ready? Let's begin the joyous massacre. Just moments ago, after being beaten, Razor growled. What kind of ability is this? Why are you so strong at the same level as me? Before he could finish, Situfei's hand struck his chest. Situfei coldly said, your rhythm is off. Only then did Razor realize his left arm was paralyzed by the energy injected into his pressure points. This shouldn't be the fighting style of a green core. How does a black core know this? But Razor was a seasoned warrior. You think you can beat me barehanded? You're too arrogant. With that, his right hand summoned a spare energy gauntlet. The owner, who was also the commentator, was shocked. Razor's synchronization rate is as high as 42%. He can control two equipment pieces simultaneously. As soon as he finished speaking, Razor's right fist slammed towards Situfei's face. But Situfei didn't flinch. A black space slowly appeared in front of her. One hand appeared under Razor's feet, while the other grabbed his arm. Razor was left bewildered. Not only was his attack effortlessly neutralized, but he was also pushed off balance, staggering backward. So that's how it is. Only now did Situfei fully understand her abilities. Manipulating space, Peering into the future, the owner closely watched Situ Fei's every move. Rakshakat's synchronization rate is skyrocketing. He held an expensive synchronization detector, a portable device favored by many. Although not as precise as professional equipment, it was convenient and widely used. Her synchronization rate was already at 42%, but now it suddenly surged to 64% and continued to rise. Fragmented images flashed in Situ Fei's mind, and she finally remembered everything that happened in the Bone Burial Castle. Her unique abilities were all thanks to the female demon who had fused with her. It was because of the female demon that she became the quad-core black warrior. The black and white princess, Razor, who had been so arrogant earlier, was now in disbelief. How do you have such a high synchronization rate? What are you? Before he could finish, a blue spatial barrier appeared above him. Razor hesitated for a moment, but had no chance to resist. The next second, he was slammed into the ground. The audience gasped. What kind of power is this? Is Rakshakat really this strong? Razor, still defiant, growled. I'm ranked 10th in the male warriors arena. I can't lose to a female warrior. I'd rather die than submit. Situ Fei sneered. Since you're so stubborn. With that, she increased the pressure of the spatial barrier. Then today, I'll grant your wish. Just as Situ Fei was about to deliver a final blow, Razor immediately surrendered. Grandma, I admit defeat. I give up. I give up. From now on, I'll change my name to Soft Razor. The owner excitedly announced the result of the match. Who would have thought the tough Razor would surrender? This is truly unbelievable. Rakshakat is so cool. Congratulations to Rakshakat for winning this arena match. Instantly, the arena erupted with deafening cheers. Rakshakat, Sister Rakshakat, you're amazing. The owner pointed at Situ Fei. Rakshakat, do you wish to continue challenging? Please make your choice. Situ Fei slowly turned her head and said, then, let's welcome the next challenger. The moment she said this, the crowd went wild. Rakshakat says she'll continue to challenge. She's so cool. Go Rakshakat. The arena lit up with dazzling fireworks. Tonight felt like a grand celebration. Let's watch Rakshakat fight until dawn. Meanwhile, in the training room, Ong was gasping for breath. Damn it. It's been half a day, and I still can't sense any fluctuations. From the elemental crystal, ordinary breathing techniques had no effect. In his previous life, he had no experience with this. Elemental fusion and such were new concepts he only encountered in this life. Now, he was missing the final earth element. If all 5 elements coexisted in one body, the power gained would be unimaginable. But just then, he seemed to realize something. Demonic elemental power, if so-called elemental power, is derived from demonic energy, then human breathing techniques might not work. Does that mean I need to use my demonic form to actively sense its power? This was utterly ironic. He wanted to grow stronger without relying on demonic power, but in the end, he still had to depend on it. When Ong transformed into his demonic form, a terrifying energy surged from within him. The sturdy training room was instantly reduced to ruins. Suddenly, a massive surge of earth elemental power erupted from the ground, forming a giant earth hand. In front of Ong, it transformed into strands of energy and entered his body. Ong grinned. Earth power, I feel you now. Meanwhile, the man in the jade robe seemed to notice this. The little girl on his shoulder asked, what's wrong? Zinio? Zinio. The man's name? He pondered for a moment. Nothing. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But Little Bean, are you ready? I've been training you since you were a 2-core warrior. I've always had high hopes for you. Don't let me down. If this mission is completed successfully, you'll qualify for advancement to a 5-core warrior. Little Bean tightly closed her eyes, but the next second, they snapped open. Yes, I'm ready. With that, a surge of purple energy erupted from her body. Then let the massacre begin. The decisive battle was about to begin. Situ Fei was finally going to face the number 1 in the male warriors arena. After defeating several quad-core male warriors, a heavy staff suddenly smashed into the ground. A dark figure appeared behind Situ Fei, exuding a terrifying killing intent. He was on a completely different level from the previous warriors. Even quad-core warriors broke into a cold sweat at the sight of him. He was the current arena overlord, Lulan Wuja Kainuo, known as the strongest 5-core warrior among free warriors. Rumors said he was once a cold-blooded killer in a squad. Situ Fei wanted to see the gap between herself and a 5-core warrior. Facing such a formidable opponent, how would Situ Fei respond? Just moments ago, Situ Fei had begun her intense battles in the arena. I heard there's an incredible female warrior who's single-handedly challenging the male warriors arena. This is unprecedented. She hasn't lost a single match yet. I have to go see this. The attendant reported to the owner. It feels like the entire city has come. There aren't enough seats. Hearing this, the owner jumped up in excitement. I'm going to make a fortune this time. But outside, the crowd was still overwhelming. People were squeezing in, buying 10 or 8 tickets at a time, all eager to witness this thrilling arena match. The attendant was furious. It's all your fault. I can't even watch Sister Rakshakat now. The audience chanted Situ Fei's name. Rakshakat. Rakshakat. We love you. Meanwhile, Situ Fei, after a series of battles, was facing a male warrior who was crouching, gasping for breath. This is unbelievable. How did such a powerful female warrior suddenly appear in Saramanta City? Several male warriors had already been defeated, and she was a rare black core. Her unique fighting style and abilities, especially her spatial manipulation, made her a formidable opponent. Even male warriors with near-light speed seemed like snails in front of her. Her strength was far beyond what it appeared. She definitely had more than just spatial abilities. She might even have hidden cards. The male warrior had thought he was strong, but against Situ Fei, he was completely outmatched. Situ Fei, whether defending or attacking, was completely at ease. If I lose, it'll be a huge embarrassment. With that, he summoned an energy dagger. Situ Fei glanced at him indifferently. You want to play with daggers? I love daggers too. Shall we spar? With that, a diamond dagger appeared in her hand. Without another word, she lunged at the male warrior, using spatial manipulation to close the distance and accelerate. In an instant, she was in front of him. The male warrior gritted his teeth. Are you looking down on me? With that, he roared, let's see who's better. The sound of clashing daggers echoed as the two exchanged dozens of moves in seconds. Situ Fei clearly had the upper hand, while the male warrior could only barely defend. Suddenly, the male warrior unleashed a burst of strength, knocking Situ Fei's dagger out of her hand. Seeing this, the male warrior smirked. If I time it right, I can still knock your dagger away. What do you think? You can't beat me with daggers. With that, his dagger began to vibrate with a buzzing sound. Blue energy formed into a pair of wind blades, and with a leap, he activated the wind/skill, sending the blades towards Situ Fei. Situ Fei sidestepped effortlessly, appearing in front of the male warrior in the next second. She activated her spatial hand, and while the male warrior was still stunned, she grabbed his head and swept his legs, sending him flying out of the arena. He crashed into the ground, shattering the floor. The male warrior struggled to get up. Damn it, I couldn't see anything for a moment. The owner, who was also the commentator, announced, falling out of the arena counts as a loss. Therefore, Situ Fei wins this match. Next, she would face the male warrior ranked number 1 in the arena. But just then, the male warrior roared in protest. Who said falling out of the ring counts as a loss? The owner replied, that's always been the rule. But the male warrior insisted on continuing the fight, asking the number 1 warrior to wait a little longer. As the two argued, a massive staff smashed into the ground, cracking it. A male warrior wielding an alloy staff appeared, and the previous male warrior felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from him. His head immediately drooped down, and this red stick male warrior walked slowly past the two of them. By now, the southern warrior was already so frightened that he gulped nervously. Because this man was the number 1 on the Southern Warriors arena rankings, the reigning champion for 6 consecutive months. He was known as one of the strongest 5-core warriors among the free fighters in Salamanca City, even possessing the strength of a vice-captain level. Let us warmly welcome the reigning champion of the male warriors arena, the Lulan dancer, Cairo. The audience couldn't help but chatter. Is Rakshakat really going to challenge the champion directly? Isn't that a bit too rushed? This champion was once a member of the Special Forces, known for his cruel nature and cold-blooded demeanor. Some warriors have surrendered on the spot just upon hearing his name. The waiter also looked worried. I can't let Sister Rakshakat face this guy. He quickly called the boss on the walkie-talkie, urging him to stop the match. But the boss didn't care at all this time. The match cannot be stopped. This is what he wanted. Didn't he come here to challenge? The ads are already out, and ticket sales are 10 times higher than before. This time, we're going to make a fortune. As for Rakshakat and Cairo's life or death, the boss couldn't care less. Cairo stood quietly in the arena, exuding a terrifying aura of energy, glaring murderously at Situ Fei. Situ Fei's gaze was equally determined. He also wanted to see how big the gap was between him and a 5-core warrior. Cairo suddenly spoke. You're quite a fascinating female warrior. I've watched every one of your battles. Your spatial abilities and incredible foresight are impressive even among 4-core warriors. This makes me want to crush you into pulp. Hearing this, Situ Fei's heart skipped a beat. This guy's killing intent was on a completely different level. compared to the previous male warriors. At the same time, Cairo's attack came in an instant. Seeing this, Situ Fei widened his eyes. Cairo was trying to suppress him with aerial skills. So, after dodging several fierce attacks, Situ Fei tried to use his spatial ability to sneak behind Cairo. But the next second, Cairo's alloy rod was already in front of Situ Fei's face. This sudden attack would have left anyone else exposed. Fortunately, Situ Fei reacted quickly, dodging the attack with a backflip. Seeing this, Cairo grinned. Little girl, what are you looking at? Trying to find my weakness with your foresight? Too bad, that trick won't work on me. Situ Fei barely managed to steady himself, wondering what's going on. I clearly saw his movement trajectory, but how? She's making her move. The mysterious demon Loli, Little Bean, is finally making her move. When Situ Fei faced the model of strength and speed, Situ Fei was forced to retreat repeatedly, but after dozens of exchanges, he finally found Kai Luo's weakness. It turns out, the reason he couldn't predict Kai Luo's attacks earlier was because Kai Luo used his speed to feint multiple times, confusing Situ Fei's predictions. This way, Situ Fei only saw his fake moves. Now that he's found Kai Luo's weakness, defeating him is just a matter of moments. Just as Situ Fei is about to claim the top spot on the arena rankings, a strange figure appears in the arena's walkway, instantly tearing the boss in half. It looks pretty lively in here. Just now, Situ Fei began to doubt his own abilities. Why? Did his attack trajectory differ from what he foresaw? Could his foresight ability be flawed? Seeing this, Kai Luo slowly spoke. Masked girl, if you're too weak, it's hard for me to win. I don't want to be laughed at behind my back for bullying a defenseless girl. It would make me lose face. Hearing this, Situ Fei pondered for a moment. I was wary of your strength before, but now you've successfully pissed me off. Situ Fei kept telling himself to stay calm, to watch his steps. Kai Luo sneered. Pissed off? As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the alloy rod. I like fiery women like you. With that, he swung the rod at Situ Fei. At the same time, Situ Fei predicted his movement. Left, he'll grip the rod's end and attack from the left with a spinning motion. Situ Fei was certain of this, but once again, he misjudged. Kai Luo's attack came from the right, leaving Situ Fei no time to react. The alloy rod slammed into Situ Fei's head. Kai Luo even taunted. I'll crush the skull beneath your mask. The audience couldn't bear to watch, covering their eyes. With that strike, Luo Shakat would either die or be severely injured. Kai Luo is too ruthless. No wonder he's from the Hunter Squad. Did his mask fall off? I'm really curious what he looks like. But only Kai Luo. Despite his fierce attack, Situ Fei blocked it. At the last moment, Situ Fei used a dagger to parry the blow, but it was so fast that the audience thought Situ Fei had been hit. Situ Fei was also shocked. If not for feeling the force of the blow, he would have forgotten Kai Luo was a Red River warrior. His speed and strength far surpassed Situ Fei's, and he was a 5-core warrior. Only then did Situ Fei realize, it's not that my foresight is flawed, but Kai Luo used his speed to feint multiple times, confusing me. What I saw were just his fake moves. To defeat such an opponent, he would need to rely on the black box's space-time ability, and he had to take the initiative. With that, he stomped the ground, and before Kai Luo could react, a shadow rushed toward him. But Kai Luo immediately recognized Situ Fei's strange spatial ability. He was trying to seize the offensive. Kai Luo entered combat mode, saying, women who are too aggressive aren't good. With that, he unleashed a flurry of attacks, creating 4 clones, attacking from different directions. No matter where Situ Fei appeared, he would face Kai Luo's relentless strikes. Thus, this move was ineffective against him. Situ Fei's spatial ability is indeed troublesome, but as long as I maintain a flawless defense, and since Kai Luo's defense is also an attack, a violent gray tornado formed on the battlefield. Within it, crackling red lightning intertwined. My god, Kai Luo has stirred up a towering storm. If this weren't an arena match, the explosive damage would have destroyed the entire building. At the center of the storm, Kai Luo sneered and said, little girl, let me guess where you are, and then smash you like a whack-a-mole. But the next second, Situ Fei appeared beneath him. You're underestimating my spatial ability. A strange flash of and blood suddenly gushed from Kai Luo's leg. His body staggered and fell backward. This was all Situ Fei. With a loud clang, the previously boastful Kai Luo crashed heavily to the ground. Damn it, my leg is cut. I can't stand. How did you suddenly appear beneath me? This isn't just simple spatial movement. You can directly penetrate the environment. Hearing this, Situ Fei glanced at him coldly. Since your speed is a threat to me, I'll just limit your speed first. Don't worry, this kind of injury will heal in a few days. If you beg me now, I can also use the Green River to heal you. Only then did Kai Luo realize he had underestimated the power of the black box. But his aura was indeed that of a 4-core warrior, while Situ Fei just watched him calmly. Now you're like a torch. If you want to continue, I'll gladly accompany you. Instantly, the arena erupted with deafening cheers. Luo Shakat is amazing. Luo Shakat is mighty. Luo Shakat, I love you. Luo Shakat is too strong. A 4-core warrior dominating a 5-core without resistance. Meanwhile, a waiter heard the commotion in the arena. Why is the arena so loud? Could it be that Luo Shakat is being humiliated? That Kai Luo is known for his cruelty. Sister Luo Shakat might have been too reckless. How can a 4-core defeat a 5-core? No matter what, I have to stop this match. But when he entered the arena, he was stunned by what he saw. Luo Shakat was in absolute control. Is the male warrior arena champion about to change hands? The waiter finally reacted, as expected of Sister Luo Shakat. Then, the boss's voice echoed again. If you buy Luo Shakat's first limited edition fan badge now, it will definitely double in value when resold later. Only 1,000 are available. Kid, what are you standing there for? Come here and help me commentate. I'll go sell some other items at the entrance. Every second counts for money now. Remember to hype up the audience. The waiter took the microphone from the boss. Sister Luo Shakat, let me witness your championship moment. I'll handle the cheering from here. The waiter began commentating with all his might. Luo Shakat, is she about to claim the male warrior arena championship today? Let's wait and see. Instantly, the atmosphere in the arena reached its peak. Luo Shakat, Luo Shakat, Luo Shakat, I love you. Luo Shakat will win. The boss was already grinning from ear to ear. At this rate, I'll be rolling in money within a month. This Luo Shakat is truly my cash cow. But as the boss walked out of the arena, he noticed a little girl standing behind him. He immediately stopped and asked, "Whose child are you? Why are you standing here alone? You can't stay here. Are you lost from your parents?" Hearing this, the little girl said, "Parents? Little Bean doesn't have parents." Seeing Little Bean's appearance, the boss instantly realized, "You're a demon." But before he could finish, several sharp attacks struck, and the boss was torn into pieces on the spot. Little Bean then turned her gaze toward the arena. Her eyes gleamed with an eerie light. "It looks pretty lively over there. Let's go take a look." With that, she walked toward the arena. "She's here. She's here." The demon Little Bean finally made her grand entrance. With just one strike, she instantly defeated the arena champion, Kai Luo. Situ Fei immediately realized that this was no ordinary demon. Little Bean had the ability to change her appearance at will, and the demon, Little Bean, challenged Situ Fei. "How about I fight you for 1 minute?" Meanwhile, Engi noticed something unusual in the city, but what puzzled him was why there were two strange yet powerful auras. Just now, the atmosphere in the arena had reached its peak. This was an exciting moment. A female warrior had not only entered the male arena, but she was also about to prove to the world that female warriors were no less than male warriors. As soon as she finished speaking, Situ Fei's fierce attacks came again. Behind Kai Luo, a square green light appeared. He also noticed something unusual behind him, but Situ Fei flicked her left hand forward, and instantly, the light sent Kai Luo flying backward. At the same time, Situ Fei's spatial ability activated. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Kai Luo. Seeing this, Kai Luo cursed inwardly. "Damn it, this woman is tossing me around like a toy. Is she trying to lure me in from the front?" The next second, Kai Luo's alloy rod moved. At this point, he had no choice but to fight back. But as the two fought fiercely, Situ Fei felt a sense of danger behind her. Then, the image of a little girl appeared in her mind. Behind her was the corpse of the arena boss. Situ Fei immediately stopped her attack. This sudden feeling made her very uneasy. That fleeting image was definitely not a premonition. Could it be? Meanwhile, Kai Luo took advantage of Situ Fei's momentary distraction. He swung his rod fiercely, but Situ Fei easily dodged with a leap. Thus, Kai Luo's sneak attack failed. Then, Situ Fei stepped on his head and forcefully stomped down. Kai Luo's entire body was sent flying, and Situ Fei landed in a perfect pose. But in her mind, she was still thinking about the earlier image. She clearly sensed a powerful demonic aura. But this was inside the city. Ordinary demons would never appear here. But the feeling she had just now couldn't be wrong. That was definitely a demon's aura, and the demonic power within her also resonated with that demonic aura. At this moment, Kai Luo struggled to stand up. "I never thought I'd be in such a sorry state. Today, I must kill you." The audience, however, laughed mockingly. The arena champion has been stomped into the ground like a dog, and he still dares to talk big? Luo Shakat is sure to win today, but Situfei was scanning the arena. The waiter, seeing this, was puzzled. What is Sister Luo Shakat looking for? Why did Luo Shakat suddenly stop? What's she looking around for? What's going on? Luo Shakat, keep attacking. Kai Luo, on the other hand, felt insulted. Are you looking down on me? You bastard. How dare you space out at a time like this? If it weren't for my injured leg, I would have smashed you with my rod by now. Then, Situfei calmly said, you probably won't believe me if I tell you, but I think I sensed a demon's presence. It was only for a brief moment, but I suggest we call a truce for now. After all, you're a warrior too, right? Hearing this, Kai Luo found it absurd. A demon? Here. Ha ha ha. This is Salamanca City, a B-grade town. How could a demon possibly appear inside the city? Are you really that stupid? Or are you pretending? But as soon as he finished speaking, a sword made of blue energy pierced his chest. It went straight through, and Situfei once again felt an even stronger demonic aura. Kai Luo, now utterly confused, asked, what is this? This doesn't seem like your ability. But before he could finish, the sword in his chest suddenly exploded. With a loud boom, Kai Luo's body was instantly reduced to mush. Situfei's pupils dilated in shock. Then, the figure of the demon Little Bean slowly appeared. So this is a human 5-core warrior? Pathetic. No defense at all. In the arena, only Situfei noticed the demon's presence. But was this a demon or a child? It seemed the audience hadn't yet realized that Kai Luo was dead. Situfei needed to quickly inform the announcer to use the microphone and alert everyone. She looked toward the commentator's booth. The waiter responsible for commentary was already trembling in fear, but he still managed to announce to the audience, there's a demon in the arena. Everyone, leave immediately. But due to his nervousness, the audience couldn't hear him clearly. What did he say? Something about a demon? But what just happened to Kai Luo? Weird. When did that little girl appear on the stage? Then, the demon. Little Bean glanced at the audience with a sinister smile. Only then did the audience seem to realize what was happening. Could it be? Someone nervously swallowed. The next second, everyone panicked and screamed, run! There's a demon in the city. The demon Little Bean, however, looked on with disdain. They're in chaos over such a small thing. Humans are truly weak creatures. Meanwhile, Situfei was still puzzled. How did the demon take the form of a little girl? And what was her purpose? Then, the demon Little Bean stared directly at Situfei, her body radiating a dark blue demonic aura. Killing 6 5-core warriors doesn't seem too difficult. I should speed up the rest of the mission, Master said once the mission is complete. Seeing this, Situfei asked, are you one of the 4 horsemen demons? What's your purpose for infiltrating Salamanca City? The demon Little Bean paused for a moment, then replied, a human female warrior, and a rare black box user at that. Master said, this is the response time of a secret grade town to demons. Once I'm exposed, human warriors will arrive within a minute. Situfei also noticed something unusual. She can freely change her appearance. This is no ordinary demon. The demon Little Bean walked over with a smile. This is your human arena, right? I'll give you 1 minute. How about a quick match? Meanwhile, in the hotel where Ong was staying, he also sensed the demonic aura. He had felt something was off since yesterday, but something still felt strange. Why were there 2 strange yet powerful auras? Demons have a twisted habit. When they're about to kill, they enjoy listening to the screams of humans. In their view, humans are merely lowly creatures prone to fear. Demons are the superior beings, and now his mission is to exterminate these lowly humans. Just now, Ong was at a critical moment in his evolution, so he couldn't be disturbed by external factors. The reason elemental crystals grant warriors elemental powers is because they contain the pure essence of the 5 elements. If one can resonate with them, they can accurately locate the needed element. If he could fully resonate and extract the earth element, then I can gather all 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The next step is to fuse these 5 elements. Only then will I know what will happen. Meanwhile, the arena's exit was crowded with people fleeing for their lives. Get out of my way. A good dog doesn't block the path. Then came the desperate screams. Little Bean reveled in all of this. Screams and cries. Why does it sound so pleasant? Master said, humans are lowly creatures prone to fear. Fear is a low-level emotion that causes one to lose composure and rationality. But we demons are not easily swayed by emotions in our actions and judgments. We are superior beings. Situfei immediately realized that she couldn't be fooled by the child's appearance. This was a highly advanced demon. Its way of speaking and thinking was completely different from ordinary demons. So Situ Fei tentatively asked, "Who is this Master Jinyao you mentioned earlier? How many of you have infiltrated the town?" But as soon as she finished speaking, Little Bean's attack came instantly. "Don't forget, you only have 1 minute." Seeing this, Situ Fei immediately activated her spatial ability. Little Bean's eyes suddenly narrowed. A spatial ability? And such a familiar aura. A very powerful presence. Who granted you this ability? Then she thought of the black spatial ability. Could it be that supreme being? Hearing this, Situ Fei quickly adjusted her mask. As expected of a high-level demon, such a pure agility-based energy. She guessed the source of the energy in an instant. But who was this supreme being she mentioned? Situ Fei needed to find a way to extract more information. Yes, that being granted me this power. We are on the same side. What is your purpose for infiltrating the town? Little Bean coldly replied, "An evolution mission." Hearing this, Situ Fei was puzzled. Don't demons evolve by devouring peers or higher-level demons? What is this evolution mission? As soon as she said this, Little Bean's mouth twitched, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. The devouring evolution you mentioned is the method used by low-level demons. Our evolution methods are far more diverse. With that, she tiptoed closer to Situ Fei. We have more than one way to evolve. This answer shocked Situ Fei even more. Demons have other ways to evolve? She then asked, do other warriors know about this? And I need to find out the identity of that supreme being. But just then, Little Bean grabbed her arm. Your lies are too childish. If you were truly on our side, you wouldn't be unaware of this. You dare try to deceive me? With that, a surge of black demonic energy erupted from her body. Situ Fei immediately realized the situation was bad. Her rhythm was completely disrupted. There was no time to activate her spatial ability. The next second, a sharp blade shot towards Situ Fei's face. Situ Fei had no choice but to dodge backward. But Little Bean's attack was too swift. Several sword beams shot out instantly. Even though Situ Fei reacted quickly, half of her mask was sliced off. The attack even left a deep gouge in the ground. No matter what, she couldn't break free from Little Bean's grasp. Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on Little Bean's lips. Light sealing technique. Just when it seemed Situ Fei would be killed on the spot, the next second, Little Bean realized she was only holding an arm. Situ Fei had taken advantage of the moment to move behind her. After all, Situ Fei had become much more familiar with her abilities through the arena battles. She just needed to adjust her state. With that, she thrust her dagger toward Little Bean's neck. But just as the dagger was about to strike, it suddenly froze. Before Situ Fei could react, several beams of blue light erupted from Little Bean's body. Situ Fei thought, is she going to self-destruct? Sure enough, the next second, a loud explosion echoed through the arena. The blast was so intense that Situ Fei couldn't keep her eyes open. Just when she thought it was all over, Little Bean's voice suddenly rang out from the air. Your spatial technique is quite impressive. You forced me to change forms. Only then did Situ Fei realize that it wasn't a self-destruction. That's all you've got. I originally planned to use my original form for this mission, and my original form is the blue swallow form. Hearing this, Situ Fei's heart sank. How many more secrets do demons have? But just then, Little Bean took a step forward. I've lost my patience with you. I still have a mission to complete. So now, let me tear you apart. Explosive. Intense. The battle between Situ Fei and Little Bean was absolutely thrilling. Little Bean had thought that her blue swallow form would easily crush Situ Fei, but after just a few rounds, Situ Fei used her spatial ability to teleport Little Bean 10,000 meters into the air. Then, she locked her legs around Little Bean's neck and slammed her down to the ground with immense force. She pinned Little Bean under her feet, leaving her completely defenseless. Little Bean had no choice but to use her weapon, the dual-core demon form. With just a casual wave, Situ Fei instantly lost her ability to move. You're worthy of being my opponent. Just then, 3 figures were rushing toward the arena. The demon's timing is impeccable. It's always when the captain and vice-captain are away. Why does this keep happening? It's strange. For a long time, the demon activity around us has been predictable, and we've handled it well. But these past few days, it's as if the demons are doing this on purpose. Around the town, there have been continuous brutal killings by demons. Some supply transporters have also been mysteriously poisoned. Even some high-level warriors have fallen victim. To stabilize Salamanca City's economy and safety, the captains organized a large-scale sweep operation. But as soon as they left, news of a demon appearing in the city came in. This is really strange. But no matter what, we need to check it out first. 3 4-core warriors working together should be more than enough to handle an ordinary demon. We're all vice-captain candidates, after all. Damn demons, don't underestimate us. Meanwhile, the demon therapist sat leisurely on a rooftop. Annoying, isn't it? You probably won't even know how you'll die later. It seems I'll have to make it look more like an accident next time. Humans are so strange. They always overlook the things they should notice, and have strange ideas about things they shouldn't. Let's go see how Little Bean is doing. Meanwhile, Little Bean and Situ Fei were locked in an intense battle. Situ Fei relied on her spatial ability to dodge Little Bean's attacks effortlessly. I must not touch that blue flame. Even from this distance, I can feel its terrifying heat. Little Bean looked on with disdain. She casually shot out blue flames from her hands. It's a waste of my time if you keep dodging. My warrior sister. Suddenly, Situ Fei came to an abrupt stop, then launched a sneak attack right in front of Little Bean. Don't call me sister. It makes me sick. With that, she shoved Little Bean into her spatial dimension. Trying to push me into your space? That probably won't work. Warrior sister, with your human abilities, you likely can't do it. But the next second, Little Bean was stunned, because Situ Fei had teleported her 10,000 meters into the air. Seeing this, Little Bean's eyes narrowed. I didn't expect you to actually pull this off. What level of spatial ability do you have? This kind of spatial ability, capable of carrying non-self entities, was something she had only seen in a few high-ranking demons. A human warrior has actually mastered spatial ability to such an extreme level? Could her abilities really have been granted by that supreme being? Meanwhile, Situ Fei was equally shocked. Just a touch, and I'm already burned like this, but I can still endure it for now. Is it because the demonic energy is also affecting my body? I must take advantage of her agility, being compromised in mid-air, and use my spatial ability to restrain her. Soon, Little Bean was firmly locked in Situ Fei's grasp. This move was originally a grappling technique that used the body's momentum to slam the enemy to the ground. Unexpectedly, it came in handy here. With the enhancement of spatial ability, this move became even more deadly. A green energy beam shot into the sky, even piercing through the dark clouds. Then, using her spatial ability again, Situ Fei slammed Little Bean into the ground. Now, Little Bean was pinned under Situ Fei's foot, completely losing her earlier arrogance. Situ Fei slowly removed her mask and said, "How many more demons like you have infiltrated the city?" Little Bean gritted her teeth in anger. To be humiliated by a human warrior like this. Not only did she not answer Situ Fei's question, but she also demanded, "Was your spatial ability granted by the great king of darkness, one of the supreme beings? Otherwise, you couldn't possibly possess such a high-level ability. What exactly is your identity?" Hearing the name King of Darkness, Situ Fei's heart skipped a beat. That female demon who appeared in my mind. Her name is the King of Darkness? And she's a king? Who is she exactly? There's actually a king among demons? I thought the highest level for demons was 7 horsemen. What level is the King of Darkness? Little Bean cursed angrily. Damn human warrior. You're using our demonic power, yet you stand above us with such arrogance. Master Jinyao was right. Humans are truly lowly and disgusting creatures. As she spoke, a burst of purple flames erupted, catching Situ Fei off guard. Little Bean used the opportunity to create distance between them. Situ Fei realized the situation was bad. My body can't move. This is a mental attack from the purple core. Seeing Little Bean's transformation, Situ Fei was even more shocked. How did she suddenly grow a 5th wing? Master Jinyao will be disappointed to see me like this. With that, she slowly covered her face with her mask. You damn human warrior. You've actually forced me to use my full power. As a human, you should be honored. As she spoke, she entered her dual-core weapon demon form. She stood there, coldly staring at Situ Fei. At the same time, several human warriors arrived. A weapon demon? So what if it's a weapon demon? With the 3 of us working together, she might not be a match. With that, they charged at Little Bean. Little Bean, however, remained calm. Seeing this, Situ Fei quickly warned, "Don't come closer." But it was already too late. The 3 warriors were already above Little Bean. Ignorant humans. You're not even worthy of being my mission targets. Only then did the 3 realize they were facing a dual-core weapon demon, but it was too late to retreat. Little Bean casually extended a finger. Soul-sealing domain. The 3 human warriors were instantly immobilized. Then, Little Bean chanted an incantation and said, "Die." The human warriors' heads fell to the ground. Situ Fei could only watch helplessly. Little Bean picked up one of the heads and crushed it with a loud splat. You're different from them. You're worthy. The demon bird finally made her move against the human warriors. With just a casual release of her aura, she instantly killed several warriors. Just as Situ Fei was about to meet her end, the King of Darkness secretly intervened, allowing Situ Fei's spatial ability to evolve further. Little Bean also decided to stop holding back. Just as the two were about to determine the winner, Qinyao, the sneaky one, quietly entered Aang's training room. Just now, Little Bean looked at Situ Fei with a playful expression. You want to know my mission, don't you? Then I'll satisfy your curiosity today. As a high-level demon, I can earn the qualification for evolution through a trial mission. My mission is to kill 6 weapon warriors and slaughter the city. To make things easier for me, Master has already lured those troublesome government captains out of the city. Otherwise, they would have been a headache if they teamed up. However, the remaining weapon warriors in the city aren't enough. Although you're only a 4-core warrior, given your strength, you're qualified to be my target. Hearing this, Situ Fei's mind raced, trying to figure out how to respond. A dual-core weapon demon is too strong. I'm no match for her right now. But just then, an image of Aang appeared in her mind. It's strange why I thought of him at this moment. In all my past battles, whenever I was in danger, Aang would always step in. But now, I have to face this alone. Little Bean suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Alright, I don't want to waste any more time. Thank you for giving me some entertainment. As she spoke, she gathered flames in her hand and stomped the ground fiercely. She shouted, Purple Curse Acceleration. Die, human. With that, she charged at Situ Fei. In an instant, she was in front of Situ Fei. But just then, Situ Fei's pupils dilated, and the image of the King of Darkness appeared in her mind. Little sister, I can't intervene too much. You and I both have things we want to protect. I've already given you all my power, and you've gradually mastered it. How far you can take it depends on your own resolve. So from now on, you'll have to rely on yourself. Hearing this, Situ Fei smiled faintly. Just a demon, and you dare talk to me about resolve? With that, her eyes turned an oppressive green. Little Bean also noticed the change in Situ Fei, but it was too late to stop her attack. She was sent flying by the terrifying energy emanating from Situ. She barely managed to stabilize herself. Such overwhelming energy. It must be the power granted by the King of Darkness. You're just a human warrior. Why do you have the King of Darkness's power? Has the King of Darkness betrayed us demons? But Situ Fei just smiled coldly. Square spatial energy shifted around her continuously. I don't care what you say. I'll accept this power without hesitation. To continue protecting him, all I can do is grow stronger and evolve. With that, she floated in the air like a demon god. Eerie green lightning crackled and danced around her body. Little Bean was now completely enraged. Don't think that just because you've accepted demonic power, you can compare to us. You're just a foolish human warrior. As for the King of Darkness's intentions, it seems I'll have to take your head back to find out the answer. A surge of violent blue energy erupted from Little Bean's body, forming a terrifying demonic head. But Situ Fei showed no fear. If you want my head, you'll have to prove your strength, even if it costs me my life. I'll kill this dual-core demon today. With that, Situ Fei and Little Bean prepared for their final showdown. The entire arena was engulfed in their violent energy. Xinyao smiled as she looked at the sky. I really hate this terrible weather. The rumbling noise is really deafening. At that moment, a voice came from behind him, asking, What are you doing? What are you still doing wandering the streets at a time like this? Don't you know demons have appeared in the city? Xinyao himself is a high-level demon. So, with a slight smile, he said, Demons in the city? Are you planning to go disturb them? Then his expression suddenly turned cold. No. Are you planning to go kill them? Hearing this, the human warrior became furious. Answer my question properly. Are you a resident of this town? What's your exact address? Do you have identification? Because a humanoid demon has appeared in the city, we need to investigate all suspicious individuals. Xinyao, I'm just a quiet passerby. Don't get so worked up. With that, he reached into his pocket. Identification? I'll get it for you. Here. But after rummaging through his clothes for a while, he didn't pull out anything. The warrior watching him was speechless. Yet, Xinyao continued searching on his own. The human warrior was about to lose his temper. But the next second, Xinyao actions left them stunned. After searching for a while, Xinyao used his fingers to gesture something like I love you. At this point, the human warrior couldn't take it anymore. Are you kidding me at a time like this? Whatever you are, I'm taking you down today. But Xinyao just smiled faintly. This is indeed my identification. With that, a terrifying demonic energy erupted from him, and the human warriors on the scene were instantly taken down. Then, Xinyao snapped his fingers. Instantly, demonic energy burst forth from his body. The human warriors could only let out piercing screams. They were instantly killed. At this moment, Xinyao's expression turned icy cold. Don't you know I'm sleepy? You could have just left me alone, but you had to seek death. With that, He flicked the blood off his face into the air. What a bunch of rude humans. Then, he slowly walked forward a few steps and arrived at Aang's training room. This is it. That violent energy fluctuation earlier, it came from here. Let's go in and take a look. He's here. He's here. The cool and handsome 8 Knights Wang Chi has finally appeared again. Just as Aang was at a critical moment in refining the earth element, the slightly eccentric demon Jin Yao suddenly barged in. With a single palm strike, he blasted open the door to Aang's room. Suddenly, a giant red hand grabbed him firmly, crushing Jin Yao's hand instantly, and a voice warned, "Keep it down. He's at the most crucial stage right now. Even I'm looking forward to it. Don't disturb him." At the same time, Aang was in the middle of fusing the elemental crystal. Under these circumstances, Aang absolutely could not be disturbed, because the earth element could finally be extracted, and what he needed to do now was to stabilize the earth element within his body to succeed. Once that was done, the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, then, he could attempt to fuse the 5 elements. He just didn't expect fusing the earth element to be so exhausting. If he got distracted the elemental energy could be interrupted at any moment. So, he couldn't afford to lose focus. Otherwise, everything would collapse. Training room, 1st floor. I'm curious, why does that kid need such a big room all to himself? The boss sighed softly. The joys of being pampered. You wouldn't understand. Just then, an emergency announcement came on the TV. Demons have appeared in the city. All residents are advised to stay indoors. Seeing this, the boss looked puzzled. How could demons appear in the city? As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Yao appeared at the door. With a smile, he walked in. "Hello, boss." The boss was stunned. The worker kept asking, "What are you doing here? Who are you? You don't look like a warrior. Didn't you hear the announcement about demons in the city? We're closed. Please leave immediately." But Jin Yao walked in as if he hadn't heard. The boss was visibly annoyed. This is a training room reserved for warriors. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. But as soon as he finished speaking, the boss and his assistant were instantly decapitated. Their limbs and organs were twisted and mangled, and Jin Yao hadn't even moved. So, this is a training room for warriors. Could that demonic energy be coming from a human warrior? But there are so many training rooms here. So, Jin Yao decided to search them one by one. Sorry, wrong room. Not this one either. After clearing out dozens of rooms, only a few training rooms remained. Meanwhile, Aang's evolution had reached its final stage. Sweat dripped from his forehead. I need to focus my mental energy. Just a little more progress left. The sound of Jin Yao's footsteps gradually approached from outside. Only one room left. This one looks really luxurious. After probing with his demonic energy, he confirmed it was indeed a human warrior. So, he decided to greet them first. With that, he slammed his hand against the training room door. At the same time, a giant red hand appeared from inside the room. After Jin Yao's powerful strike, he was shocked. How is this possible? With such force, the door didn't break? Inside, there's a presence I'm very familiar with. This feeling, he froze in place. This power is so strong, so familiar. Suddenly, a pair of red claws reached out from inside the door, grabbing Jin Yao's right hand. The force was so great, but upon closer inspection, it was none other than the long-awaited awakening of Qi Wang Qi. Jin Yao was stunned. Red 8 Knights. I remember you. You're Lord Qi Wang Qi. But Qi Wang Qi gestured for him to be quiet, while continuing to exert pressure. At this moment, Jin Yao was like a helpless lamb. Please keep it down. He's at the most crucial stage right now. With that, he glanced back into the room. Even I'm looking forward to it. We must eliminate any noise. A red energy enveloped the two of them. By now, Jin Yao had lost all his earlier arrogance. He looked like a fool. You're the legendary Lord Qi Wang Qi? Hearing this, Qi Wang Qi looked displeased. Legendary? Ha, I didn't expect to become a legend. Those guys must be living comfortably. You must be one of Death Qi's subordinates. How do their current powers compare to before? Hearing this, Jin Yao immediately knelt down. Yes, I serve under Lord Death Qi. The lords have always been the strongest among our kind. Of course, that includes you, Lord Qi Wang Qi. Hearing this, Qi Wang Qi just waved his hand dismissively. As for me, in my current state, I can't claim to be the strongest. He glanced at the distant arena. You're not weak either. You must be one of Purple Wang Qi's top subordinates. I sense another demon in the city. Is that your companion? Jin Yao replied nervously. He's my disciple. Today is his test. The higher-ups have given him this opportunity. If he passes, he'll be granted power and promoted. Hearing this, Qi Wang Qi smirked. A massacre mission and a city purge? Still following the rules I set back then? How amusing. But this time, you've come at the wrong moment. because I don't want him inside to be disturbed by anyone or anything. Hearing this, Jinhao was puzzled. Isn't there only a human warrior inside? Who is the he you're referring to, my lord? Could it be that strange aura I sensed earlier? That peculiar presence? Hearing this, Qi Huangqi coldly glanced at him. He's my secret, and I absolutely cannot let you return. Otherwise, if Xi Huangqi and the others find out, it won't be good. Hearing this, Jinhao immediately sat up. Wait, Lord Qi Huangqi, I won't say a word. I'm one of Xi Huangqi's subordinates. But before Jinhao could finish, Qi Huangqi ended his sinful life on the spot. Now I can rest easy. Only the dead can keep secrets, and the secret of my existence must never be known by any demon. With that, he turned and walked back into the training room. Success. Success. Ong has finally succeeded in fusing the 5 elemental crystals. Not only that, he forcefully integrated them into his own body. Moreover, he even created a 6th element unique to him, the thunder element. This is an element that even the world's most powerful beings fear. Thus, Ong has evolved into a completely new form, one that has never existed before. Ong Wuqi, Thunder God form. Just moments ago, when Qi Huangqi returned to the training room, he was astonished by Aang's rapid growth. He was actually able to digest the elemental energy from his consciousness. Not only that, despite the human warrior's body being limited to 1 attribute, he forcefully integrated 5 attributes into himself. This guy is too greedy. But Qi Huangqi smiled faintly. Still, I like it. You must be in great pain, right? Because even though Qi Huangqi was right in front of him, Ong couldn't sense his presence at all, forcefully integrating 5 incompatible elements into his body. Yet not exploding from the strain is already a miracle. Moreover, he has entered a state of selflessness, reaching a level of mental clarity that is extremely rare for a human. For a human body, his mentality is truly unparalleled. Even Ao, once known as the strongest warrior, pales in comparison. It seems that choosing you as my vessel was the right decision. Now, it's time for me to return to your body. To prevent those troublemakers from disturbing you, I forcibly separated my soul from my body, which cost me a great deal of energy, but it was all worth it. Now, your physique will undergo a tremendous upgrade, which is also beneficial for me. Just as Qi Huangqi was about to leave, Aang's 5 elements began to emit faint traces of lightning. Seeing this, Qi Huangqi was puzzled. Thunder element? Quickly, the thunder element spread throughout Aang's body. Moreover, dark clouds gathered above, and thunder rumbled. Even Qi Huangqi, one of the 8 knights, was shocked. How is this possible? Then, the thunder grew louder, and violent lightning began to form. With a deafening crack, a bolt of lightning struck the building where the training room was located. The ground shook violently, and when the thunder subsided, the entire building was reduced to rubble. Even Qi Huangqi, protected by a shield, was unharmed. Qi Huangqi was now deeply puzzled. How could it be thunder? But when he carefully observed Aang's condition, he realized that Aang had forcibly bound the 5 elements together and was attempting to fuse them into his body. Even Qi Huangqi, who had seen countless battles, couldn't believe it. Could he really succeed? But the next second, with a loud boom, the 5 elements merged into Aang's body. Aang gritted his teeth, and a pair of wings sprouted from his back. Then, as white lightning surged from his body, Aang couldn't hold back and let out a roar. The power was overwhelming, and Aang's transformation was complete. With the thunder element fully integrated, Aang had reached a new level of power. The lightning surged through the training building, shooting straight into the sky. Even Qi Huangqi, standing nearby, was shocked by the sight. I may have underestimated this human. Not only did he successfully evolve into Wuqi, but by mastering and fusing the 5 elements, he created a 6th element that has never existed before, the thunder element. This white lightning, even I, Qi Huangqi, feel a hint of fear towards it. As the lightning around Aang grew stronger, Qi Huangqi's body slowly dissipated, returning to Aang's body. At the same time, Si Tu Fei also noticed this phenomenon. That towering lightning energy. What is that? Taking advantage of Si Tu Fei's distraction, Xiao Duzi's attack came swiftly. You're distracted, but Si Tu Fei's reaction speed now was far faster than before, allowing him to block Xiao Duzi's attack with his demonic energy. Human, your strength surprises me. With just the power of the 4 knights, you can unleash such immense power, as expected of the power bestowed by Lord Black Huangqi. But Si Tu Fei quickly realized that if this continued, he wouldn't last much longer. Even though he had awakened the power of the 4 knights, he was facing a high-level demon with a dual-core Wuqi. By now, the city's captains must have received the news. He needed to change tactics immediately, using spatial energy to buy time. But Xiao Duzi quickly saw through his plan. You think I don't know what you're trying to do? At the same time, Xiao Duzi's fist shot towards C2 Fei. Thanks to his demonic energy, C2 Fei barely managed to dodge the attack. At the same time, several spatial constructs appeared behind C2 Fei. With a sharp sound, he controlled the spatial constructs to slam towards Xiao Duzi, using the opportunity to create distance between them. Then, he steadied himself and used the spatial constructs to shield himself. This strategy was thanks to his father's teachings from his childhood. When you're unsure if you can overpower your opponent, create distance, observe their movements, find their weaknesses, and then strike decisively. C2 Fei had perfectly applied this lesson, but Xiao Duzi just smiled. Humph, spatial energy? Suddenly, a strange purple energy emanated from Xiao Duzi, spreading out in concentric circles. Xiao Duzi had activated his skill, Abyssal Confusion. C2 Fei immediately realized the danger. A mental attack. Xiao Duzi's attack followed swiftly, and C2 Fei could only barely defend himself with his spatial energy, but Xiao Duzi smirked. And with an energy blade, he pierced C2 Fei's calf. Blood gushed from the wound, and C2 Fei had no choice but to retract his spatial energy. Facing Xiao Duzi's relentless assault, he had no way to counterattack for now. Even though he had the ability to heal wounds, this injury would take time to fully recover from. Xiao Duzi sneered. Any city we target is destined to become a graveyard. Even if I fail, though I won't, my master, Jinyao, will easily raze this city to the ground. Little did he know, his master Jinyao had already been obliterated by Qi. In any case, this city won't survive the night. So, just give up. With that, a violent blue-purple energy wave surged towards C2 Fei. C2 Fei felt a deep sense of despair. This is it. I'm done for. But at the critical moment, an even more violent white energy appeared in front of C2 Fei, blocking the attack. Xiao Duzi was stunned. My attack was dispersed by lightning? How is this possible? To his horror, the person who saved C2 Fei was none other than Ong, now radiating with thunderous power. Xiao Duzi's confidence shattered as he realized the tide had turned. Aang's new form, the Thunder God, had arrived. With a roar, Ong unleashed his full power, and the battlefield was engulfed in blinding white lightning. C2 Fei, though injured, felt a surge of hope. Ong, you've done it. Xiao Duzi, now facing Aang's overwhelming power, realized he was outmatched. The Thunder God had arrived, and the battle was about to shift. Aang's voice echoed with authority. This city will not fall tonight. With that, Ong charged forward, ready to end the battle once and for all. Xiao Duzi, now desperate, prepared for his final stand. It's actually a Wuchi demon, but C2 Fei immediately sensed something familiar. It's him. You're Ong. Ong, however, didn't respond. His body was surrounded by crackling white lightning, a testament to his newfound power. At this moment, Ong had finally succeeded in fusing the 5 elements. His current state could be called Ong Wuchi, Thunder God form. With this transformation, Ong had reached a new level of power, one that would change the course of the battle. Evolved. Ong has finally evolved into that kind of rogue handsomeness, like the Red King banner. That rogue handsomeness. But, unlike the explosive power of the Red King banner, he possesses a natural, elemental energy that inherently counters demons. Facing Little Bean's full force energy wave, he merely struck casually, instantly splitting Little Bean's energy wave in two. Even when Little Bean unleashed a desperate, all-out combat power, he effortlessly neutralized it. Sorry, but don't lump me together with you. My mission is to exterminate all of you beasts. Just now, Little Bean was curious about Ong's appearance, and asked, Who are you? C2 Fei also tentatively asked, Are you Ong? Hearing this, Ong glanced back at him, then revealed a signature smile. Yes, it's me. I'm Ong. This guy is pretty strong. Fei, you've done well. Then Aang's expression hardened. Seeing Fei's current state, has he also gained demonic power? C2 Fei kept warning him, Be careful, Ong. This guy is a dual-core demon, and not just any ordinary demon. He's a high-level demon with immense power. Ong replied, Fei, don't worry. A high-level demon, huh? I'm here to take down high-level demons. Little Bean also sensed the demonic aura emanating from Ong. You're also a warrior? And your aura is similar to that female warrior's, both carrying the scent of our demon kin. But, before he could finish, Ong interrupted him. Our scent? Don't lump us together with you. We're here to exterminate beasts like you. As he spoke, crackling lightning sparked in his hand. Instantly, Little Bean felt a chill. His lightning is really unsettling. I need to kill him quickly. Without giving Ong time to react, a massive energy wave erupted from Little Bean's body. Seeing this, Ong remained calm, but but Situ Fei rushed forward to block it. However, Ong stopped him by pressing a hand to his forehead. Don't move if you're injured. Leave this to me. Suddenly, a surge of violent white lightning appeared in his hand. With a loud shout, Ong declared, Thunder Slash. Instantly, Little Bean's energy wave was split down the middle, transforming into two powerful blades that sliced the arena into pieces. As the smoke cleared, Little Bean couldn't believe his eyes. That move was pure energy. How could it be split in half? What is that lightning of his? I never expected this. It seems this fusion has created something extraordinary, and this lightning energy seems to naturally counter demons. When the 5 elements fused within him, he felt like he was going to disintegrate. His entire body felt like it was being struck by lightning, and the pain nearly made him pass out. At the time, he thought it was just elemental rejection, but in the end, he successfully fused this mysterious lightning attribute. Now, testing it on demons, what unexpected effects will it have? Hearing this, Little Bean sneered. Himph, you think you can kill me? Aren't you overestimating yourself? You only blocked my attack earlier. Now, let me show you the power of my core potential unleashed. It's almost funny. If my master saw me like this, he'd probably scold me. Master, consider this Little Bean being disobedient, but I'm going to use my ultimate combat power to blast these 2 humans into pieces. Hearing this, Ong looked puzzled. Core potential? It should be similar to a warrior activating. They boost their power to its peak state in a short time. It seems this guy is going all out. In the next moment, Little Doozy crouched down, then stomped the ground with such force that it cracked. He launched himself into the air above the battlefield, leaving behind a blue-purple afterimage. Streaks of blue-purple energy swirled around his body. Then, he dodged Ong's lightning attack with a burst of speed. He glanced at Ong's position. Ong was kneeling on the ground, with lightning energy coursing through his body. At that moment, Little Doozy's attack arrived instantly. He shouted, "Stay still." Suddenly, a violent energy erupted from Little Doozy's body. Ong could only transform into a bolt of lightning, desperately blocking Little Doozy's attack. But Little Doozy's attacks kept coming, forcing Ong to remain on the defensive. His control over lightning wasn't yet refined, and Little Doozy was a core-level fighter. It was hard for Ong to land a hit. If this aerial battle continued, there was no chance of winning. Although Ong could briefly manifest wings, he thought of Situ Fei. Hey, what's your ability? At that moment, Little Doozy started celebrating. I have to admit, the demonic power you possess has made me reconsider the adaptability of humans. But humans are still inferior beings. Even with the power of our kind, you remain a lowly race. Now, let me show you what true demonic power looks like. With that, a terrifying energy vortex appeared behind him. This move was originally meant to destroy a city, but now, it will be used to deal with you. Evil God's great whirlwind. As he spoke, spinning energy vortices rushed toward the 2. Ong immediately shouted now. He grabbed Situ Fei and fled in the opposite direction. Seeing this, Little Doozy smirked. Haha, you think you can escape? But you can't outrun my energy vortex. In an instant, the 2 were engulfed by the terrifying energy. The entire city was left in ruins. Little Doozy laughed. Got you. You should be annihilated now. But as the dust settled, a black sphere appeared in the clearing. Little Doozy exclaimed, a spatial gate? How is this possible? Just then, Ong appeared above Little Doozy. Remember this, human warriors never retreat. Little Doozy was killed by the combined efforts of Ong and Situ Fei, but in his final moments, he felt something he had never felt before. Sadness. This was the feeling his master, Jinyao, never wanted him to know. Now, master and disciple were separated by life and death. Yes, you guessed it right. Jinyao wasn't truly dead. Using his ability to regenerate, he formed a new body, but he had lost his beloved disciple, Little Doozy. Now, the existence of the King of Blame would surely be known to the other kings. Perhaps the other kings forgot that the King of Blame had the power to revive. Or maybe it was intentional. Just moments ago, Ong released a furious white lightning bolt, sending Little Doozy crashing into the ground. As the dust cleared, Little Doozy was left charred and smoking. He muttered, how is his lightning so powerful? His entire body was paralyzed. Ong shot into the air, using Situ Fei's spatial cube to stabilize himself in the sky. Lightning paralyzes and slows you down. Tonight will be your end. Hearing this, Little Doozy gritted his teeth in frustration. You dare kill me? If you kill me, my master will surely avenge me. He is an immortal, supremely powerful being. But Ong just smirked. Humph, an immortal being? I don't know who your master is. But if he dares to come I'll kill him over and over until he stays dead. Hearing this, little Doozy struggled to get up. Don't look down on my master. You have no idea how strong he truly is. But Ong remained calm. So what if he's strong? We just need to be stronger than him. Hearing this, little Doozy completely lost it. At that moment, Situ Fei spoke up. Let me give you a hand. I'll give you an even greater boost. With that, he activated his spatial manipulation skill. With a snap, the spatial cube propelled Aang's body at superluminal speed. Meanwhile, Aang concentrated his lightning energy into his hands. With a roar, Aang shouted, "Twin lightning dragons." The lightning instantly transformed into two sharp blades. As the lightning energy grew stronger, the blades turned into two thunder dragons. Streaking toward little Doozy, they pierced through his body. And with a deafening explosion, only two weapon cores remained in his body. Little Doozy was now on the brink of death. It hurts. Master. At that moment, he recalled all the memories with his master, Jinyao. To think I found a little kin, and a dual-core one at that. Haha, how lucky. From now on, I'll teach you evolution and disguise. Yes, just like this. Experience the joy of deceiving humans, the fear and anger when facing stronger beings. These are the instinctive emotions that even low-level demons possess. But master, what is sadness? Hearing this question, Jinyao pondered and replied, not knowing sadness is a good thing. I hope you never have to experience it. Master, I've let you down, thinking that I'll never see you again after death. I feel sad. This emotion, little Doozy finally understood it. My heart aches, master. Meanwhile, Aang returned to the ground. Finally, it's over. Even though he was just a high-level demon in his growth stage, his strength was nothing to scoff at. Aang narrowed his eyes. To fight him to this extent, with the power of a four-core warrior, Fei, you've become strong. Looking at Situ Fei's current body, which had accepted demonic power, Aang wasn't sure if it was a good or bad thing, but from now on, I'll have to keep a close eye on him. Suddenly, Aang noticed the wound on Situ Fei's leg. Fei, how's your injury? Are you okay? It's fine. I've stabilized it using the energy of the green core, but this injury is quite severe. I'll need to find a quiet place to fully recover. Just then, a surge of energy came from the distance. It's the aura of a human warrior, and a very powerful one at that. It must be the captain and warriors, who left the city earlier, returning now. This attack was clearly planned by this demon and his master. They lured all the captain-level warriors out of the city as part of their scheme. We should inform them about the demon's situation and their recent evolution. We need to warn them that demons aren't as simple as they think. There are incredibly powerful demons, perhaps even beyond the Seven Flags, entities that we humans have yet to discover. Hearing this, Aang smiled faintly. This girl has finally realized the truth. Humanity's understanding of demons is still limited to the Seven Flags, and they don't even know the full range of demon types. Take this high-level demon, for example. Even though they are still growing, the strength they've displayed is already beyond what a 5-core or even 6-core warrior can handle. But speaking of which, given our current state, are you sure we should stay here? Your demonic power isn't yet under full control, is it? You should know that my strength, which surpasses ordinary warriors, comes from borrowing demonic power. Now you're the same as me, but the other human warriors have no idea. How do you think they'll treat us? Let's go. We'll leave this place first. With that, Aang stomped the ground, shattering it, and grabbed Situ Fei. I'll find a place to treat your injuries, and then we'll continue our journey. Meanwhile, in the training room, Jinyao's corpse showed a faint movement. His severed hand slowly began to move, inching toward his body. A green, restorative energy surrounded him, but Jinyao's body was extremely weak. He barely managed to prop himself up, kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Thanks to my ability to regenerate, I didn't truly die this time. The power of the King of Blame is terrifying. I must report this to the Death Flag immediately. And now, I must halt the evolution mission and bring little Doozy back. But the next second, a sense of foreboding struck him. Little Doozy's aura, it's gone. After learning the identity of the one who killed his beloved disciple, Jinyao, who had always appeared cheerful, finally erupted in rage. One day, I'll tear you two to pieces. But Aang was busy tending to the injured Situ Fei, causing Situ Fei to blush deeply. No one has ever touched my feet before. Meanwhile, the captains in the city had returned, and the others split up to investigate the incident. Citizens, please remain calm. This is a report from the analysis team. Wearing protective suits, a captain announced, these are the collected core fragments, likely from a weaponized demon. but there's no trace of energy left in them. Hearing this, the captain frowned. So they're basically useless now? Can you analyze them and see what information we can gather? This attack seems meticulously planned, and it resulted in the deaths of the battlefield. This arena still radiates an overwhelming demonic aura. This is no ordinary weaponized demon, but the question is, who killed the demon? And judging by the aura, there was more than one demon involved. At that moment, the female vice captain spoke up. Could it have been a fight between demons? Perhaps the demons even protected the town. Meanwhile, the analyst was deep in thought. This is my chance to shine. I feel like the captain has been paying more attention to me lately. I might have a shot at promotion next time. But just then, a faint purple energy appeared in the alley. It beckoned him over. Hearing this, the analyst's body froze, and he involuntarily walked toward the alley. The source of the aura was none other than Jin Yao. He spoke slowly. Tell me about the situation at the arena. The analyst replied. The demon that attacked the town seems to have been eliminated, but we don't know who did it. That's all I know. Hearing this, Jin Yao pondered for a moment. Little Doozy is dead. Was it the king of blame? But if he had intervened, the entire town would have been wiped out. He then asked, what's in the box? Collected fragments of the demon core, the analyst replied. Jin Yao ordered him to open it. Inside were 2 shattered core fragments, resembling the remains of Little Doozy's body. Jin Yao's expression darkened as he stared at them. Then let me see who killed you. With that, he activated his sword soul skill. Purple energy surged from the fragments, quickly filling the sky. The sword soul skill allows the user to control consciousness energy, revealing the final scenes witnessed by the core's owner. The more intact the core, the more scenes and information. The less intact, the less. Then, an image slowly appeared before Jin Yao's eyes. In the image, Ong and Situ Fei appeared. I don't know who your master is, but if he dares to come, I'll kill him over and over until he stays dead. Master, thinking of you. I finally understand this feeling. Sadness. Seeing this, Jin Yao's anger boiled over. Damn human warriors. With a casual strike, he split the analyst in 2. Before I report back to the king of blame, the only thing I need to do now is kill you damned human warriors. Meanwhile, on Eng's side, Ong was carefully tending to Situ Fei's leg wound. This battle drained too much of your energy. You don't have enough strength to recover fully yet. My wood attribute isn't inferior to your lightning core's healing abilities. You can leave it to me. Situ Fei blushed deeply. No one had ever touched her feet before, let alone a man. So, where are we going next? Ong thought for a moment. The original purpose of this trip was to obtain the elemental core. Now that it's successfully fused, perhaps it's time to continue my journey and gather the information I need. Hearing this, Situ Fei looked puzzled. Gather information? What information? Ong paused. That's right. Aside from Lena, no one else knows about my reincarnation. So Situ Fei has no idea about my plan to rescue Xia, who's imprisoned by the new king, Ichy and Liu Hao. If Situ Fei found out about this, would she choose to stand by my side? He then calmly replied, it's nothing. It might be more convenient for me to act alone from now on. Fei, your strength is now on par with a 4-core warrior. It's time for you to return and report to Captain Ji Yaodang. Hearing this, Situ Fei couldn't help but ask, are you saying you're going off alone? Ong nodded. But I'll go back with you first. There's something I need to discuss with Captain Ji Yaodang. Your injuries are healed, but muscle regeneration can be painful. Take some time to rest. On the 3rd day, they returned to Hello City. Huizi was bored, swatting at flying birds. So boring. I wonder when Ong and Fei will be back. It's really dull without them. Seeing this, Lizzie smiled. They're probably working hard to level up. We can't fall behind them. Huizi sighed. I know, but it's really boring. I want to go out and train too. Staying in Hello City to level up is too slow. Just then, a voice interrupted them. If you think it's slow, how about I, as your captain, take you out to level up? Hearing this, Huizi and Lizzie turned toward the door. Standing there was Situ Fei. You're finally back. But where's Ong? Situ Fei smiled faintly. As for him, he went to see Captain to request the removal of his status as a warrior of Hello City. Hearing this, the two were stunned. What? Remove his warrior status? They couldn't believe what they were hearing. What's going on? I just suggested exploring the demon entrance alone, but everyone immediately laughed at me, calling me a fool. It's because the demons inside are at least armed, and there might even be 6 or 7 demons present. To them, I'm just seeking death. Little do they know, The reason I'm doing this is to use my demonic power without restraint. Meanwhile, their teams of dozens of people encountered a 6 or 7 core demon right after entering. Just as Ong finished speaking, a deafening roar erupted from the cave entrance, causing some weaker warriors to nearly collapse. Seeing this, the vice captain quickly warned, "Captain, this sound isn't normal. Time is tight. We must organize everyone to search immediately." Based on Captain Ranyang's experience, the demons here are likely above level 5. Ong then asked, "Captain, do you know how large this forest is?" Before Captain Ranyang could answer, the vice captain snapped, "Why are you asking that? Just follow orders." But Captain Ranyang waved his hand and said, "I'm not sure of the exact size. It's never been measured. Originally, this scouting mission was meant to map the area, estimating a 10-person team would take at least 3 to 4 hours. Ong thought for a moment and said, "If that's the case, with our current team size, 3 entrances aren't enough, but if I search one alone, we should finish before sunset. Even if I fail or something happens, it won't affect the other teams. What do you think, Captain?" As soon as he finished, the team began to murmur, "He's probably just showing off again." But the vice captain surprisingly supported Ong. "Though it sounds arrogant, he has a point," another teammate added. "And who knows if what he said earlier was true? If that's the case, don't group me with those arrogant ones." But a gray-haired warrior sneered, "You look down on teams? Doesn't your organization have lone wolves?" A female warrior retorted, "Do you have a problem with independent warriors?" Soon, the two sides were at each other's throats. Ong sighed, "It's the same as before. The chaos of outsider warriors is uncontrollable." Just then, a massive sword slammed into the ground. Captain Ranyang roared, "Enough. If you want to fight, do it after the mission. For now, follow orders." His authority silenced everyone. Captain Ranyang realized the discipline issue and knew they had to find the scouting team quickly. He turned to Ong and warned, "If you go alone, don't expect help if something happens." Ong nodded, "I understand. I might even finish before you." With that, he walked into the cave alone. The warriors behind him muttered, "He's so arrogant. Even if he performed well before, trying to show off now is suicidal. The cave is filled with armed demons. He'll die for sure." Captain Ranyang announced, "The mission has changed. Given the demon levels, our priority is to rescue the scouting team." He then turned to the group and said, "We need to move quickly. The longer we delay, the more dangerous it becomes." The warriors nodded, finally focusing on the task. Captain Ranyang added, "Remember, teamwork is crucial here. We can't afford any more infighting." The group began to organize themselves, preparing to enter the cave in formation. As they moved forward, the tension in the air was palpable. Captain Ranyang glanced back at Ong, who was already deep inside the cave. He muttered to himself, "I hope he knows what he's doing." Meanwhile, Ong pressed on, his confidence unwavering. The cave grew darker and colder, but Aang's determination only grew stronger. He knew this was his chance to prove himself and uncover the truth about the demons lurking within. As he ventured deeper, the echoes of growls and snarls grew louder. Ong tightened his grip on his weapon, ready for whatever lay ahead. Back at the entrance, Captain Ranyang and his team prepared to enter as well. The remaining team members split into 2 groups and prepared to enter. Shortly after Ong entered the cave, traces of demons appeared on the trees behind him. Without hesitation, they launched a sneak attack on Ong. A demon lunged at Aang's head, but Ong remained calm. He slowly drew the red dynasty from his back. A white blade light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, the demon was pierced through by Ong. "This weapon is indeed excellent," Ong thought. "It's far sharper than the great sword I used before." But as Ong pondered this, countless pairs of crimson eyes appeared ahead. Seeing this, Ong threw the demon's corpse to the ground. In a forest of corruption this vast, you'd need to move in groups to explore. Seeing a lone person, you couldn't resist, could you? But his reason for going alone was clear: to use his power without restraint. "Come at me all at once," Ong declared. "I'll keep killing until the strongest demon among you appears." With that, he transformed into a streak of light, charging toward the demon horde with the red dynasty in hand. Meanwhile, the vice captain and his team found themselves in a forest so dense that even in daylight, it was as dark as night. The eerie silence made them cautious. "Stay alert," the vice captain warned. "As long as we stick together, the demons won't recklessly attack. We should be fine." A teammate then asked, "Do you think that arrogant fool is already dead?" "Even if he's not, he's probably being chased by demons right now." The group laughed, but as they spoke, a figure kneeling with its back to them appeared ahead. From the back, it looked like a human warrior. The vice captain cautiously approached, realizing it was a scout team member's uniform. "This is going smoothly," he said. "We found someone right away. Maybe we'll get a bonus for this." "Hey, are you from the Dawn City Scout team? We're here to rescue you." "Where are the others?" But as the vice captain got closer, he noticed the scout's face was horrifically disfigured, and there was a pool of red blood beneath him. Suddenly, the scout's face began to twitch unnaturally, and with a sickening sound, blood gushed from its mouth. The vice captain, holding a mining lamp, asked nervously, "What are you digging for?" He leaned in for a closer look, only to be horrified by what he saw. From the scout's body emerged a grinning demon head, its eyes stitched shut. The sight was terrifying. The vice captain dropped the lamp and screamed, as the demon turned to face him. "Perfect timing," the demon said. "This one's already been eaten hollow." The team froze in shock. A 6-core demon, and a blue core at that. Before they could react, the demon lunged at them. "You came just in time," it sneered. The 6-core demon's illusion ability even affected Captain Ranyong, a 6-core warrior himself, nearly causing him to kill a teammate. Fortunately, Aang's lightning energy countered the demon's illusions, and he arrived just in time to block Ranyong's attack, averting disaster. But then, a cry for help echoed from behind. Captain Ranyong. The team turned to see another scout, badly injured and crawling toward them. "Help, please," the scout gasped. The vice captain hesitated, unsure if this was another demon's trick, but Captain Ranyong stepped forward, his instincts telling him this was real. "Stay back," he ordered his team. "I'll handle this." As he approached the injured scout, the demon from earlier reappeared, its stitched eyes glowing faintly. "You're too late," it hissed. "This one's already mine." Captain Ranyong clenched his fists, ready to fight, but Aang's voice interrupted. "Leave this to me. Save me, just now." "It's Core 67. It's Dual Core 67. The demon must be reported to Captain Ranyong immediately." With that, he activated the flare in his hand. Instantly, the dazzling light of the flare shot into the sky. The demon then climbed onto the head of the fallen soldier. But when it saw the blinding light in the sky, its entire face twisted in rage. "So bright. I don't like it." With a roar, the demon vanished. But when it reappeared, it had already grabbed the flare. "Looks like your reinforcements won't be coming." The human soldiers were stunned by this sight. The vice captain was also in disbelief. "Is this a joke?" It caught the flare with its bare hands at that speed, but the vice captain quickly regained his composure. He signaled the other soldiers to run. "We're no match for this Dual Core 67 demon. Quick, regroup with Captain Ranyong. Retreat immediately." But as soon as the vice captain turned around, a white demon appeared above him. It loomed over his head. "Thinking of retreating? Not so fast. You didn't even ask for my permission to leave. Why don't you all stay?" It licked its lips. "Let's play together." In an instant, screams echoed through the forest. Meanwhile, at Captain Ranyang's location, it was eerily quiet. "This fog feels very off." Hearing this, the female soldier turned and asked, "Off? How so?" Captain Ranyong said he couldn't quite explain it. "The corrupted forest isn't that big, but since we entered, we haven't heard any sounds from the other teams. It's as if our 3 teams have been separated." But the female soldier just shrugged. "Really? I think it's normal. Besides, with you leading, the external soldiers are especially impressed. After the battle, they're finishing off the enemies. The mission is progressing very quickly. I just wonder how that guy who insisted on acting alone is doing right now." But as they spoke, a surge of energy suddenly came from behind Captain Ranyong. Captain Ranyong and the female soldier turned to look, only to see the bodies of human soldiers. "You're their leader, huh?" Hearing this, Captain Ranyong was puzzled. Why was this soldier speaking to him like this? But the next moment left Captain Ranyong horrified. The soldier slowly shed his disguise, transforming back into his demon form in an instant. "How do you like it? Now it's your turn." Captain Ranyong reacted immediately, swinging his blade at the demon. "Die, demon." Just as Captain Ranyong was about to strike, a sudden force intercepted him. A blade blocked Captain Ranyang's attack. The two forces clashed, creating a shockwave on the ground. Captain Ranyong was confused. Upon closer inspection, it was the lone operative. "Why are you here? Why are you protecting the demon?" When Yin quickly explained, "Calm down, Captain Ranyong. Our clash has dispersed some of the fog. Take a closer look." "Are you really killing a demon?" Hearing this, Captain Ranyong finally realized something was wrong. He turned to look behind him. What's wrong with them? Why do they all look so disoriented? When Yin explained calmly, "You've all fallen under the demon's illusion. This forest is home to a demon that can manipulate minds. and it's much stronger than ordinary demons. If I hadn't stopped you in time, you would have cut your own. At that moment, a blonde soldier suddenly woke up. Captain, I saw everyone die. A demon picked up your sword and swung it at me. It was terrifying. Hearing this, only then did Captain Ranyong realize the severity of the situation. It seems everyone has been experiencing their own terrifying illusions. This demon disturbs the mind, either causing people to turn on each other or driving them to complete breakdown. Everyone, listen up. Immediately check the status of your teammates. But Captain Ranyong was puzzled. How did you figure this out? Weren't you on a different path? But it's a good thing you showed up in time. Otherwise, I would have really killed my own teammates. When Yin explained calmly, I happen to have a special ability, so this kind of illusion doesn't work on me. This is the red energy and lightning element within him are two powerful forces that make him nearly impervious. Moreover, he had been attacked earlier, but after fighting for a while, he realized the demons were endless. It was only by chance that he discovered the truth. It was all because of this mist. The mist creates illusions, causing people to lose themselves without realizing it. Hearing this, Captain Ranyong was even more shocked. What kind of ability is this? How can you resist such illusions? Are you really just a 5-core warrior? But when Yin responded coldly, I'm not one of your warriors. I'm willing to help, but I hope you don't pry into my affairs. This was because the demon they had discovered might be the Dual Core 67 demon when Yin needed. Hearing this, Captain Ranyong had no choice but to drop the subject. Fine, but just then, a cry for help came from behind. Captain Ranyong, save me. Seeing this, Captain Ranyong immediately ordered, it's a distress call from another squad. All warriors, follow me. With that, he charged toward the source of the voice. By now, the vice captain had already been tortured beyond recognition, but the demon was also puzzled. Interesting, someone over there isn't affected by my illusions. And earlier, that burst of energy was incredibly powerful. Come here and let me see who you are. Someone who can break my illusions. It's working, it's working. Without the demon's illusions, the plan would have failed. Just as everyone was about to rescue the vice captain, they found that the vice captain and others had already been killed by the demon. Blinded by rage, the group sought revenge on the demon. Unbeknownst to them, the demon had already set up illusions around them, causing everyone, including Captain Ranyong, to fall under its spell. They all turned their swords toward Wen Yin, who appeared to be the demon. Just moments ago, Wen Yin had realized the Dual Core 67 demon's intentions. This guy is definitely not simple. If we charge in recklessly, we'll probably fall into his trap. But on the other hand, I can't just abandon these people. So Wen Yin made a decision. He'll follow them and adapt as needed. Judging by the number of skeletons along the way, many human warriors had died here before. Moreover, the light ahead was growing dimmer. Captain Ranyong reminded everyone, stay close to the group. This demon is definitely not ordinary. But the next moment, Captain Ranyong noticed something unusual. He quickly slammed on the brakes. Everyone stop. Look up there. What is that? The sight before them filled everyone with rage. The withered trees were hung with the bodies of human warriors, and it seemed they had been dead for some time. Damn it. An entire squad, gone just like that. Then a soldier pointed at the trees and shouted, Captain, even the vice captain is dead. They were all hanged by the demon. Hearing this, Captain Ranyong quickly commanded, everyone, stay calm, don't panic. Remember, this demon is a manipulator. This is definitely an illusion set up to mess with our minds. But the demon's illusions were already taking hold. The group was falling deeper into its trap. He's waiting for us to lose our composure and then strike. Stay calm, everyone. But when Yin poured cold water on the captain's enthusiasm, this isn't an illusion. It's real. This is indeed the other squad, and they're really dead. With that, when Yin drew the Qi Wang blade from his back, if I'm not mistaken, the demon is probably lurking nearby. But just then, the hanging vice captain suddenly spoke. Captain, save me. Hearing this, Captain Ranyong immediately looked up. Instantly, he became ecstatic. They're not dead. They're still alive. Everyone, hurry and get them down. But as they moved to rescue them, Wen Yin stopped them with a swing of his sword. Captain Ranyong, furious, asked in confusion, what do you mean by this? Wen Yin coldly explained, Captain, take a closer look. What exactly is that really the vice captain? Hearing this, Captain Ranyong took a closer look. Demon, Dual Core 67 demon. The Dual Core 67 demon then spoke slowly. How fascinating. I'm surprised. You saw through my illusion at a glance. How strange. My illusions don't work on you. Well then, these corpses are no longer necessary. With that, he immediately tore the vice captain and the others' bodies into pieces, Seeing this, Captain Ranyang exploded with rage. Damn beast. Even if I die today, I'll avenge my fallen comrades. Die. With that, he charged at the demon with a powerful strike. A loud boom echoed as his mountain-splitting skill came crashing down. When the dust settled, the demon was nowhere to be seen. A soldier asked Captain, "Did we succeed?" But, unexpectedly, the demon appeared behind them. My, such a fiery human warrior. Too bad your strength isn't enough. Hearing this, everyone turned to look behind them. At that moment, the six-rider demon continued, "Little six-core warrior, do you want to avenge your comrades?" Hearing this, Captain Ranyang became even more enraged. "Even if I can't kill you today, I'll at least severely injure you, you beast." With that, he charged at the demon again. In an instant, he was right in front of the demon. When Yin wanted to, they had already been consumed by the desire for revenge and rage. "I have to find a way to stop this." Suddenly, the purple core on the demon's head lit up. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll play with you for a while." But as soon as he finished speaking, Captain Ranyang's attack landed. But the next moment, he realized something was wrong. He thought he had struck the demon, but instead, he had only hit a tree. Damn it! The demon had already turned into smoke and disappeared. Captain Ranyang then ordered, "Everyone, search for the demon's traces." But the fog was too thick, making it impossible to see clearly. Just as everyone was searching for the demon, Wen Yan's figure slowly appeared behind them. But upon closer inspection, it wasn't Wen Yan at all. It was the dual-core six-rider demon. He immediately shouted, "I found it! The six-rider demon is here." But Wen Yan quickly realized, this was the demon's illusion. In the team, only he was immune to illusions. The others had been mentally disturbed from the start, tricked by the illusion into thinking Wen Yan was the demon and targeting him as the enemy. The demon could then watch from above, reaping the benefits without lifting a finger. But Wen Yan wouldn't let the demon's plan succeed so easily. "Heh, this is going to get interesting. You're dead. You're dead." The dual-core 67 demon is undoubtedly asking for death. Just as Captain Ranyang led the team to surround Wen Yan no longer felt the need to hide his true strength. Moreover, this was a rare opportunity to spar with a six-core warrior. 67 demon, couldn't you just sit back and watch the show? But no, you had to open your mouth and taunt. This, however, thoroughly enraged Wen Yan. Without hesitation, he activated the lightning elemental power within him. "What are you looking at? Get the hell down here." Just moments ago, Captain Ranyang charged at Wen Yan with a powerful strike, shouting furiously, "Die, demon!" Wen Yan, however, was unusually excited. He had never fought a six-core human warrior before, and now the opportunity had presented itself. Therefore, Wen Yan didn't hold back. A massive explosion echoed across the battlefield, engulfing the entire area in the clash of their powerful energies. The demon, sitting nearby, watched the battle with amusement. Black and black. What a thrilling fight. It's been a long time since I've seen such an exciting battle between peers. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Wen Yan, however, coldly remarked, "You're treating us like a circus act, huh? Well, in that case, I'll take this chance to test the true power of my lightning abilities." With that, Wen Yan charged at Captain Ranyang, crackling with lightning. Seeing this, a human soldier exclaimed, "How is this possible?" This demon actually blocked Captain Ranyang's Red River strike. Wen Yan, meanwhile, thought to himself, if lightning inherently counters demon, then this will be much easier. Perhaps it can even break the illusions on Captain Ranyang and the others. So, Captain Ranyang, I apologize in advance. With that, he raised the Chi Wong blade high, and streaks of white lightning energy surged through his body. Captain Ranyang, meanwhile, led the charge. "Kill him. Avenge our fallen comrades." Wen Yan roared, "Captain, you'll have to take a nap for now." As soon as he finished speaking, Wen Yan plunged the Chi Wong blade into the ground. Instantly, a terrifying surge of lightning energy erupted from the blade, knocking Captain Ranyang and the others back. Due to the paralyzing effect of the lightning energy, their eyes began to glaze over. In the blink of an eye, they closed their eyes. The six-rider demon, watching from afar, was shocked. What kind of power is that lightning? It's mixed with a powerful demonic energy, and that energy gives me a sense of dread. As Wen Yan had predicted, controlling the intensity of the lightning energy was enough to cleanse their negative status effects, including the six-rider demon's illusions. Wen Yan then coldly looked up at the six-rider demon. "First, they'll bring that guy down." The six-rider demon, meanwhile, was deeply puzzled. This guy used lightning to break the illusions. What is he planning next? But Wen Yan simply took a few steps forward, looked up at the demon, and said, Hey, get down here before I lose my temper. As soon as he finished speaking, streaks of white lightning energy erupted from his mouth like sharp blades, striking at the six-rider demon's location. The demon couldn't help but tremble under the assault. How is this possible? His voice also carries that strange lightning energy. Even the purple shield around the demon shattered. With a crack, the six-rider demon's entire body fell uncontrollably to the ground. Wen Yin stood nearby, watching coldly, but the six-rider demon still sneered. So, you do have some skills. You actually broke my illusions, but that's all you've got. Die, human. With that, the demon transformed its hands into blades and thrust them toward Wen Yan's head. Seeing this, Wen Yin didn't even flinch. Is this all you've got? Or is it that you're already dead and just don't know it yet? With that, the Qi Wang blade instantly sliced through the demon's attack, sending the demon flying backward. The demon couldn't believe its eyes. How did he do that? He actually blocked it. He countered my attack with such speed. His terrifying speed is truly astonishing. I need to be more careful from now on. Wen Yin, holding the Qi Wang blade, slowly walked forward. So, it really is a dual core 67 demon. This trip was worth it. Now, choose how you want to die. The 67 demon's mind raced. This guy not only has that strange lightning power, but when he looks at me, he shows no fear or tension. Instead, he seems excited, as if he's the demon and I'm the prey. Even when facing 7-core human warrior, I've never felt such terror and despair. But Wen Yin didn't give him time to react. With a powerful stomp, he shattered the ground and charged at the 67 demon. The Qi Wang blade crackled with lightning as he swung it toward the demon's head. With a deafening crash, the ground was split into a massive crater. But the next moment, Wen Yin was surprised to find that his strike had missed. Then, the demon's voice came from behind. Over here, this way, you foolish human warrior. You think you can kill me? You can't kill me no matter what. With that, several attacks shot toward Wen Yin from behind. Wen Yin quickly blocked them with the Qi Wang blade. This guy has created multiple demon clones. It seems his abilities aren't just illusions. He'll take out one of them first. Without hesitation, he swung his blade. But to his surprise, he missed again. It was as if he had struck air. Every time he was about to hit, the demon was just out of reach. The six-rider demon's mocking voice echoed from behind. Over here, over here. You can't kill me, human. But Wen Yin quickly steadied himself and began to analyze the situation. It's a combination of dual-core illusions and agile movement, but only one of them is the real body. You really think I can't deal with you? He activated his lightning synchronization skill. After carefully observing the demon's movements, he quickly locked onto the demon's true body. Calmly, Wen Yin said, "It's you, isn't it?" With that, the Qi Wang blade struck the 67 demon's true body. Instantly, green blood spilled from the demon's body. The six-rider demon barely managed to steady itself. How is this possible? This guy's lightning power is my natural enemy. None of my techniques work on him. If this continues, I'm dead for sure. The best plan is to run. Without hesitation, it fled into the distance. But the next moment, the demon felt a chill. This instinctive fear of death couldn't be wrong. Looking up, it saw Wen Yan's attack already descending upon it. It was too late to dodge. Wen Yin smiled. Offer me your enchantment core. After what felt like a brief nap, they woke up to find the powerful demon dead. And the one who killed it wasn't someone else. It was the very person they had looked down upon earlier. But what they didn't know was that Wen Yan's true reason for killing the demon was simply to obtain its enchantment core. Saving them was just a side benefit. Just moments ago, the battle between Wen Yin and the demon caused violent lightning storms. Sima Fei, inside Dawn City, stared in awe. That must be Wen Yan's energy, because we are both human warriors with demonic powers. I can sense him even from this distance. Just then, Huizi covered her face and let out a cry, and her body slid over. But after sitting up, she looked in Sima Fei's direction and asked Fei, "You've been staring for a while. Is there something interesting over there?" Sima Fei replied, "It's nothing. I'm sensing Wen Yan's energy. If I'm not mistaken, that lightning in the distance is caused by him. I can feel that he's in a strong state right now, so he should be fine." Huizi, however, looked confused. "Lightning? Wen Yin? You know." Just then, Ichy also stumbled over, curiously looking at the two. "Hey, what are you guys looking at?" Hearing this, Huizi pointed to the distant lightning. "We're looking at that." Ichy, confused, asked, "Huh?" Huizi shrugged. "I don't know either. Fei says he can sense Wen Yan's energy in that lightning." Ichy was clearly skeptical. "What nonsense is this? That's just regular thunder. Maybe it's going to rain over there." As the three of them debated, a figure suddenly appeared. What are you three daydreaming about? Hearing this, the three of them jumped in surprise. It was Lena, her face stern as she walked over. Listen up, you three. If you don't get stronger before when Yin returns, you'll only become a burden to him. And don't even think about helping him in future battles. Before when Yin left, he had told Lena, before I return, you must train these three to improve their physical abilities. I need them to have strong bodies. With that, he looked at Lena seriously. I'm counting on you. Lena understood clearly. What you ask, I will do. But you must return safely. Stop standing around. Get up and keep fighting. Prepare yourselves. I'm about to attack. This time, try to defend against my attacks for 10 seconds. Hearing 10 seconds, Huize's jaw dropped. 10 seconds? 5 seconds was already unbearable for us. 10 seconds will destroy us. Meanwhile, on Wen Yan's side, the Dual Core 67 demon was completely overwhelmed by Wen Yan's attacks. Damn you, human warrior, why are you so fast? Usually, I'm the one who outmaneuvers others, but Wen Yan had no patience for the demon's complaints. With a swing of the Qi Wang blade, he severed the demon's arm. He sneered at the demon, comparing yourself to lightning? How stupid can you be, demon? The only path left for you is death. The Dual Core 67 demon was shocked. He's clearly a human warrior. So why? Do I feel an unfathomable presence from him? That's suffocating pressure. Only a few beings can exude such power. Is he really just a human warrior? But even so, the demon refused to back down. Even if I die, they'll take you down with me. But Wen Yin didn't give it a chance to fight back. This ends now, you damn demon. With that, the Qi Wang blade pierced through the demon's chest. But the Six Rider, Dual Core demon still refused to accept defeat. Damn you. Because of your strange lightning power, my Dual Core can't even unleash half its strength. But don't think you'll get what you want. With that, a smug smile appeared on its face. Then let's die together. As soon as it finished speaking, its eyes glowed with a pink-purple light, attempting to activate a self-destruct ability. But Wen Yin immediately noticed the demon's intention and kicked it away. Trying to self-destruct? But do you really think you have that chance? With that, Wen Yan's pupils suddenly lit up, and he activated his lightning control skill. Instantly, crackling, white lightning bound the demon in midair. No matter how much the demon struggled, it couldn't move. Then, Wen Yin activated his lightning shatter skill and plunged the Qi Wang blade into the demon's body. The demon was instantly engulfed in violent lightning. The demon could only let out a helpless roar. Self-destruction was now impossible. Before dying, the demon gritted its teeth and asked, "Are you really a human warrior, or a demon?" Wen Yin slowly raised his head. "Let me make it clear for you. I am a human warrior." With that, a loud explosion echoed, and the battlefield was filled with a violent blast. Thus, the Dual Core 6 Rider demon was completely defeated. As the dust, a blue and a purple enchantment core floated in the air. The two energies still maintained a certain connection. Wen Yin watched as the two enchantment cores slowly descended, and he grabbed them in his hand. These must be the... Night had fallen once again. Captain Ranyang and the others would likely wake up soon, so Wen Yin decided to wait nearby. Before long, Captain Ranyang slowly opened his eyes. Upon waking, he immediately touched his forehead. Was I unconscious earlier? I can't remember when it happened. However, he soon noticed that his teammates were still there, though they were still unconscious. Seeing this, he let out a sigh of relief. Just then, Wen Yan's voice rang out. "Captain, you're awake." Hearing this, Captain Ranyang quickly sat up. Upon looking closer, he realized it was Wen Yin. "It's you. It's already night? What happened to the Dual Core 67 demon?" Hearing that it had been killed, Captain Ranyang was puzzled. "And all the demons around us have been cleared out." Captain Ranyang could hardly believe his eyes. But just then, Wen Yin tossed him a water bottle. "Stop daydreaming. Have some water first, Captain." Captain Ranyang then tentatively asked, "Are you saying you single-handedly took down that 6-rider Dual Core demon?" He was utterly shocked. Wen Yan's hidden strength left him even more astonished. After Wen Yan effortlessly defeated Captain Ranyang, Wen Yin learned a shocking piece of information from Captain Ranyang. It turned out that after Wen Yan's death in his previous life, someone from the new 6 heroes had also ventured alone into the ancient tomb of the fallen and returned unscathed. Moreover, their full strength had never been revealed to anyone, and as for the enigmatic new king, he was the only triple core 7-rider warrior. Something was clearly off. What else were they hiding? Just moments ago, Wen Yin had confirmed Captain Ranyang's suspicions. However, the members of the other squad had not been so lucky. Captain Ranyang sighed. "We did our best. That was a 6-rider Dual Core demon. After all, what exactly is your strength?" When Yin slowly stood up. Let's just say I have a way to counter this demon. What matters now is that you all survived, right? I'll go check if there are any remaining demons nearby. It's already late at night. You and the other warriors should rest for a while. They probably won't wake up anytime soon. Looking at his teammates, Captain Ranyang couldn't help but ponder that demon's illusions are truly hard to defend against. Even I was unknowingly influenced by them. When Yin then added, dual core demons are among the top tier in their class. 2 different cores can unleash power far beyond just double. The fact that you woke up so quickly is impressive. Captain Ranyang could only sigh. To think I, a 6-core warrior, after all, am one of Dawn City's top fighters. This time, I was underestimated by the demon. It's frustrating not being able to unleash my full strength. At this, Captain Ranyang's eyes suddenly sharpened. As the person in charge of Dawn City's cleanup operation, and as the captain, out of gratitude for you saving my team, I've decided not to pry into your true identity. But as a human warrior, I can't just let this go personally. I'm extremely curious. How does a 6-core warrior like me compare to an outsider like you, who can single-handedly defeat a 6-rider dual-core demon? Who is stronger? Now, I have a request. I hope you'll spar with me briefly, so I can see just how capable you are. When Yin raised an eyebrow and calmly replied, there's no need, Captain. I believe your true strength is formidable. This situation was just unusual. We lacked basic information about this demon, which led to... Before he could finish, Captain Ranyang interrupted him. Please don't refuse me. Consider this my personal curiosity about your strength, okay? With that, he assumed a fighting stance. Warrior, please spar with me. Seeing this, Wen Yin had no choice but to agree. A warrior's competitive and combative nature is natural. Without these traits, how could one become a powerful warrior? I don't mind it myself. There's plenty of open space around here. So today, I'll grant Captain Ranyang's request. With that, Captain Ranyang stomped the ground, saying, all right, warrior, please don't hold back. Let me see your full strength. When Yin slowly reached for the Qi blade, I understand. I was once as eager for battle as you are. I'll take this seriously. But as soon as he finished speaking, Captain Ranyang's figure vanished. The next moment, a heavy thud echoed as Captain Ranyang charged from a distance, unleashing several swords. In the blink of an eye, the attacks were upon Wen Yin before he could react. But Captain Ranyang was soon shocked to find that his sword slashes had missed. Wen Yin was no longer in sight. Only deep cracks remained on the ground. Wen Yin had disappeared. But then, Wen Yan's figure suddenly reappeared, catching Captain Ranyang off guard. This move left Captain Ranyang momentarily stunned. This guy's speed is incredible. He appeared behind me without me noticing. He quickly raised his sword to block Wen Yan's attack, but Wen Yin took advantage of the opening and swept his leg toward Captain Ranyang's head. Captain Ranyang realized too late that he couldn't dodge the incoming strike. With a loud crash, the ground within 100 kilometers shook violently from the impact. When the dust settled, it was clear that Wen Yin had completely overwhelmed Captain Ranyang. Even Captain Ranyang's weapon showed signs of damage. Captain Ranyang, you've lost. Surrender your weapon. No matter how many times you try, I'll find an opening to counter and disarm you. So, Captain Ranyang, do you want to try again? When Yan's imposing presence loomed over him, Captain Ranyang felt a chill. He's right. No matter how prepared I am, I'll be disarmed. This is a difference in basic strength. His power and the pressure he exudes are something I've only felt from a few individuals, the new 6 heroes. But he looks to be only in his early 20s. When Yin extended his hand, get up, Captain. Let's end it here for today. Captain Ranyang, however, felt a strange sensation in his heart. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. The expression he has now is completely different from the impression the new 6 heroes give. Instead, he feels like a gentle elder, sometimes cold, sometimes warm. At this thought, a faint smile appeared on his lips. What a mysterious warrior. Captain Ranyang accepted Wen Yan's help to stand up. I admit defeat this time. But now, Captain Ranyang has one big question. With your current strength, why would you join a temporary team like this? You're definitely not just a 5-core warrior. In fact, you might be the strongest human warrior I've ever seen, aside from the new 6 heroes. Hearing new 6 heroes, Wen Yin frowned. My strength is below the new 6 heroes, you say? Captain Ranyang nodded. Yes. 7 cores is the peak for warriors. The gap between 6 cores and 7 cores might be even larger than the gap between 1 core and 6 cores. The terrifying strength displayed by the new 6 heroes is simply beyond what a 6-core warrior like me can comprehend. Their full combat potential has never been seen by anyone to this day. And I've heard before that one of them once ventured alone into an ancient tomb of the fallen and returned unscathed. This is something we can't even imagine. Hearing this, Wen Yin was completely shocked. Entering the ancient tomb of the fallen? What were they thinking? That's the ancient tomb of the fallen. It was also the place where he and his comrades fought to the death in his past life. Even now, he didn't want to recall those memories. Something felt off. The new king and the new 6 heroes, they must be hiding something. Just then, Captain Ranyang noted that dawn was approaching. The other warriors will probably wake up soon. Will you return to Dawn City with us? Wen Yin closed his eyes and calmly replied, I'll go back with you. I still have some matters to attend to. It's also time to see what the enchantment core can do. The Qi Wang banner has finally merged with Wen Yin, and it happened in an extremely unique way. To absorb the enchantment core, he had to be completely naked to complete the energy fusion. Just moments ago, Wen Yin quickly returned to Dawn City. Meanwhile, in the tactical command center at the heart of Dawn City, a 7-core warrior in a yellow robe asked, Dual core, 67 demon? That's a tough one. I heard from some warriors that there's an outsider with impressive strength. What exactly is his level? Captain Ranyang calmly replied, he's just a 5-core warrior. He left after the mission ended. He performed decently during the mission, but the other team members were also outstanding, not to mention the warriors who sacrificed their lives. The 7-core commander nodded. A 5-core warrior? I thought he might be a stronger outsider. If that were the case, I would have had to meet him myself. He then dismissed the matter. There's nothing special about this mission. You all should rest for now. Submit a detailed report to me later. With that, Captain Ranyang left the command center. Although there were many casualties, they successfully eliminated the 6-rider dual-core demon near the city. As per Wen Yan's request, he had kept Wen Yan's true strength hidden. Before they parted ways, Wen Yan had told him, Captain Ranyang, please downplay my performance. I joined Dawn City's temporary team, but I don't want to attract too much attention from higher-ups. This is my only request. But Captain Ranyang had countered, you saved our entire team. If it's within my power, they'll do it. But don't you care about the mission rewards? And who exactly are you? Wen Yin sighed softly. I'm not even sure of my own identity. Later, Wen Yin checked into a hotel in Dawn City. Finally, he washed off the demon blood staining his body. But there are still many things waiting for him. With that, he pulled out the enchantment core from his clothes. I need to refine and absorb this as soon as possible. This thing is indeed different from ordinary demon cores, especially the demonic aura it contains. If an ordinary warrior tried to absorb it, the consequences would be disastrous. Just then, the Qi Wang banner suddenly appeared, slung an arm around Wen Yan's shoulder, and said, not bad. You got your first enchantment core so quickly. Wen Yan quickly pushed the Qi Wang banner aside. Why did you suddenly show up? Can't you see him not wearing any clothes? But the Qi Wang banner was more interested in the enchantment core. Now that you have the enchantment core, you know how to use it? But honestly, only you can use something like this. Wen Yin was puzzled. Why is that? The Qi Wang banner crossed its legs and explained, because you're special. With that, it pointed a finger at Wen Yan's forehead. Instantly, waves of demonic energy surged through Wen Yan's body. Qi Wang banner, what are you doing? But the Qi Wang banner just turned its head away. I still prefer you like this. Wen Yin was visibly annoyed. What exactly are you trying to do? Don't act so familiar with me. Heh, you humans are so touchy. I just wanted to remind you that this form of yours has great potential. The enchantment core is a unique organ found in high-level demons. The energy it contains is too much for an ordinary human body to handle. It's too fierce and can drive ordinary warriors insane, or even cause them to explode. But then, the Qi Wang banner's tone shifted. However, you have 2 things in your body that can suppress this fierce energy. The first is your demonic physique. Because of my presence, you are completely immune to any demonic aura. The second is the lightning attribute you evolved on your own. Wen Yin immediately covered his body with fierce lightning energy. You mean this, right? The Qi Wang banner frowned. Yes. That's it, but you don't need to show me. Put it away. Wen Yin quickly noticed something. It seems the Qi Wang banner is also resistant to my lightning. The Qi Wang banner continued to explain, your disgusting lightning attribute is highly effective against demons. It can suppress demonic power, but it seems it can also purify the demonic aura produced by the enchantment core. In other words, by combining your 2 abilities, you can help other human warriors fuse with the enchantment core. But the prerequisite is, they need an extremely strong physique and mental fortitude. Without strong mental strength, the fusion process can easily affect their minds. As for the rest, you'll only know when you assist them in the fusion. Do you have any other questions? When Yin immediately returned to his original form, then how exactly should I fuse with it? And how do I assist others in fusing? The Qi Wang banner's eyes flashed with a bright red light. One-on-one, and you need to be naked to transfer energy. Hearing this, when Yin was stunned. What? Are you joking? Naked? How exactly are we supposed to combine? The Qi Wang banner explained further. Why are you so worked up? To maximize the connection with the other person, isn't this a normal requirement? The combination refers to the fusion and resonance of energy. You can transfer your energy into their body to assist them. When Yin fell into deep thought, this might be a bit awkward. Li Ji would be fine, but Situ Fei and Huizi are both girls. Would they think him some kind of pervert? But then when Yin suddenly realized something, Li Ji is actually the most problematic one. I don't want to do anything naked with a man. But Akashi Ki, who was nearby, was very confused, because he couldn't understand human shame at all. A confession. Finally, the 80-year-old wife and the young lady confessed, but after the confession, she kicked him right in the crotch and said, "Do you believe I can make you airless?" Because the team needed to absorb the enchantment, and it required 2 people to be naked. But just as Ong and Li Ji were at a critical moment of absorbing energy, Akashi Ki suddenly appeared again. Now it's your turn. Just now, as Ong was sending Akashi Ki away, and had just put on his clothes, the hotel door handle clicked and turned. Seeing Ong return, Lena was thrilled. Great, you're finally back, Ong. But Ong only slightly lifted his eyelids. Yeah, I'm back. Where are the other 3? As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them poked their heads in. Aren't they all here? I've been taking good care of them. The 3 of them quickly ran in. Brother Ong, why do you look different again? Keiko was also puzzled by Aang's appearance, but Situ Fei walked in slowly at the end. I'm already used to it. I can just sense his aura. Then Ong slowly explained to everyone about that training. I have something serious to tell you all. After hearing it, the room fell silent. Then, with a grunt, Ong was kicked flying by Lena. I just want to ask you, are you serious about all this? Hearing this, the other 3 were also shocked. Did I hear that right? Completely naked? Is it really necessary to be naked to combine energy? Lena was very displeased inside. In my past life, you ignored my hints and night visits, but now you're quite the player, huh? You perverted old man. Do you believe I can make you airless? Ong looked embarrassed. What nonsense are you talking about? I said it's out of necessity. The enchantment box requires this kind of cooperation. Without my assistance, they would definitely be corrupted by the demonic power inside the box. And can you keep your foot away from my brother? It feels like it's about to shatter. Hearing this, Lena could only pretend to be angry and turn away. Fine, you guys, I'm going to sleep. Call me when you're done. With that, she slammed the door shut. The atmosphere in the room immediately quieted down. Keiko quickly asked, "What's wrong with Senior Lena?" Ong didn't answer, but said seriously, "This method is not only strange, but also very risky. But if it really works, I'll try to get the remaining 2 enchantment boxes as soon as possible. Right now, we only have 1 box, which can only help 1 person level up. Who wants to go first?" Keiko thought for a moment. Even though we're teammates, being naked with the opposite sex is so embarrassing. Of course, if it's Li Ji, it's not a problem. Aren't you 2 good buddies? And I can record it for you. Situ Fei hesitated for a long time without saying anything. Because he already had some demonic power in him, it might be easier for him. Should I go first? But before he could finish, Li Ji interrupted. Let me go first. Of course, I should be the first for something like this. Such a dangerous thing. How could I let you 2 girls go first? My strong physique is for moments like this. Ong was also very happy, because this solved his most pressing problem at the moment. Thank you for trusting me, Li Ji. Keiko also happily chimed in. I completely understand. I support you 2 good buddies. Situ Fei, looking extremely awkward, hugged his knees and walked away. He was completely embarrassed. Then, Ong and Li Ji began to undress. Your physique has been enhanced by Lena, making it much stronger than before, and your muscle structure and shape are also much tighter now. Then, Li Ji asked from behind, do I need to take off my underwear too? Before Ong could answer, Li Ji started to undress. Ong quickly stopped him. You don't need to take off your underwear, you idiot. At most, it'll only slightly affect the efficiency. Meanwhile, Situ Fei and Keiko quietly opened the door a crack and peeked at the scene inside. This angle is just right, Situ Fei whispered hesitantly. But is it really okay for us to peek like this? Lena's voice came from above them. Of course. We're just concerned about them. in case they need our help. Seeing Lena, the two awkwardly looked up. Ah, Senior Lena, why are you? Lena quickly made a shush gesture. Quiet, quiet. Let's just observe quietly from outside. Meanwhile, Ichy looked at the enchantment box in his hand. As you said, Brother Ong, this contains an extremely terrifying demonic power. Just holding it makes my heart tremble. Ong said, relax a bit, close your eyes, and use your energy to... This will help you establish a connection with the box. You might feel some pain later, but don't worry, I'll be here to assist you. Ichy nodded. Then, he tightly closed his eyes. Soon, a small yellow dot appeared in Ichy's mind. I see it. It's a yellow energy, similar to my core. The enchantment box is identifying the power that suits me. Suddenly, I feel a warm sensation. Should I approach it? Yes, you can move closer to it now. But as Ichy approached the energy sphere, a yellow demon suddenly appeared. Without a word, it grabbed Ichy's core energy sphere. Shocked, Ichy exclaimed, this demonic energy is terrifying. Is this the power of a strong demon? His fingers trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the surface of the energy sphere. The yellow demon let out an ear-splitting roar. This scene left Ichy completely stunned. In an instant, his mind was consumed by the demonic power. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. As the energy gradually flooded into Ichy's mind, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. His facial expression became extremely distorted. At this moment, he claimed that this power, this primal demonic energy, was something no human could resist. Damn it, I've been lured by this primal demonic energy. It's slowly devouring my mind. Damn it, will I become a mindless monster? Meanwhile, Ichy was also observing Ong and everything happening to him. Look, I told you that you must follow my instructions. Otherwise, your companion will likely die from the backlash. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the source of his demonic power. Now, it's your turn. Ong, through sheer luck, had completed the evolution into a six-form state. The dual-core demon had no choice but to give up resistance. Ichy was also shocked by Aang's performance. Even the demonic power itself seemed to tremble in fear. What kind of strange power has he evolved? Perhaps I can use this power of his to make my plans go more smoothly. Just now, as Ichy finished speaking, Guardian 6, the Yellow River Demon, fused with the enchantment box, suddenly spoke. I didn't expect Ichy to show up here. Seeing this, Ichy was also stunned. I didn't expect you to have consciousness. I thought you were just an illusion. Can I assume that this thing is a form of primal demonic energy, and I am the closest to this primal power, a pure existence? Is that why you sensed me? But Ichy quickly realized that he couldn't attack this thing. If you want to help your companion, you'll have to act yourself. Otherwise, he'll turn into a mindless monster. Hearing this, Ong didn't hesitate. He kicked off Ichy's platform and charged at the Yellow River Demon. Ichy reminded him, you can't afford to fall here. At this moment, the Yellow River Demon noticed something unusual about Ong. Why do you have such a repulsive aura? Such a disgusting aura should be completely eradicated. With that, it vanished in a flash. But the next second, the demon's claws were right in front of Aang's face. It gave Ong no time to react. The Yellow River Demon unleashed a powerful energy wave. Seeing this, Ong was stunned. What's going on? Why is there another demon here? And, judging from the power it's displaying, this Yellow River Demon is incredibly strong. It's a six-form demon with primal demonic energy. Ichy reminded him, it won't be that easy. If you want to help your companion absorb the enchantment box, you'll have to deal with this illusionary demon first. With that, a black demon throne appeared behind Ichy. Not only did he not attack, but he also sat down on the throne, calmly observing Aang's performance. Now, it's up to you. Ong immediately cursed at him. Stop giving me orders. And don't act like you're holding a parent-teacher meeting. The Yellow River Demon was also stunned by this scene. Are you ignoring me? Do you think I don't exist? With that, it charged at Ong. Once close, it raised its right leg and slammed it down toward Aang's head. A loud crash echoed through the area, but Ong quickly dodged the Yellow River Demon's attack. Ichy watched quietly. Come on, let me see that strange thunder energy of yours. Aang's mind raced. Since both cores had transformed into yellow cores, the demon's power had increased significantly. To escape this predicament, he would have to use thunder energy. With that, he summoned thunder energy beneath his feet and kicked the Yellow River Demon in the chest. He also swung the Red King's spear, but Ong quickly realized that the Yellow River Demon wasn't harmed. Looks like I'll have to focus more on hand-to-hand combat. After all, it's known for its defensive yellow core. The yellow river demon wasn't idle either. Suddenly, a turtle shell-like energy shield appeared around it. Seeing this, Ong muttered, "It's created a demonic shield that's both offensive and defensive. Is it planning to fight me hand-to-hand? If that's the case, then let's see how you handle my thunder energy." Seeing the energy around Ong, the yellow river demon was stunned. What kind of strange power is this? The combination of demonic energy and thunder energy is so powerful. With just one strike, Ong shattered the yellow river demon's shield and sent it flying. Ong finally breathed a sigh of relief and came up with a perfect plan. Let's try that. An upgraded version of thunder. With that, he fired 2 intersecting bolts of thunder energy. Instantly, a series of white mock rings formed, and they slammed into the yellow river demon. With a loud crack, only 2 yellow demon cores remained in the air. The great sword in Aang's hand pierced directly into the demonic energy sphere. 2 thunder element tongues bit into the demon's arms. The yellow river demon looked on in disbelief. He actually seized the dual cores of the demon, transformed from the enchantment box. By distributing the energy of this enchantment box, even Ichy behind him was shocked. Even the primal demonic energy felt fear. What kind of strange power has he evolved? Perhaps I can really use this power of his to make my plans go more smoothly. With that, Ichy licked his lips. So, keep evolving, human. Meanwhile, Ong wasn't idle. The thunder energy instantly transformed into a thunder dragon, which shot into the air with a roar. Then, Ong shouted, "Dragon!" The white thunder dragon opened its mouth wide and swallowed Ong whole. As the thunder dragon merged into Aang's body, a surge of immense energy filled his body, causing his entire form to tremble. A 6th royal flag grew from his body. Unexpectedly, Ong had evolved and successfully reached the 6th level. At this moment, Aang's body was filled with explosive energy. Do you have any other tricks? The yellow river demon stared dumbfounded at this scene. Faced with Aang's energy, it had no resistance. Helpless, it could only dissipate into a wisp of yellow energy and vanish. Only Li Ji remained, slowly merging in. Then, Ichy walked over slowly. Impressive. Not only did you successfully absorb part of the enchantment box's energy, but you also evolved yourself. The remaining energy is enough to help your companion awaken their demonic power. Your companion is about to wake up.